The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. But I'm really not warming up the list. Haunted house. I mean, if it isn't the disappearing doors, the worst has got to be the moving furniture. Moving furniture is the worst part you can come up with? It is when it moves when I'm on the furniture. What is this house haunted with the ghost of interior decorators? Are the ghosts that keen on getting the feng shui right? Why can't they leave things alone? It's just creepy. Let's just do this day in history and hope we can find a door out of here. Alright, April the 19th. In 1770, British explorer Captain James Cook first sights Australia, writes in his logbook that what we have as yet seen of this land appears rather low, not very not very hilly, the face of the country green and woody, but the seashore is all white sand. In 1775, American Revolution begins in Lexington, Massachusetts. The shot heard round the world takes place later that day in Concord. In 1995, Oklahoma City bombing, Timothy McVeigh sets a truck bomb at Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, killing 168, including 19 children, and injuring 500. In 2011, Fidel Castro resigns his position of First Secretary of Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba after 45 years of holding the title. In 1934, Shirley Temple appears in her first feature-length film, Stand Up and Cheer. In 1774, C.W. Gluck's opera Ingenu in Elias premieres in Paris. In 1897, first Boston Marathon BAA road race won by John McDermott in 2 hours, 55 minutes, 10 seconds. The world's oldest annual marathon, inspired by the success of the first marathon at the 1896 Summer Olympics. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, one of radio's favorite comedians, Judy Canova, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
There you are, Costello. Here it is, the first program of the new year, and you're late.
Oh, so I'm late?
Yeah.
Well, it's all on account of leap year, Abbott. I was passing the corner on Hollywood and Vine, and 30 women jumped on me.
30 women at Hollywood?
30.
At Hollywood and Vine?
Hollywood and Vine.
That's where the wolves hang out.
This year, it's Wolverines.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Boy, you should see these women fighting over me, Abbott. One of them grabbed my left arm, another grabbed my right arm, then one grabbed my other leg, then one grabbed the other leg, one grabbed my ears, my nose, my hair.
Wait a minute. But why should that make you late?
Well, I had to go to Lockheed to get reassembled.
Well, it's leap year, and you've got to expect those things.
Yeah, but I wasn't even safe, Abbott, at Lockheed. As soon as I walked in, a dame threw her arms around me and kissed me 12 times before I could even kiss her once.
She kissed you 12 times to your once?
Yeah, she was a riveter.
Hey, Riveter kissed you? I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't.
Now, Costello, don't run down leap year. Will you please, Lou? Listen.
Maybe I didn't read it right.
Lou, will you listen to buddy? Don't run down leap year. This is an excellent opportunity for some nice girl to propose to you, and then you can settle down and get married.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Who wants to get married? I don't want no mother-in-law.
What's wrong with a mother-in-law? Do you know what a mother-in-law is?
Sure. A mother-in-law is the Gestapo with bloomers.
But, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Wouldn't you like to have people throw rice at you?
No, when my brother got married, they threw rice at him. It's too messy.
Rice isn't messy.
It is when it's mixed with chop suey.
Oh, all right, talk sense, please. Look, Lou, weddings are beautiful, Costello. Don't you like the old-fashioned unions?
No, they itch me all over.
Oh, will you cut that out? Your underwear doesn't fit our conversation.
My underwear will fit anything, brother.
All right, never mind that, Costello. I still say that a wife is your best friend.
Oh, no. Your mother is your best friend. And I think it's a shame when they have just one holiday for your mother and two for your father.
2 holidays for your father? What are they?
Father's Day and Poppy's Day.
Costello, you're talking like that because you haven't even got a girl.
Oh, yes, I have, Abbott. I got a girl. I got a big book full of girls' names, all in alphabetical order.
And what's the first name in the book?
Zelda.
Zelda.
Hello, fellows.
Hey, it's Ken Niles. Hello, Ken.
Well, I'm sorry I'm late. I just came from the blood bank.
You just came from the blood bank. Look, Niles, they want plasma, not asthma.
Now, you stop that, Costello.
That Niles is so anemic that a mosquito bit him and lost blood on the deal.
Oh, shut up. Ken, I'm glad you dropped in. Costello and I have had quite a discussion here. He's been running down marriage.
Running down marriage? Why, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Look at Abbott and me.
Yes, Costello. Ken and I are married.
Oh, congratulations. I hope you two guys will be very happy. I didn't like that, Freddie. Those two guys are married.
No.
I didn't think it was legal.
Now, wait a minute. I don't mean it that way. Don't.
Two men married.
Just a minute, please. Now, don't be stupid.
I know somebody that married a man.
Look, who?
My sister.
Yeah, your sister. All right, never mind. Look, come here, Lou. Let's take Ken Niles. Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Came from left field, didn't
Look, just a minute, will you? Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Oh, sure, we'll take him. We'll
All right.
take him.
Now, there's a happy married couple.
That's right, Bud. Why, I can't stand to be away from my wife for a second. When I leave the house in the morning, she goes with me. I take her to the office, to the golf club. Even when I go out with the boys, she goes with me.
Now, did you hear that, Costello? Niles takes his wife every place he goes.
Sure. Did you ever get a load of the puss of that dame? He'd rather take her with him than kiss her goodbye. Oh, I insulted you!
I heard that remark. Oh, I heard that remark, short and dumpy. You should talk about anybody's appearance. You with your double chin.
I got no double chin. It's my necktie.
Then your necktie needs a shave.
Oh, darling, you're so funny. You kill me.
Oh, no, dear. You're funnier than I am. You kill me.
No, honey, you kill me.
Oh, no, you kill me.
If there's anybody out there with a hunting license, what are you waiting for?
I want you to stop that, Costello. Come here. You understand that? I want you to stop it. Mr. and Mrs. Niles are a wonderful example of marriage.
Yes,
Look at Ken standing there holding her hand.
If he ever lets go, she'll beat his brains out.
That's not true, Costello. Our marriage has been perfect. Why, I'll never forget our wedding day. Oh, I look so lovely in my bridal veil.
You'd even look better in a bridal.
Don't listen to him, Mrs. Niles. Please, pay no attention to him. Go ahead. Tell us more about your wedding day.
Oh, it was thrilling. You know, Kenneth and I had a runaway marriage.
Yeah, he ran away and you ran after him.
I did not. I don't chase men. They chase me. Why, New Year's Day, I had dozens of men chasing after me.
I know. You played with Washington in a Rose Bowl game.
Why, I know nothing about Washington.
Not even George?
Oh, well, yes, I was with him at Valley Forge. Oh, you stop that! Oh, come, Kenneth.
Now, look what you did, Costello.
Well, look what I did. You started the whole thing, Abbott, trying to talk me into getting married. You're not going to get me tied with any dame. Hello. Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, let me be the first to congratulate you on your decision about women. Women are nothing but trouble. I know. I've been married. I say down with women.
Gee, thanks for backing me up, friend. I wish I could do some favor for you.
You can. Make them let me out of here. I'm all right, I tell you. I'm all right.
You see, Costello, that proves what I said. Marriage is a wonderful institution.
Oh, yeah? Look at the institution he's in.
Get out of here!
Hitting the beach with the first assault troops are the amphibian engineers, men trained to find and remove deadly mines under the sand. They've got what it takes, these seagoing engineers, and so has their cigarette, Camels, first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camel cigarettes, and that's why your store may be sold out from time to time. But remember, Camels are worth asking for again. They always have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And Camel cigarettes keep their flavor, too. They stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich, the orchestra, and just one of those things.
Now, I'm telling you, Abbott, for the last time. The last time I don't want to get married.
But, Costello, you're being silly. Marriage is great. And there's nothing like having a place to come home to. Why, even the president, when he came home from Cairo, arrived at the gates of the White House and whistled. And who came out?
Fowler. He's always home.
Look, let's talk sense.
Now,
about
anyway, Abbott, I'm sick and tired of talking sense. All year I get talk sense. If I get married, I'd have to give up my career. You know, I'm a beachcomber at the Union Station.
A beachcomber in a railroad station?
Sure, I stand there and watch the waves come in.
Watch the waves come in. That's about the only way you could get a girl.
Is that so? You may not know it, Abbott, but Cary Grant and I go 50-50 on girls.
Really?
Of course. He gets some under 50 and I get all those over.
Come in. Oh, it's Connie Haynes. Hello, Connie.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, my fat little sugar man. Mr. Costello.
Yeah?
This being leap year, I want to propose to you. I want to marry you before some beautiful actress gets you.
Gee, Connie, do you think that I'm handsome?
No, but they're running out of the handsome ones, and they'll be taken there from your class next.
Connie, are you really in love with Costello?
Yes, I am. Mr. Costello.
Yes.
Last night I dreamed that you took me to dinner.
Dream on, girl.
Then I dreamed that you took me to the Trocadero for dancing.
Dream on, kid.
And then I dreamed that you bought me the most beautiful mink coat.
Wake up! Wake up!
Costello, what's wrong with you? Here a lovely girl throws herself at you and you don't appreciate it.
Yes, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. I don't pet. I'm a nice girl.
Well, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. And I don't pet.
Gee, you're a nice girl, too.
Sure.
Now you see what you did, Costello? You just don't know how to handle women. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll coach you. Let's suppose I'm the man and you're the woman.
Abbott, I can't be a woman.
Why not?
It's too late.
Well,
After all.
what do you mean it's too late?
I've been shaving since yesterday.
Well.
Starting Tuesday, I go out with girls myself.
All right, look, we'll just make believe. Look, make believe you're the woman, and I'm coming to your house to call on you. Now, are you ready?
No, wait a minute. What kind of a woman am I, a blonde or a brunette?
Look, I don't care if you're a blonde or a brunette. I don't even care if you're bald-headed.
Oh, you men are all alike.
Come here. Now, will you please get with it? Now, remember, you're the girl, and I'm coming to call on you. Now, here I come.
I'm waiting.
Will you answer the door? Will you answer the door?
Oh, I'm in the kitchen talking to the Iceman.
Forget the Iceman.
Oh, but he's a very cute Iceman.
I said drop the Iceman.
Sorry, Sam.
No, come here. We'll try it once more. Now, come on. Get with it. Now, I knock on your door. Why don't you answer the door?
I'm playing hard to get.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm getting no place with you. Come on.
Well,
now.
you're not even half trying. Look, Abbott, let's try it the other way. You be the woman.
Oh, I couldn't be a woman.
Why not? You've been getting by as a man for years.
All right, I'll be the woman. Now, go ahead. Come up to my door and knock.
Hiya, babe. Here I am, kid. Hi.
Why didn't you knock?
I never knock. I'm a sailor.
Oh, oh, darling.
Raise your voice, kid.
I say, oh, darling, I love you. Hold me in your arms.
You ain't kidding, are you?
Please, press me. Press me.
I'm a sailor, not a tailor. Ah, Budwina. What is that beautiful perfume that smells so nice?
Oh, that is right in Paris. You smell pretty, too. What odor is that?
That's 3 nights on a troop train.
Come here, Costello. Have you an idiot in your family?
No. Do you want to be adopted?
Oh, shut up. I'm trying to teach you something. How to get along with girls, and you don't appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
You're just plain stupid.
I know I'm stupid, but I didn't have a chance that the other kids had, Abbott. I had to leave school in the 3rd grade to support my gray-haired old mother.
How old were you?
35.
35! Look, will you keep quiet? Look, come here. What I'm trying to tell you about love
think
is
I lost
very,
my
very
place.
simple. Look, what I'm trying to explain is very simple. All nature expresses it. Here, come here. Here, look out that window.
Which
You
one?
see those beautiful squirrels near that tree? You see them there, Lou?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
You do
indeed.
see them?
Yes, yes.
Well, that's wonderful.
Now I can see him so plain.
No. Notice how they approach each other. They get closer and closer. Look, they're rubbing noses. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's all there is to it.
That's all? Well, goodbye, Abbott. See you later.
Where are you going? To propose to a girl?
No, to catch a squirrel.
Ah, get out of here!
Connie Haynes sings the lovely new ballad, How Sweet You Are.
How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you
Are you looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke? Well, just test out a pack or two of Camels in your T-zone. Our way of saying, let your taste and your throat decide. Your taste will tell you all about more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And it's Camel cigarettes' extra flavor that helps them to hold up pack after pack. Your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness, too. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Hey, Costello, somebody's at the door. Come in.
I'd like to talk to Lou Costello. That's me. I come here to talk to you about marriage. Sorry, you don't appeal to me.
Quiet. Let me handle this, Lou. What's the trouble, neighbor?
Well, sir, it's this away. Mr. Costello, on your way to the broadcast today, did you tip your hat to a girl on the street? Yes, sir. She said hello to me, so I tipped my hat. Well, that was my daughter, so I'm here to arrange for the wedding. What wedding? I tipped my hat, that's all, my friend. You and my daughter, sir. She is aiming to get married. Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't aiming to marry her. I got a shotgun here. Your aim is better than mine.
Just a minute, mister. Tipping your hat to a lady is hardly a proposal of marriage.
That's the law where I come from, Skunk Hollow.
Oh, so you come from Skunk Hollow.
Yes, sir. I live right in the holler. Nice to have a place named after you.
Yeah.
I ain't wasting any more time. Come in here, gal. Gentlemen, this here's my daughter, Judy Canova.
That's the man, Pappy, the little fat one. Come into my arms, little fat man. I love you.
Get away from me. Get out of here.
Oh, now, tell me you love me. Speak to me. Speak to me.
I can't, kid. You're sitting on my chest. Let me up. Put it.
Oh, come on into my arms. Oh, gee, this is wonderful. I wish I had this much butter.
I don't know. You got the points.
You sure ain't got any.
I have now.
Come on here now. Let's run off and get married.
Oh, no. You mean you want me to fly away with you?
Fly? With your fuselage, you couldn't get off the runways.
Hey, you should talk. Get a load of those pigtails. You look like a P-38 with teeth.
Costello, that's no way to talk to Judy Canova. Now, she's a very lovely girl.
Yep, and I'll make you a perfect wife. I can cook, I can sew, and right now I'm knitting a glove.
Why only one glove? What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to put it on the cow to keep the milk warm.
Hey, Abbott, get this dizzy dame away from me, will you?
Oh, stop complaining. Beauty is only skin deep. Take away the skin, and what have you got?
I don't know, but I'd hate to have it for a blind date.
See here, Judy, I don't understand why you're chasing after Costello. Don't you have a boyfriend in Skunk Hollow?
Oh, sure, I got lots of boyfriends back home. As a matter of fact, they selected me as their favorite pin-up girl.
Really?
Yep. If Pappy hadn't chased the dogs away from that tree, I'd have been pinned up there yet. Oh, look at him. Oh, Mr. Costello, won't you marry me?
Why should I? My uncle married my aunt, and my father married my mother.
Yeah?
So why should I marry a total stranger?
Well, now, listen here. I don't care what you say. You are going to marry me. Now, I even got the ring.
Where'd you get it?
Some millionaire passed through Skunk Hollow last week and gave it to me. City fella by the name of Woolworth.
Gee, that's a pretty emerald ring.
Oh, that ain't no emerald. Emerald's green.
Wait till you wear it a while.
Look, Lou, this marriage isn't such a bad idea. Don't you want to call some girl Mrs. Costello?
No, that's my mother's name.
I've heard enough of this talk. Judy, you going to stand there and let this fat boy insult you? Show him how tough you are.
All right, Pa. Give me the shotgun.
Judy, you just shot off 6 of your toes.
Oh, that's all right. I got 8 more left.
I wouldn't marry a girl like you. You don't even wear shoes.
Shucks, I never wear shoes. I just paint my feet brown and lace up my toes. Come on, Costello, get out into that car now. We're heading for the preachers. You're going to be my husband.
I'm going to be your what?
You heard her, Costello. You know what a husband is?
Yes, sir. A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
I'm tired of all this here talking. Costello, you see this gun? It shoots bullets 9 miles and throws rocks the rest of the way. Get moving, you hear me?
Hey, that gun barrel is cold. Oh, wrong way. Keep it off my neck, please. Hey, Abbott, do something.
Will you shut up?
Read it backwards.
You're going to love being married. Now, let's go.
Hey, Abbott, now come on. You got to get me out of this now, will you? I don't want to live on no farm.
Yeah, but living at Rancho Canova is wonderful. Why, you can help me round up the cows.
How can you round up cows with those bow legs?
What have they got to do with it?
You must have a terrible time getting your calves together.
What's the matter with my calves?
Quit arguing, Costello. Get in the car. Come on, open the door.
Hey, your door fell off.
Doggone it, I knew that chewing gum wouldn't hold.
Some car.
Don't worry, this car will get us there.
Yeah, if the wind is with us, we'll make good time.
Have you got enough fuel to get us to the preachers, Judy?
Why, sure. This car burns very little coal.
You'd be better off if you burnt soft coal, kid.
Here we go. Everybody fasten your safety belt. Well, we're almost at the preachers. Ah, Costello, my lover, we're going to be happy, ain't we? I said we're going to be happy, ain't we? Costello, I've been talking to you for the last 10 miles. All you do is keep shaking your head from side to side.
I can't help it. I got my nose caught in the windshield wiper.
There's the preacher's house, Judy. Stop the car. Put on your brakes.
Brakes? What's brakes?
What
brakes?
brakes?
What brakes?
Brakes are the things that stop the car.
Oh, Pappy, put your foot out.
Okay, Pappy. Get back in the car, Stumpy. I read that wrong, too.
Come on, let's go, Costello. A few minutes more, and you'll be a happy married man.
But you gotta help me. I'm too young to get married. I'm just a baby. I still suck my thumb.
You suck your thumb?
Yeah, I can't reach my big toe anymore. Well, Judy gal, I told you I'd get your husband, didn't I?
Shucks, you sure did, Pappy. Too bad poor old Grandpa can't be here to see it.
What happened to your grandpa?
He dropped dead.
How do you know he's dead? Did you put a mirror in front of his face?
Yep, that's why he dropped dead.
All right, folks. Let's go inside and get this over with.
Oh, this is going to make me the happiest girl in the South.
Are you sure you're from the South? I thought Southern people had long drawls.
Oh, I took mine off. They made my stockings look lumpy. Come on, honey lamb. This won't take but a minute. It ain't going to hurt a bit. Just step right up in front of that preacher, say I do, and we'll be off on our honeymoon.
Now, wait a minute. Now, listen, Judy. Before we get married, I want you to do a favor for me.
What's that, lover?
I hate to ask you, but give me a kiss.
Why, sure. Here.
That's it. That's all. I knew it. The marriage is off.
The marriage is off just 'cause I kissed you?
Certainly. If you'd kiss me, you'd kiss anybody.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Peter Lorre. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, that's about all we have time for tonight. And by the way, next week our guest will be Peter Lorre.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you right now.
What's that?
I'm not going to marry him.
Oh, talk sense. Do you realize that Peter Lorre runs around with people like Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman? Hey, you never came face to face with a monster, did you?
Oh, no? You've never been out to my ration board.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Be sure to tune in again next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. Judy Canova appeared through the courtesy of the makers of Colgate tooth powder. And remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camels stay fresh and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Mister, find out for yourself about PA, the tobacco that stands for Pipe Appeal. Get a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. It holds around 50 rich-tasting, sweet-smoking pipefuls. Yes, sir, and every one is no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Prince Albert's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When entering the world of art, you'd be smart to dress the part. Gentlemen prefer Hanes, with all the ladies draped in crepe. The artist loves the human shape. Gentlemen prefer Hanes. Hanes will make you smooth and silky, shapely, sexy. Wear a pair and you could be captured for posterity. Gentlemen prefer Hanes.
And now, here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Children's stories, aren't you?
Well, yes, Ken. I think I qualify as a raconteur of tales for tiny tots. I tell lots of children's tales to my kids.
You have a large and receptive audience at home. I know that.
I have a high Nielsen indeed.
You want to get renewed next year for sure. You know, it's amazing how children's stories come true, isn't it?
I guess they all come true sooner or later, somewhere, somehow.
For instance, you remember the story of the little Dutch boy, the leak in the dike?
I know that little Dutch hero well. He's the lad who held his finger in the leak in the dike and saved a whole town from being flooded.
Well, you know, just this month, that story came to life in a little town in Holland.
A little Dutch boy saved his village?
He sure did. You see, he heard water running late at night. He climbed out of bed, slipped into his wooden shoes. You see, his mother had a GE nightlight burning for him.
Oh, that's the good thinking on
And
their part. Yeah.
he ran out and discovered that there was a leak in the dike.
There you are.
The boy sounded the alarm, volunteers arrived, repaired the dike, and the town was not damaged.
Little Dutch boys are apparently very good at that sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah, they gotta be. It's interesting, though, that right here in 1960, a little Dutch boy performed the same brave deed as the boy in the famous old children's story, which was written many, many years ago, of course.
While we're on this subject, did you know that Little Red Riding Hood's story happened again just a few weeks ago up in Canada?
You mean Little Red Riding Hood was taking her grandmother a basket of cookies and she was overtaken by a wolf in the woods?
That's just about it. This little Canadian Red Riding Hood is 12 years old, and she was pursued not just by one wolf, but a whole pack of wolves.
What a predicament.
But she had the good sense to climb a tree. She realized that that was one thing the wolves couldn't do. After a bit, some woodsmen came along and rescued our modern Little Red Riding Hood.
Well, all the fables, children's stories, fairy tales, they all come true, I guess. All those adventures happen to real, live people. That's why we enjoy them so much, I suppose.
I guess so. Right now, for instance, there's the Prince Charming story in reverse with Princess Charming, Margaret. Princess Margaret and her romance with Mr. Armstrong Jones.
Yeah, not too long ago, there was the Prince Charming story. The Prince Charming story involving Grace Kelly, who's now Princess Grace of Monaco.
Right. Prince Charming Rainier.
Oh, these old tales, like history, repeat and repeat.
They're so fantastic, they're true. Ah, what an opportune time to sing a romantic song dedicated, of course, to all princes and princesses charming who are holding hands and sighing deeply these spring days.
And nights.
Mustn't forget the nights.
No.
Buddy, let's do No Other Love.
No other love have I, only my love for you, only the dream we knew, no other love. Watching the night go by, wishing that you could be, watching the night with me. Into the night I cry, hurry home, come home to me. Set me free, free from doubt and free from longing. Into your arms I'll fly, locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I. Into your arms I'll fly, locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I, no other love.
we go again. There's still another new bunch of greeting cards from Norcross. Norcross Kissing Lips greeting cards. You open these cards, and first they smile at you, and then they kiss you. Now, if you wanted to slip someone a kiss, slip one of these new Norcross Kissing Lips greeting cards into the mail. Pick the cards with the N on the back and say it with kisses. They're the funniest thing since Bing's clothing.
Well, Rosemary, you all set?
You mean set for a duet?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, you know I'm always available.
What do we do for a song, do you think?
Well, let me see. How about Will You Still Be Mine?
Oh, I love it. That's a good tune. Written by Tom Adair and Matt Dennis.
That's the one.
Buddy. Hey, buddy, wake up, will you? Will you still be mine, if you don't mind? Ah, when lovers make no rendezvous to stroll along Fifth Avenue, when this familiar world is through, will you still be mine?
When cabs don't drive around the park, no windows light the summer dark, when love has lost its secret spark, will you still be mine?
When moonlight on the Hudson's not romancing,
and spring no longer turns a young man's fancy,
when glamour girls have lost their charms,
when sirens just mean false alarms,
when lovers heed no call to arms, will you still be mine? When Clooney starts to show Ferrer the way to play Monsieur Beaucaire, he'll rave and rant and tear his hair for fair. Will you still be mine?
When Catherine starts in teaching Bing the way he ought to sing and swing, that day he may take back the ring.
You're not kidding.
Will you still be mine?
When moonlight on the Hudson River's not romancing,
and spring no longer turns a young man's fancy,
when glamour girls have lost their charms,
when sirens just mean false alarms,
when lovers heed no call to arms, will you still be mine?
Oh, while you two are resting, why not let Buddy Cole and Ensemble take a charge for a while?
I think that would be wonderful. I think everybody would get a big charge out of it, too, I'm sure.
Buddy, looks like you're on. What's cooking, Bing?
Well, cooking is a song, as they say in Holland. That is, a song is cooking. It's a selection which enjoyed almost immediate success when it came out. It's become rather a standard, they tell me. This song came out 2 or 3 years ago in the television production of Our Town. Thornton Wilder's great play. It was introduced by Mr. Frank Sinatra, and the song is, of course, Love and Marriage, written by Mr. Jimmy Van Heusen and Mr. Sammy Cahn.
Very catchy one, if you pardon the cliche.
Catchy indeed, and also a rather rousing testimonial to amour, to say the least.
Love and marriage, love and marriage, they go together like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Love and marriage, well, it's an institute you can't disparage. Ask the local gentry, and they will say it's elementary. Try to separate them. Well, it's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage, they go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by Mother, you can't have one without the other. Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage, they go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by Mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Will you sing now, Rosie?
As a matter of fact, I have a new tune I'd like to do.
Oh, a new tune? Got a new thought?
No, very old thought, Bing.
What's the title?
I Love You.
Well, that's an old thought for a new thought. It happens every second, I guess.
Happens every split second.
And you can split that, too, if you want. I love you is the big thought throughout the ages, I suppose. Well, let's have it, Rosemary.
When I feel so blue, I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you. Oh,
Time to cut on out now, Rosie.
That's it for today, friends. But we'll be back right at this very same spot at the very same time tomorrow.
Let's all regroup then, shall we?
Yes.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Purina Puppy Chow helps little puppies grow into big puppies. But then its job is only half done, because even after he looks full grown on the outside, inside his muscles are still forming and his bones are still growing for about a full year. That's why he needs a full year of the extra nutrition in Puppy Chow. Puppy Chow for a full year till he's full grown.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Bob Hope Program with Francis Langford and Jerry Colonna in a special rebroadcast scheduled expressly at this hour for the fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States. And here's Bob Hope.
Still in Georgia. I decided to stay in Georgia a second week because my brother lives here. He's lived in Atlanta for 19 years now with one more to go. My brother used to pick cotton down here. Well, he didn't exactly pick cotton, but if he happened to pass you in a crowd, he could clean out the fuzz in your pants pocket. It's almost harvest time here now. The farmers out in the country are looking over the peach crop, and the soldiers go into town every weekend and do the same thing. And they got a new way of picking the peaches down here. They just back a Jeep against the tree and start the motor. But I want to tell you, I'm glad to be here with the infantry at Camp Wheeler. Infantry, that's French for you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll have more blisters than you will. The infantry is very proud because they're the ones who helped capture Berserk. In fact, this is where they trained for, trying to fight their way into Macon on Saturday night. Most of the soldiers from Camp Wheeler go to Macon when they get a 3-day pass, and the 3-day pass is just right. A half day to get there, a half day to get back, and the other 2 days in the hotel lobby waiting for a room. And the hotels in Macon are really crowded. I said to the clerk, what are the rates? He said, it's only $1 if you sleep on your side. We can get more people into the bed that way. And the bed in my room was sure crowded. Every time someone turned on the fan, it would knock 3 guys off the top layer. No kidding, the rooms were so crowded the mice had to come in on their knees. A major and a private got into a crowded elevator together at the Dempsey Hotel, and by the time the saluting was over, they were wearing each other's uniforms. But I want to tell you, these men of the infantry are really tough. They're so tough here, this is the only camp in the world where the MPs walk around holding hands after dark. And all these boys have to go through the obstacle course. Obstacle course, that's a nervous breakdown with hurdles. I wanted to show these fellas I could take it, so I went on a 15-mile hike with them. I had one of those regulation army packs on my back, and I wouldn't say the weight made me bend over very much. We started marching down a state highway, and my nose kept erasing the white line. march. I had on a pair of old shoes, and the soles were starting to wear through. After I marched about 5 miles, my big toe turned to the others and said, as soon as we see daylight, let's get out of here and join the Navy. And here's Francis Langford.
Saturday day. They crowded the floor. Couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd visit the club. Got as far as the door. Have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, I stir up memories. On day might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. Singing Don't Get Around Much Anymore and dedicating to those Georgian boys up there in the Aleutians and all you other guys, too. Well, Fran, here we are at Camp Wheeler, the home of the infantry. You know, they call the infantry the backbone of the Army.
The infantry is the backbone?
Yeah, that's why they like that evening gown you've got on. When you turn around, you certainly show a lot of infantry.
All these men here certainly march a lot, don't they?
Sure, they march all day and they dance all night.
When do they rest their feet?
When they're bending down in the crap game.
Hey, Bob, do these men use up a lot of ivory shooting dice?
I don't know, but when our soldiers landed in North Africa, the elephants left for a neutral country. You know, Fran, I think I'd be swell in the infantry. Gee, I can just picture myself marching along and the officer briskly calling out, tramp, 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 tramp.
Oh, Bob, you're just self-conscious.
Gee, you know, Fran, nice as it is here at Camp Wheeler, I wish I were back where we did the broadcast last week, Milledgeville with the waves.
There was nothing there but thousands and thousands of girls. I'd much rather be here where there's nothing but thousands of men.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you each person has his own idea of Shangri-La.
You must have really enjoyed yourself at the Wave Training Station.
Yeah, what a camp, what an outfit, what a clothesline. Can't you just see skinny Ennis out of Santa Anita, can't you? Hey, you know, Fran, each one of those waves is a proud member of the United States Navy. I asked one of them for a kiss. You know that famous slogan, the Navy comes through?
Yeah.
What misleading propaganda. See, those waves were beautiful, but all the time I was broadcasting in front of them, I didn't let it affect me in the least. I just looked at those shapely figures and smiled calmly.
Yes, that's right. You even turned your back on them a couple of times.
Yeah, I didn't want them to see me shoving my eyeballs back in my head.
You know, it was a nice gesture of the Waves to hold a dance after the broadcast and invite some boys from Camp Wheeler.
Yeah, we really had fun. Tell me, Fran, how do these boys dance?
Well, it's a little different from the sort of thing I've been accustomed to.
It is. How?
Well, after dancing with you so much, it seems strange to be following the music.
Well, very vague. Look at her. Well, I want to tell you, it was nice of you to swim over. I'm glad you did.
I have the most wonderful news. I can't contain myself. You know that soldier I kissed at the dance last night? Well, guess what happened this afternoon?
He regained consciousness?
Yes, he did. Now, why don't you? Oh, you shouldn't make remarks like that, Mr. Hope. I'll have you know I've been chosen pin-up girl for the boys at Camp Wheeler.
Oh, marvelous, Miss Vague. Who chose you?
The boys at Herbert Smart Field.
Did you enjoy yourself at the Waves dance last week?
Oh, my, yes.
You know, I had a wonderful time. I danced with a second lieutenant.
I danced with a private.
Then the lieutenant took me outside in the dark.
The private took me outside in the dark.
And we just sat and talked about his job as an intelligence officer.
I prefer the strong, silent kind.
Well, no wonder he was silent with that stranglehold you had on him.
Oh, you darling. You know, dear, your lovely blonde hair reminds me of a field full of beautiful golden dandelions.
My hair reminds you of the golden dandelion?
Yes, dear. They both have black roots.
Now, girls, please, let's all be friendly.
Oh, quiet, bloated beak. You know, Francis, all these boys here are simply crazy about me. They like brunettes. They don't seem to go for washed-out blondes. Goodness, I'm so popular here.
The South seems to be lucky territory for you, Miss Vague. You were popular with the Confederate Army, too, weren't you?
Oh, my. Be careful, darling, or somebody will throw an old shoe and knock you off the back fence.
Here, Francis, stop this bickering, or I'll have to take you both over my knee by force.
Well, you'd never get a girl on your knee any other way. Oh, but I don't care. I enjoyed that dance at Milledgeville so much. You know, I danced until the cows came home.
I suppose after that there was too much competition, huh?
You! I don't know what to say to you. This is the first time I ever met a female yardbird. Mr. Hope, you know, all through that dance, I felt just like Cinderella. You remember at 12 o'clock she was supposed to turn into a pumpkin?
Yes, but you beat her to it by about 4 hours.
Oh, you dear boy. You know, you'd be the human comedy if this were comedy and you were human. I can't see why you keep insulting me about my appearance. Just for your information, one of the soldiers here happens to be crazy about me, and he's got 3 stripes on his sleeve.
Oh, a sergeant.
No, he's just a little sloppy with his ketchup.
I'd say he was sloppy about his girlfriends, too.
Mr. Hope, I tell you, why don't you have someone take an X-ray of your brain? I'm sure you'd have a wonderful case to sue your parents.
Miss Vague, I hear this soldier friend of yours took you out rowing at Lakeside Park.
Oh, yes, we rode out on the lake. It was very romantic. I told him I was 19 years old.
No, then what happened?
I helped him back in the boat. Oh, but I don't care. I had a wonderful evening. It turned out just splendidly. You see, this soldier was from Georgia, and I had such a way of asking him for a kiss, he just couldn't refuse.
Well, how did you ask this Georgia boy for a kiss, Miss Vague?
Well, I'd put my arm around him and say, shoot the snapper to me, cracker.
to see. You may think she's happy and free from care. She's not, though she seems to be. It's sad when you think of her wasted life, for youth cannot make with it. And her beauty was sold for an old man's gold. She's a bird in a gilded cage. She was the queen of the village green. A pity she went astray. Once her heart was bright, now it's out like a light. Yes, a light on the great white way. I'll never forget the day she got married. There was a big crowd at the wedding, but I stood in the back row, forlorn and alone. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer, so I ran down the aisle yelling, "Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum!" Her wings are bent from the night she'd spent in the cage of gold where she'd be. If she wanted a neck, why did she pick an old wreck? Why didn't she neck with me? But she was a home girl, sweet and sincere. She only had one true love, Camp Wheeler. Oh, remember, young lady, the straight and narrow path is straight. It leads right to the sky. Girls, don't waver from the straight and narrow. You may fall off on your eye. So walk the straight and narrow path, my little gray magnolia, and never make a left-hand turn. See, Magnolia, I told you. He's sold that for an old man's gold. He's a tomcat and he...
He still feels the same way. Well, I'll try another girl I know. Hello? Is this my little Snookums? Well, this is Bobsy Wobbsy talking to his little Snookums over the bitty-witty telephone. And now Bobsy Wobbsy's going to kiss his Shookykins over the bitty-witty telephone. Who was that?
Alexander Graham Bell.
Well, Bob didn't do so well over the telephone, so he decides to go out and visit a couple of girls he knows who lives on a plantation. We find Bob driving out to the plantation in the buggy. Hey, this is great, Bob, going out in a horse and buggy to call on your girls. Where'd you get the horse?
From Crosby.
Is this one of Crosby's horses? He really runs fast, doesn't he?
Yeah, here, Win. Now you hold the flamethrower to his tail for a while. Just think, Win. Boy, we got a date with a couple of real Southern girls.
Yeah, I wonder how the girl you're getting for me tonight will look, Bob.
Well, she has nice hair and nice eyes and lovely teeth.
Oh, I thought you never saw her. How do you know she has nice hair, nice eyes, and lovely teeth?
Well, she used to live at my hotel, and I once saw the bellboy taking him out to be cleaned. Look, there's the plantation where the girls live. Come on, Win. I'll knock on the door.
Well, shut my mouth, visitors. Well, shut my mouth.
Oh, hello. I'm Bob Hope.
Well, shut my door.
Gee, Francie Bell, ain't you glad to see me? How's about a kiss, huh?
Oh, you northern men. You're always thinking about kissing.
Well, what about the southern men?
They wouldn't waste all this time just thinking about it. Bob, this is my sister, Vera Bell.
Oh, so you two girls are sisters. Now, who do you take after, Francie Bell?
My mother.
And who do you take after, Vera Bell?
Anything that wears trousers. Vera Bell, dear, I'm glad this room is locked because I think I hear Father in the hallway. You know how angry he gets if we have boyfriends here.
Sorry, did I hear you talking to a man in there?
Oh, no, Father, dear. I'm only talking to a little stray dog which I found and named Robert. It's only a dog, Father. Listen. Bark, Robert.
Yeah, it sounds more like a wolf to me.
Colonna, so you're these girls' father.
That's me, Colonel Hot-Blooded Colonna, 7-gentleman plantation operator, chivalrous son of the old South, and upright member of Georgia society. Also liquor distilled from old peach pits.
What a father you are, Colonna. How come you haven't any brains?
I used up all my ration points. What's your excuse?
Colonna, what's the matter with you anyway?
Why, I have a terrible confession to make, Hope. I never tell anybody this. But I married my wife when I was 4 years old.
Colonna, that's impossible. You were married when you were 4 years old. Who told you to get married when you were only 4 years old?
Mr. Anthony, I guess he misunderstood my letter.
Oh, Father, I finally got an Ann. How How can I get him to marry me? I don't want to take any half measures.
No, my dear. In your case, I'd recommend a half Nelson.
Say, Bob, I don't see why you don't like Vera Bell. Gee, I think she's divine. She's so demure, so shy, and so beautiful. I love her. Vera Bell, please give me a kiss.
Father, Mr. Hope's insulting me.
I'll make this Yankee eat his words. Hope, I challenge you to a duel. I see you've got a sword with you.
I haven't got a sword.
Father, that's his nose.
Well, we'll meet on the field of honor in the morning. Let's drink to the duel.
Okay, let's drink to the duel. Well, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Not if you picked up the right drink.
That's what I get for being a chowhound.
Well, then it's agreed. We'll get our pistols ready, and we'll do it tomorrow at sunrise. You wear a morning coat and striped pants.
Okay, what will you be wearing?
A General Sherman tank. And may the best man win.
Why don't we settle it right now, Colonna?
Okay, choose your weapon.
Let's duel with swords.
Fine, pick your sword.
I'll pick this one.
Ouch! They fall for that hot handle all the time. On to the duel. En garde. Repulse. Touché. Allons. Repulse. Touché. En garde.
Colonna, what does that French mean?
I don't know, but don't worry. It's clean.
Oh, isn't this exciting? They're going to fight a duel over me.
I'm ready to go, but where's Colonna? That coward Colonna. Come on, Colonna, let's get started.
Be with you in a second, Hope. I'm fighting another duel over here. Yeah, this is terrible. 500 men slashing at me with knives. Trying to cut me to bits. But I'm beating them all.
Colonna, where are you? At the dueling ground by the old oak?
No, mess hall at Camp Wheeler.
The Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States has scheduled this rebroadcast of the Bob Hope program expressly for you servicemen of the United States and your brothers in arms. And now here's music, the sort that always makes for good listening in an after-the-show servicemen special. Music, maestro.
bunch of kids looking for action. So what's doing out on the street? Is this the way we ought to use our boy power? Think about it. America's manpower begins with boy power. Let's not waste it. Be a volunteer worker with the Boy Scouts.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all long cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A wealthy society woman in your city vanishes. 2 months pass before her disappearance is reported to the police. There's suspicion of foul play. Your job? Investigate. Webster's Dictionary. Definition of the word compare.
Compare. Examine for purpose of discovering resemblance or difference.
Now, let's compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
The resemblance. Fatimas are the same length as other king-size cigarettes, 85 millimeters. Fatima has the same circumference, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance as other king-size cigarettes.
The difference. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. You get all the advantages of extra length plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
So compare Fatima yourself. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 8th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 11:23 a.m. when we got to the 9th floor of the Medical Dental Building, room 912.
Dr. Marston?
Yes, what is it?
Police officers, doctor. Like to talk to you.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Daydreaming, I guess. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, my name's Friday, doctor. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How are you, doctor? How do you do, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. It's about the missing persons report on your wife. You filed it yesterday.
Yes, that's right, Sergeant. Certainly glad you came. Like to have this whole thing straightened out as quickly as possible. I want my wife back with me.
Well, we'll do everything we can, doctor. There's a few things we'd like to have you straighten out for us, if you will.
I thought I made it pretty clear in that report I filed yesterday. What is it you have a question about?
I've got a copy of the report right here. Says your wife disappeared December 9th. That's a little over 2 months ago, Doctor.
Yes, that's correct. December 9th, Sunday night. We were out having dinner, and we had a little argument, and Louise left. I didn't hear from her until the following Friday. That's when she wrote me the first letter. It was from New York.
Well, weren't you a little alarmed to find out your wife had left you and gone east?
Well, I wasn't too happy about it, but we'd had a few arguments before. Always figured it did both of us good if Louise got away for a little while. No, I wasn't particularly worried. She has friends in New York. Would you care for a cigarette?
Not right now,
thank you, doctor.
Yeah?
Got a light for you.
Thank you.
I understand your wife didn't stay with her friends this trip, Doctor.
No, apparently she didn't. However, I wasn't too concerned. She wrote me letters twice a week, and then she wrote Stanley. That's our son. He's in military school. Louise wrote to him regularly, too.
Mm-hmm. And the last letter you got from your wife was about 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir, exactly 2 weeks ago. It had the same postmark on it, New York.
Well, have you any idea at all where she was staying back there?
That's a strange part of it, Sergeant. Louise didn't put a return address on any of the letters. I inquired of some of our friends back there, but none of them had seen her. Well, I suppose she was staying at a hotel. I don't know which one, though.
Well, about those letters, Doctor, now you're sure that they're in your wife's handwriting. You don't think they could be forgeries, do you?
It's possible, but I don't think so, Sergeant. I know my wife's handwriting.
Do you have all the letters with you, sir?
Yes, I'll have my secretary get them before you leave. She's out to lunch now.
Right.
Oh, excuse me, please.
Go right ahead.
Yes, Dr. Marston. For Miss Taylor. Oh, yes, I'm glad you reminded me. Thank you. I'm sorry, officers. There's a denture I have to have ready for one of my patients by this afternoon. Would you mind if I go ahead and work on it while we talk here?
No, it's perfectly all right, Doctor. You go right ahead.
Do you mind stepping in the lab back here?
All right, fine. Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry to interrupt everything like this. I do have to have this denture ready, though.
We understand, sir.
Doctor, you say the night your wife Louise disappeared, the two of you had an argument?
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm. We were having dinner out at our country club, and I guess Louise had too many cocktails. She gets in a nasty mood when she drinks too much. I asked her to stop drinking. She flared up and walked out of the place.
Mm-hmm. Did anyone besides yourself see her leave?
Oh, yes, 2 or 3 couples, friends of ours. When I found out Louise had gone off to New York, I thought, well, it was her way of teaching me a lesson. I wasn't too disturbed about it until the letters stopped coming.
Well, how about your son, Stanley? Do you know if he's still getting the letters from his mother?
No, he's not. I telephoned him up at his school. He stopped getting letters about the same time I did. Let's see. Where did I put that casting ring? Oh, yes, here we are.
Then, as far as you know, Doctor, no one at all has actually seen your wife since that night at the country club when she walked out and left you.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. As I say, if I hadn't been getting those letters from her every week from New York, I would have called the police in long ago. Would you excuse me, please?
Oh, yeah.
Quite a bit of oxide in this gold crown I've cast here. A little bit of acid should take care of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's your theory on all this, Doctor? Your wife leaves suddenly and she goes to New York. She corresponds with you and your son, and then her letters stop coming. What do you think might have happened?
Well, frankly, Sergeant, the whole thing's a terrible family mix-up. Get this crown here out of the acid. Uh-huh.
Well, how do you mean, Doctor, a family mix-up?
Well, just that. There's only one reason for Louise disappearing the way she has. Money. Money and that stepfather of hers. Say, would you switch on that small motor there, Sergeant? I've got to polish up this crown and get it in shape.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
Well, what do you mean, Doctor? How does your wife's stepfather fit into all this?
He's money mad. It's about the size of it. I don't know if you're aware of it, but my wife, Louise, was left a considerable amount of money by her aunt.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was a fortune, as a matter of fact. Louise's stepfather has always been trying to get his hands on it. Excuse me again.
Sure, go ahead. Well, and you think your wife's stepfather is responsible for her disappearance, is that right?
Oh, I'm not making any direct accusations, Sergeant. But 2 days ago, or 2 days before Louise disappeared, I had $80,000 in bonds signed over to her. Checked around since she's been gone. Haven't been able to locate the bonds anywhere.
You think she had the bonds with her when she left?
Guess I'm sure of it. Pardon me just a moment.
Yes, go right ahead.
Uh-huh. That's a fine cast with sharp margins on it.
Well, now, the $80,000 worth of bonds, Doctor, do you have any way of proving that you gave those to your wife?
Oh, certainly. I have my wife's signed receipt for them. You're welcome to check it over if you like.
Mm-hmm. Just how do you think your wife's stepfather figures in there? Is there any indication he might have made a move to get the bonds?
Enough to satisfy me, yes. My secretary told me about it. Lenore Dexter, that's the girl in the reception room.
Oh, well, huh?
The night after my wife left me at the country club, that'd be December 10th, Miss Dexter was at the airport waiting for a friend to arrive on a plane. While she was waiting, she saw my wife and her stepfather cross through the waiting room and go out toward the main gate.
Mm-hmm. Your secretary's sure it was really your wife and her stepfather.
Well, that's what she told me. You're certainly welcome to talk to her yourself if you like.
Yes, and well. Now, besides the bonds, do you know of anything else of value that your wife had with her when she left?
No, I don't think so. She had her fur coat on, of course. It's expensive. She was wearing her diamond ring, anniversary gift from me, large solitaire, worth quite a bit of money. You can get the description from the jeweler. I'll give you his name.
All right, Doctor. Your wife's stepfather, we'd like to have his name and address, too.
Surely. I'll have my secretary check on both of them right now.
All right, fine.
Sergeant, you've got to find Louise. I've got to have her back with me.
Well, we'll do everything we can, Doctor. We promise you that.
I know my wife wouldn't stay away of her own free will, not this long, not at a time like this.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, let me show you. Here it is. This is the final drawing the architect made for us. What do you think of it?
Oh, it's very nice. Yeah, it certainly is.
It's got to be our own building. 12 stories, finest in the city.
Uh-huh.
Robert A. Marston Building for professional men. Louise and I have looked forward to it for a long time.
I understand.
We settled on the final plans a week before she disappeared. Contractors will start construction in a few weeks now. There's supposed to be a great day in our lives. Laying the cornerstone.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Great day. Robert A. Marston Building. It's a funny thing, isn't it, officers?
How's that?
Nothing's very great unless there's somebody to share it with.
Before we left the office of Dr. Robert Marston, we talked with his secretary, Miss Lenore Dexter. She confirmed the doctor's statement that on the night after Louise Marston had disappeared from the country club, she had seen both Mrs. Marston and her stepfather at the city's international airport. She said she did not follow them. She had no idea of their destination. Dr. Marston gave us the letters his wife had written him during her absence and also his wife's signed receipt for the $80,000 worth of bonds. Each of the letters was postmarked New York, and the dates on them ranged from December 15th to March 24th. Well, Ben and I drove back to the office and put in a call to the home of the missing woman's stepfather, a Mr. William House. Then we went down the hall to the office of Don Meyer, our handwriting expert. We gave him the letters, which supposedly had been written by Mrs. Marston from New York, along with a signed receipt for the bonds and various other exemplars of her handwriting, which we had obtained from her bank. 2:50 p.m. The missing woman's stepfather, William House, arrived at the office. He was a tall, graying man, dignified, well-dressed.
It's about time the police started looking into this thing. How long does a person have to be missing before there's an investigation?
The missing report was only filed yesterday, Mr. House. If you knew your stepdaughter was gone, why didn't you report it?
I've had private detectives working on this for a month. Had them checking everything about the case.
How much luck have they had?
Frankly, not much. But I still got them working on it.
Well, getting back to what we have on hand, Mr. House, how about this statement of Dr. Marston's secretary? She says she saw you with Mrs. Marston at the international airport the night after she disappeared.
It's a lie. I haven't been near that airport in 6 months. It's a lie, and I can prove it. I don't know what Marston's up to, but he isn't going to get away with it.
What do you mean by that, sir?
I think he's murdered Louise. I think he killed her and buried her somewhere. That's my honest opinion.
You sound sure of it.
I am sure of it. I knew Marston for what he was the day I met him. He's a fortune hunter, pure and simple. He's after Louise's money, and nothing's going to stop him. Nothing has stopped him.
Well, I was under the impression that Dr. Marston was wealthy before he married your stepdaughter. Isn't that right, sir?
Certainly not. He was just another poor dentist with a lot of big ideas. All this talk about putting up a building, naming it after himself. Why, Louise fought him on that constantly. He's some kind of crazy egotist.
Well, what about the $80,000 in bonds he says he signed over to Mrs. Marston?
If he told you that, he's a bigger liar than I thought.
Well, he gave us a receipt for the bonds. It was signed by his wife. Can you account for that?
Frankly, no. Either he got her signature on it by some kind of trick, or he forged it. I'm sure he never had that much money. Those bonds belong to Louise.
And what about the letters Dr. Marston got from his wife? You think they were forged, too?
I'm positive they were. Don't you see, officer? It's the perfect cover-up for him.
Well, one way or the other, it's not going to take us long to find out the truth. Our handwriting man's checking over the letters and the bond receipt now. Can you fill us in at all on Dr. Marston's background, Mr. House?
Only since he's been connected with the family, since he married Louise. Say, would you give me a cigarette, please? I went off and left mine at home.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't tell you how I feel about it, officer. I'm afraid of that man. I'm deathly afraid of him. I know he's done something terrible to Louise.
Well, how can you be so sure of it, Mr. House? You must have some basis for your opinion.
I just know, that's all, Sergeant. If Louise had just disappeared and there wasn't any question of money involved, I wouldn't be so anxious about it. But $80,000 worth of bonds, That'll be enough to tempt Marston to murder his own mother. You don't know him like I do.
Well, what do you know about him, sir? There must be something concrete.
I can tell you this much, officer. Marston's a man who is capable of murder. Now, I'm a sensible man. I don't walk up and down the street looking for murderers. But I know when we've got one in the family. That much you've got to believe. You will believe it.
No, sir. Excuse me just a minute. I'll get that. Homicide, Friday. Yeah, Don. All right? All of them? Right. Thank you, Don. Well, that was our handwriting man, Mr. House.
Yes?
He just finished checking the writing in those letters and on the receipt for the bonds.
What'd he say? Forgeries?
No, sir. They're genuine. Every one of them. As soon as William House left the office, Ben and I began an immediate check of his whereabouts the night after his stepdaughter, Louise Marston, had disappeared. We talked to his friends and associates, members of the staff at the club where he lived. We found a dozen people who backed up House's claim that he was nowhere in the vicinity of the airport the night after Mrs. Marston dropped from sight. We went back and talked with Dr. Marston's secretary, Lenore Dexter. She still insisted that she had actually seen House at the airport with the missing woman. Dr. Marston and the stepfather continued to accuse each other of murder. At our request, repeated efforts were made by the New York police to locate Mrs. Marston. No luck. We checked and rechecked with the maid at the home of the missing woman. All she could tell us was that Louise Marston never returned home after leaving the country club, and also that she'd been wearing a fur coat and an expensive diamond solitaire ring. A week passed, and then 2 weeks. We stayed on it, but there wasn't much progress. The case of Louise Marston came to a virtual standstill Wednesday, February 24th.
Hi, Joe.
Morning. Anything new?
Yeah, I think we got a break. The Marston case.
Oh, what do you got?
Maid out of Dr. Marston's home. She called first thing this morning. Said Dr. Marston had a little dinner party out there last night.
What about it?
One of the people there was Marston's secretary, that Lenore Dexter.
Oh, yeah.
She was wearing a large diamond ring.
Yeah?
Maid got a good look at the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Says it's the same one Mrs. Marston was wearing the night she disappeared.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic cases from official police files. Now, let's look at our Fatima files.
Listed under B. Borden, Mrs. Clay Borden of Palm Springs in San Francisco. She says,
pleasing, distinctive, and really extra mild. That's the way I'd describe Fatima. It's definitely the best long cigarette.
friends, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before. Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild, superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean gold and yellow package.
Remember, Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
So if you smoke a king-size cigarette, compare Fatima.
You'll find they now cost the same. But your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Wednesday, February 24th, 9:15 a.m. Ben and I drove out to the home of Dr. Robert Marston and talked to the maid. She told us that on the previous evening, the doctor had had a small dinner party and that one of the guests was the doctor's secretary, Lenore Dexter. The maid told us that she'd gotten a close look at the diamond ring that Miss Dexter was wearing and that she was sure it was the same ring that the doctor's wife, Louise Marston, had been wearing the night she disappeared. 10:20 a.m. We left the Marston house and headed downtown to the doctor's office in the medical dental building. The office was closed and locked. We got back in the car and drove out Sunset Boulevard to Lenore Dexter's home address. We found the secretary having breakfast alone in her two-room apartment. She explained that on Wednesdays, the doctor never opened his office before noon. We questioned her about the dinner party at the doctor's home the night before. We asked her about the diamond ring that she wore at the party. She became confused and hesitant.
Well, what about it, Miss Dexter? Was that your diamond ring you were wearing at the dinner party?
No, Sergeant, it wasn't. I guess it belongs to Dr. Marston, either him or his wife.
Well, did he give it to you as a present?
No. You see, I guess the doctor had a few cocktails before dinner. Maybe one too many. He went upstairs and came down with the ring. He insisted I wear it. He was very insistent. I didn't want to make a scene, so I put the ring on. I gave it back to the doctor just before we left the house. My boyfriend was with me at the party. We had a terrible argument over it. He's very jealous.
Tell me, Miss Dexter, did Dr. Marston have any special reason for wanting you to wear the ring?
No. Just said he liked me and that I was pretty and I ought to have pretty things. My boyfriend didn't like him at all.
Well, had you ever seen that particular diamond ring, Miss Dexter? I mean, before last night?
Well, I don't know, Sergeant. I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, where do you think you saw the ring before?
Mrs. Marston. I think I saw her wearing it once.
Was she wearing it the night you were supposed to have seen her at the airport?
I don't know what you mean. I didn't notice the ring, but I saw Mrs. Marston at the airport.
I'd like to have you think this thing out for yourself, Miss Dexter. Mrs. Marston's been gone for almost 3 months now, and there's a strong possibility that she might have been murdered. You can make up your own mind about it, miss. If you're not involved in that disappearance, I'd advise you to tell us the truth. It might save you a lot of trouble. Miss Dexter?
You mean about my seeing Mr. House at the airport with the doctor's wife the night after she disappeared?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. You sure that's the truth?
I didn't want to get involved, Sergeant. I didn't want any part of it.
You mean you didn't see Mrs. Marston and her stepfather at the airport that night, that you made it all up?
I didn't make it up, Sergeant. I swear I didn't. He told me what to say. He said to do it as a favor for him.
Who's that, miss?
Dr. Marston.
We continued to question the secretary, Lenore Dexter. She confessed that Dr. Marston had directed her to tell the story about seeing Louise Marston and her stepfather, William House, at the international airport. It was all a complete lie. She said that Marston had explained that the whole thing was just a practical joke, that it didn't mean anything. When Mrs. Marston was officially reported missing, she thought of going to the police, but Marston had frightened her out of taking any such action. The only other suspicious thing she could recall about Mrs. Marston's disappearance was a conversation between the doctor and his architect, Mr. Harold Whitmore. He was the architect who had planned and designed the projected Robert A. Marston building for professional men. Well, the secretary told us the doctor's conversation with the architect had taken place about a month before Mrs. Marston's disappearance, and that she'd heard the doctor mention to the architect something about New York and a packet of letters. Lenore Dexter was taken downtown, where she gave us a complete signed statement. Ben and I got in the car and drove to the offices of architect Harold Whitmore over on South Hope Street. He was a tall, florid-faced man, very cooperative.
Yeah, I remember that conversation with Dr. Marston. He gave me a bunch of letters, at least a couple of dozen anyway. They were addressed to the doctor and his little boy Stanley.
What did he want you to do with the letters, Mr. Whitmore?
He asked me if I had any friends in New York, and I said I did. Then he said he was playing some kind of practical joke on his wife and son. He gave me the letters and asked me if I'd send them to a friend in New York and have him mail them back one at a time.
You agreed to do that?
Yeah, that's right. The letters were all sealed and stamped, all in order, the way they were supposed to be mailed. I just sent them back to this friend of mine, Bob Rogers, in New York, and forgot all about it.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Whitmore, how long have you known Dr. Marston? Very long?
No, not too long, only in a business way. He wants to put up this office building of his, and I'm handling the job for him. He's sure nuts on the subject. Can't wait till we start construction on the job. I think his life depended on it.
You know much about his personal life? Where'd you first meet him?
Let's see, I think it was around October of last year. He and Mrs. Marston were building a summer place down at Malibu, and I helped out with the plans. The doctor was always hanging around there, helping out with the work whenever he could.
Uh-huh. And that's the only previous contact that you had with him, huh?
And that's about all, yeah, building the beach house. Dr. Marston thought he had some new ideas about building a new type basement in the place.
That's so?
Yeah, not a bad job on a cellar for an amateur. Used enough cement on it to sink a battleship.
No, just a second, Mr. Whitmore. Did Dr. Marston cement in the basement while the house was being built? Is that...
No, about a couple of months later, around the middle of December, I think.
Do you remember the date exactly when he did the cement work?
Not exactly. It was about the 12th or 13th of December, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right after his wife disappeared.
Wednesday, February 24th, 1:30 p.m. Ben and I picked up Dr. Robert Marston and brought him downtown to the office. We questioned him for an hour and informed him of the evidence against him. Despite the statement of architect Harold Whitmore, the doctor insisted he was innocent of any crime connected with the disappearance of his wife. We contacted the New York Police Department and asked them to check on architect Whitmore's friend, Robert E. Rogers. A special detail of men was dispatched to the summer home at Malibu to see what they could find. Half an hour later, Dr. Robert Marston was placed in a car, and Ben and I drove him to the Malibu home. We continued questioning him during the drive, but he refused to make a statement of any kind. On our arrival at the beach cottage, we found Marston's young son, Stanley, together with the maid and the family butler. We took Dr. Marston downstairs to the basement. The men had a large section of the cement flooring ripped up. They were digging. In the room up above, we could hear young Stanley Marston playing on a toy harmonica.
I'd like to know something, Sergeant, just for my information.
Yes, sir?
Why do you think I'd kill my wife? Why do you think I'd do such a thing?
We're not sure yet if you did kill her.
And why do you have these men doing this? Digging up the whole basement. Why do you think I killed her? You won't find anything. You might as well tell them to stop now. They won't find anything. I explained everything to you. Why can't you take my word for it?
Well, you still haven't explained about those letters, why you had them sent to New York, why you had them mailed back here one at a time.
Got nothing to do with it. Why can't you believe me?
Your wife didn't disappear without a reason, Doctor, and we'd like to know what the reason is.
I told you a dozen times over. You know what happened. We were at the country club, Louise and I. She was drinking a lot. I told her to lay off. We had an argument. She walked out, that's all. She walked out. I didn't see her anymore.
Yes, sir. We'll have it all worked out. Don't worry about it.
Why can't that maid look after the boy up there, making all that noise? Why can't you take him out somewhere down to the beach?
Romero? Yeah?
I'll see you a minute.
Oh, yeah, right.
Sergeant, what do you want me to say?
What's that?
They've found her. You know that. Louise, right where I buried her. What do you want me to say?
Well, that's up to you.
Yes, you wouldn't understand, would you, Sergeant? The only thing I ever wanted in my life. She wouldn't let me have it. The building. Robert A. Marston building. For professional men.
You mean your wife wouldn't give you the money for it? That's why you quarreled, is that it?
I tried to tell her. Through one fight after another. She didn't know how much it meant to me.
And that's why you killed her, huh?
I followed her outside the country club that night. Drove her to my office. She was pretty drunk.
Mm-hmm.
We pretended she was on a trip to New York. I had her write the letters. Had her sign the receipt for the bonds. Wasn't hard to do.
How'd you kill her?
Put my hands around her throat. Didn't stop until she was dead.
Joe?
Yeah, man.
They found her. You ready to go, Doctor?
All right. It was a dream of a lifetime, Sergeant. I almost had it. The Robert A. Marston building. Finest in the city.
Yeah. You want to come upstairs, Doctor? We'll get your coat.
You'll try to understand, won't you? I wanted something that'd last. My own building. My name on it. Something you'd remember.
Yeah.
That's the reason I killed Louise. She didn't want me to have it. My own building. Something that would last. Make the people remember.
Well, you made it, Doctor. Why worry?
What?
You don't need a building. I'll remember you.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 3rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, our latest sales figures indicate that Fatima is undoubtedly the fastest-growing long cigarette in the country. And I'm sure you'll agree that there must be a sound reason for Fatima's ever-increasing popularity. Well, to my way of thinking, that reason can be summed up in just two words. Fatima quality. You'll spot it instantly. Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. So tomorrow, buy a pack of Fatimas and prove to yourself that the difference is quality.
Robert Alexander Marston was charged with murder in the first degree. 10 days after his trial opened in Superior Court, the suspect took his own life in his jail cell by hanging. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Stay tuned for Counter Spy next over most NBC stations.
This is Concours, a world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet. In Europe, to show that an American car can challenge the highways of the world. Concours is an affordable car for people who appreciate the stylish elegance of fine touring cars, luxurious interiors, and dependable Chevrolet engineering. Concours, built for Americans at home anywhere. A world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you late me eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Marie McDonald, the body. Huh? Well, picture Mrs. Duffy. Now divide by 4. You ought to see this McDonald, Duffy. A Sunday school face with a Saturday night figure. And the rest of the week ain't bad neither. Brother, you think them dishes in the kitchen is stacked. Great dame, Duffy. She's got a lot on the balls. Huh? You said that when you met Mrs. Duffy. Then you found out there was a chain attached to the ball, huh? Look, Duffy, you shouldn't ought to talk like that behind your wife's back. Although I admit there's plenty of room for conversation. Yeah, that's an insult. Okay, goodbye. What are you laughing? What's so funny? Mr. Moriarty just told me a very funny story. It seems it was a traveling salesman. Hold it, Eddie. I got to tell you something that I'm busting out all over. You know Marie McDonald, the movie star? Yeah. We're in love. Oh. Now, what was that funny story you was going to tell me? Never mind. It can't top yours. You mean to tell me that you're in love with another movie star? Is that redundant? So what? Well, the last time it was Esther Williams, and before that it was Jean Stern, and before her it was Dorothy Lamour. You finished? No, I can go all the way back to Clara Bow. But this time it's different, Eddie. With me and Marie, love burns like hot ashes. You know, we was cremated for each other. She's really my type. Yeah, I know your type. You got to be a redhead, a blonde, or a brunette, be tall or short, and must breathe. Now, Eddie, this time it's different, you know? The minute I seen this Marie, I knew she held for me a fatal vaccination. You mean fascination? I mean vaccination. Such punctured like a shot in the arm. When did you first see her? Last Saturday night. You see, I had just got me $15 paycheck, so being loaded, I go over to Lefty's Metropolitan Museum of Fools, see, and looking for a sucker, see. Well, so when I leave Lefty's, I decide to go to the movies with the 50 cents that I got left. So I go over to the Bijou, and I plank down 2 bits for a ticket, and with the other 2 bits, I buy me customary 5 bags of popcorn. 5 bags? Yeah. Well, to make the long story short, I get bored with the movies. You know, the first 3 features was lousy, and the 4th one was a Western that I had seen before, and suddenly the main feature comes on. Getting Gertie's Garter. And for the first time, I see this Marie McDonald. Eddie, I was so struck I couldn't touch that 5th bag of popcorn. What a dame. Ever since I seen her, she's got me walking around on a cloud. But with a girl like that, Marie McDonald, that cloud better have a silver fox lining. I see what you mean, Eddie, but the letter I wrote her covered that. You mean you wrote that you was a millionaire? Well, I was subtle about it. I just mentioned that I had a swimming pool, Cadillac, 3 suits.
Did you tell her about them oil wells of yours in Oklahoma?
Oh, I handled that very subtle, too. I just mentioned offhand that Grandmama was an Indian.
Yeah, and I thought I was being fantastic.
Oh, fantastic is as fantastic does.
1 day, 2 day, I get music. 2 day, 3 day, you get me. 2, 3 days, 3 days, 3. Hey, Arch, what number comes after 3?
Tenzy.
Oh, thanks. 3G, 10G, let's be friends.
Finnegan,
I love
please.
it.
Look, what are you so happy about tonight?
Oh, Arch, I heard you was in love again, and that makes me happy, too.
Oh.
So here, I brought you some roses to give to the dame.
Well, thanks, Finnegan, but maybe we better remove the rest in peace ribbon now, huh?
Well, personally, I thought it gave it that little extra touch.
Well, another thing, Finnegan, not that I want to look a guy like you in the mouth, but, them roses smell a little faded.
Well, freshen them up, Arch. Put on a little of that stinkum of yours. That eau de violet.
Oh, don't you think maybe the dame would suspect something?
So what? It ain't every day you run across roses that smell like violets. Who's your lucky dame this time, Arch?
Finnegan, this time I'm the lucky dame. I mean, I'm the lucky guy.
Well, make up your mind, Arch.
Well, anyhow, the lady in question happens to be Marie McDonald. The body, you know.
Oh. Well, Arch, we all gotta go sometime.
Finnegan, the dame is still alive, which is more than I can say for you. Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
I hear you're in love again.
Yep. It was love at first sight.
Love at first sight. Don't make me laugh.
If I was you, I'd believe in love at first sight. If a guy takes a second look, you're dead.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got everything that Marie McDonald has, and then some.
But what a whale of a difference that then some makes.
Archie, I'll take that last remark with a dose of salt. I'd just like to know what Marie McDonald would want with you when she can go out with stars like Clark Gable and Van Johnson.
Miss Duffy, them Hollywood glamour dames is tired of them guys. They're crying for new blood. New good old H2O.
You're a jerk.
You certainly turn a pretty phrase. Anyway, you should talk with some of them antique characters you go out with.
Like, for instance?
Like that guy who was out with Wednesday night, that G.I. Joe from the Civil War.
Archie, he wasn't that old.
He wasn't, huh? The guy was so bent over, all he had to do was drop his arms, and he'd be walking on all fours. What a romantic couple you two must make. I can just see you now, sitting in the parlor, whispering sweet nothings into his ear trumpet.
Well, age ain't everything. It so happens that he's very sweet and kind and very affectionate. The way he holds my hand.
Well, he's got to. If he ever lets go, he'll fall flat on his face. Don't compare that guy to Marie McDonald.
Now, Miss Archie, look, leave us face it. If this girl ever did say she'd marry you, you'd run. Hey, wait a minute. Are you wearing perfume?
Wafted over to you, huh? Yeah, Eddie, it's that new stuff that bachelors irregardless. Put out by Prince Machiavelli.
Now, Miss Archie, now look, she ain't gonna think you Santa Claus just because you smell like Christmas night.
Obviously not, but when she reads how wealthy I am in the column of my old pal Walter Winchell, she'll... Give me that phone. I'll call him now. Hello, Walter Winchell, please. Hello, Wally. Archie. Huh? Hold the line? Okay. Hello? Who's this? Mr. Winchell's secretary. Look, this is Archie of... Hold the line. Okay. Hello? Who's this? Walter? Oh, Walter, the office boy. Well, look, kid, I got a scoop for the boss. Tell him that Marie McDonald, better known as the Body, and that wealthy playboy, Archie, better known as the Wallet, are carrying on a Candlestein romance. Okay, kid, shoot it at him. Now, let's see. Who else?
How about Hedda Hopper?
Oh, yeah. The old pal. Hello? Well, Hedda? Hiya, kid. What are you wearing on your head these days? Yeah, this is Archie. How did you know? Well, look, Hedda, I got an item for you. Beauteous Marie McDonald is nuts about what wealthy bistro owner?
Beauty and the Bistro manager.
Yeah, quiet, Eddie. Hedda, well, look, you might just mention that we have been seen around town dancing the rumba cheek to cheek. Oh, thanks, Hedda.
Miss Archie, if you like this Marie McDonald, why don't you cut out this big shot stuff and just be yourself?
You can't do that, Eddie. You see, you and me love me for what I am.
We do?
Yeah, but for a movie star, I gotta play it big, which gives me an idea. Hey, Finnegan. Finnegan, look, I want Marie McDonald to think I got a lot of dough, so when she gets here, run down to Cohen's candy store.
The Cohen's candy store.
And call me up.
Call you up, yeah.
Yeah, and make out like you're me broker.
Stock or pawn?
Stock, Block, and hurry up. Don't stand there waiting for the brain to come in. Here she comes. Here she comes now. Look at her there, Eddie.
She's sure as pretty as a picture.
Yeah. Get a load of that frame. Good evening. I take it that you're,
Marie McDonald.
Yes. It's a very nice thing to be, too. Well, Miss McDonald, welcome to Duffy's Tavern.
Oh, thank you. I'm supposed to meet someone here named Archie.
A tall, handsome, distinguished-looking gentleman, very wealthy?
Yes.
I'm he.
You? You're Archie?
You sound incredible. What did you expect to find? Some bum?
That's just it. I didn't. Your letter said you were very wealthy.
So?
Then how do you happen to be working in a place like this?
I'm eccentric. Besides, this tavern was left to me years ago by the will of me great-grandpater. You know, that's me pater, twice removed. But enough talk on an empty stomach. Would you care to partake of some cuisine?
Well, I can't stay very long.
Oh, just for dinner.
Who'll drive me home?
The dinner will.
Please, back to the kitchen and get Miss McDonald some food. Well, Marie, leave us talk about us. Tell me, honey, you got any hobbies?
Ooh, well, I like
swimming and money and football and money and baseball and money.
Baseball, huh? Okay, baby, leave us start pitching. Let me take a look at you. Honey, how would you like to have your neck choking with Tekla pearls? How would you like to have them gams of yours swathed in nylons? How would you like to have your whole body covered over... No, that'd be kind of silly. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Penny. Excuse me, Marie. It's me, Broker, calling from the curb. How are you, J.P.? Yes, this is A. Listen, J.P., I want you to buy me 10,000 shares of DD&T. All right? Well, hold on to the Sears Roebuck, but sell out on maternity ward. But, look, J.P., keep it kind of quiet. I don't want the bears to know that I've gone bull. That's all, J.P., and don't call me again. I'm in conference. Get it? Now, where was me, Marie? Oh, yeah. Honey, I love you.
Archie, are you trifling with my emotions?
Not yet, but I'm leading up to it. Now, look, baby, leave us face it. You and me was meant for each other, and Excuse me. Hello? Now, look, J.P., I told you not to call me. What? U.S. Motors just merged with Cucamonga Copper? Well, quick, buy 2,000 shares of preferred and 3,000 shares of ordinary life. Okay, P.J. Now, look, baby,
Archie, I'm afraid I'm taking you away from your business.
My business? Means nothing to me, honey. Stick with me and I'll give it to you. Hello? Look, J.P., I told you not to bother me again. Now, as I was saying, Marie, Listen, you dopey lunkhead. Oh, excuse me, Duffy. I thought it was another lunkhead. Look, wait a minute. I'm kind of busy right now. Huh? I should get off the phone and clean the tin cans out of the back room? Okay, thanks, old man.
Get off the phone and clean the tin cans out of the back room.
It's a Wall Street code.
Oh.
Means I should get rid of Albuquerque Toe and Toe and clean up with Universal Can. Now, look, honey, you and me could make beautiful music together. Or am I alone in my thinking?
Well, nobody's crowding you.
Maybe I ain't made myself clear. Marie, I'm talking about you and me walking down the bridle path. I assume that surely the feeling must be nuptial.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Archie, are you asking for my hand?
Well, yeah, but it's understood, of course, that the rest of you goes with it. What do you say, Marie? Will you marry me?
Archie? Yes.
What was that again?
Yes, I'll marry you.
Oh, that's fine. Holy cat, I'm talking about the preliminaries, and she wants to get right into the main bout. Marie, don't you think I'm kind of rushing things, though?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm a kind of a guy who believes in long engagements.
How long?
Oh, kind of 15 years.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, darling. Let's get married right away. Let's go out right now and buy a big diamond engagement ring.
Oh, yeah.
And then we can go on a nice, long honeymoon on one of your yachts.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back and move into our beautiful big mansion.
Yeah.
You're happy, aren't you, dear?
Yeah.
Oh, I must call Mother and tell her the news. Where's the phone booth?
Right over there. Here's a slug. Holy cat, am I in a jam? Miss Duffy. Miss Duffy, look, you got to help me get an annulment. Now, here's what I want you to do. Oh, Finnegan, I'm glad you're back.
Arch, what'd you hang up on me for? We were just starting to make a fortune.
Yeah, but we got to lose it quick. Now, here's what I want you and Miss Duffy to do. Come here, Eddie, take over for a minute, will you?
Okay. If a body meets the body coming through the ride, it wins the body. Can't imagine why.
Look, Marie, I got a confession to make to you. I hate to say this, honey, but I can't marry you. I've just been toying with your heart
Archie, you mean you're a cad?
to the core. You see, the truth is I'd like to marry you, but I can't on account of me family.
Oh, well, your mother and father can come and live with us.
Me wife, too?
Your wife?
Yep, that's me problem, Marie. I'm poured over by two women. What am I going to do?
Well, if you love me, you can't love her. So, therefore...
Please, the situation is confused enough without simplifying it. Hey, wait a minute. Duck, quick. Here she comes now.
Oh, so this is the woman who is breaking up my home, who is driving me to desperation. Oh, how can you be so cruel, so wicked, so heartless? Gee, that's a pretty dress you're wearing.
Archie, this is your wife?
Yep.
Haven't you got a better reason for not marrying me?
Yes, I have.
Hello, Daddy.
And there it is, Marie. My son, my son.
Just a second. How old are you, Archie?
My last birthday?
Yes.
28.
28.
Well, I'm prematurely old.
And how old are you, little boy?
32.
But that makes you 4 years older than your father.
How do we get out of this one, Pop? It's simple. You see, Marie Clifton, my son here, was an incubator baby, and some jerky intern turned up the heat too high, and it aged him very quick.
You don't look much like your father.
No? I guess that's because I was born out of town. So, Marie, you see, this is my family. There, you have it in a nutshell.
I couldn't think of a more appropriate place. But, Archie, I still want you.
Daddy, did you tell Miss McDonald you was wiped out in the stock market?
Wiped out? Son, wherever did you hear this terrible news?
Well, Arch, I was a stockbroker, wasn't I?
Finnegan!
Oh, so that's it, is it? Oh, I'm getting out of this place, and fast.
Wait a minute, Marie. Where are you going?
Back to my husband, you can't.
Back to... How can people be that deceitful?
Daddy, can I have a new yo-yo for Christmas?
Ah, shut up.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Creases look really sharp in the right places, but never on your eyes. That's why Revlon created Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Cream Shadow. Crease-Proof Shadow. It just won't creep into creases. It's wink-proof, fade-proof, even waterproof. Stays fresh, stays put in 21 beautiful colors. Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Shadow by Revlon. There you go.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else, we offer you Escape.
To an island off the northwest coast of Africa, and the story of a man whose quest for happiness was blocked by a giant, a madman, and a beautiful girl, as Millard Kaufman tells it in his exciting story, The Gladiator. Carnetti follows his advantage with a right claw for the McNabb's heart. Then a left to the chin, and a right. And another right. a wizard of a smash McNabb's jaw, and the pride of Scotland is down. He's down. The referee motions Scaletti to a neutral corner and begins counting.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I stood there in a neutral corner, not realizing it was over. This was it, Joe. I had to tell myself this was it. After 12 years in the scrambled brains business, 12 years of living like a monk and dying before each fight, this was it. And then I saw her. Dark she was, and pliantly slender. The most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. She sat there among the ringside bloodsuckers with the arc lights on her white face. As calm and incurious as a queen. Even a cold shower couldn't get her out of my mind. I don't know why. Her hair was the color of night, and she wore a diamond in it, like a star, when only one is shining in the sky. And now I'd never see her again.
Joe!
If I had any guts at all, I'd have gone to her as I left the ring. I'd have said, "You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." I'd have said, "What's your name? What are you doing here?"
Joe!
What? Oh, yeah, Pony.
You can climb out of the shower now. Newspaper guys have gone.
You got rid of him real fast, huh?
It was a snap. Nobody's interested in a retired heavyweight champion. Not even on his first night of retirement.
Well, that's the way I want it. For the rest of my life.
Hey, here's your rub, Joe.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, they'll pay the sports writers. They thought you'd stick around London for a while instead of turning off to Rome.
Yeah, we got the plane tickets.
Yeah, and an hour to make the plane, so please don't...
Good evening, gentlemen. May I string to congratulate you on your splendid victory.
Thanks, Bud, but now...
My name is Verenia. Julius Verenia.
Yeah, it's nice knowing you. But we're sort of in a hurry.
May I introduce my niece? Come in, my dear. Miss Kate, dear.
Hello.
Hello.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Where did you see me before?
In the ring. I mean, when I was in the ring. I thought you were the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen.
Hey, Joe, we better get going. We'll miss connection.
Mr. Scaletti, I wonder if you and your manager would consent to be my guests on your trip to Rome. I assure you no public conveyance could be as pleasant as the one I offer. Christian?
Well, there are certain compensations about Estina.
Thanks a lot, but we couldn't impose on you.
But I insist, my dear sir. Mr. Scaletti, you see, I am a student of the boxing. I should enjoy talking with you. I should be honored playing host to the greatest of all champions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Verenius, but...
Please.
Mr. Verenius, we'd be delighted to go.
Yeah, but Joe...
Your niece won't mind.
I would love having you.
Splendid. I'll have your baggage picked up at the airport. I can't tell you what a pleasure it will be for my niece and me.
The pleasure is all mine.
But I just do not understand. You had success. You were famous, and you gave it up. I would never have given it up.
You know, I like the way you dress. You fit into it nice.
You sound like a kid on his first date.
Well, in the way I am. See, I've never been this close to a nice girl before.
I'm not so nice, Joe. And you're not so close.
Well, I can get closer.
No, Joe.
Yeah, 3 days on the water, 3 nights under the stars.
You sound absolutely lyrical. Like number 1 on the hit parade.
And it's still no Joe. Huh?
Don't rush me. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time to make up for all.
You're like a spring all wound up.
I've been wound up for 12 years.
Well, wind down. Talk a little. Talk it out.
Talk, that's kid stuff.
Oh, you don't know anything about kids. I don't believe you ever were a kid.
No, I guess I wasn't.
The night of my 17th birthday, I had my 17th fight. It's some coincidence. Huh?
Why cry about it? You're still young.
Yeah, I'm 29. Days are going fast, and what have I got to show for them?
Oh, nothing. Nothing except the satisfaction and the wealth and the fame of being the greatest fighter in the world.
And that world was pretty narrow. A ring 20 feet square surrounded by rope.
You're the first man since Fitzsimmons to hold the light heavyweight and the heavyweight championship at the same time.
Hey, how do you know so much about fighting?
Oh, I don't. I'm just quoting.
Speak for yourself. Tell me about yourself. Or is that kid stuff, too?
No, but there's nothing to tell.
Oh, there must be. I mean, who are you? Do you live in Rome or Paris or neither or both? How does it feel to be rich when you don't have to fight for it?
Well, you say I would rather talk about you.
Lucretia, why are you so upset?
I'm not upset.
Hey, Joe. Joe, I got to see you. Hey, well, your manners, Pony. You're interrupting.
Oh, that's all right. Joe, I'll see you later.
Lucretia,
Joe, there's something fishy about this whole lash-up.
Huh?
Listen to me, Joe. It's about this joker, Berenius.
Oh, what about it?
He's a stranger. He talks all the time about fighters like most guys talk about dames.
You can't stop him from talking.
And he looks at you like a crazy. Like a butcher fixing to carve up a prize bull.
You can't stop him from looking either.
All right. But remember the dressing room 3 nights back? When you said we'd go with him? And he said he'd pick up our gear at the airport?
So?
So how did he know our gear was at the airport? How did he know we was going to Rome?
You told the sports writers. Maybe you read it somewhere.
I told him a couple of minutes before Berenius popped up. But that's not all. Joe, get your mind off that dame and listen.
All right, I'm listening.
Well, I've been trying to brush him all day. And on a little boat like this, it ain't easy, even in its fog. 10 minutes ago, he almost cornered me, so I took off. Up that stairway.
A ladder. Aboard ship, you call it a ladder.
All right, so I go off, like the 2nd floor.
Now, the bridge.
You stop interrupting. I mosey around, and I happen to notice that big map.
That's a chart. They mark our course on it day by day.
That's it. Well, I almost fall down. Joey, we ain't going to Rome.
What?
To go to Rome, we should have turned left at the Rock of Gibraltar. That's how you get to what you call the Mediterranean Sea.
And we didn't?
We kept going south. Right now, we're somewhere off Africa. What do we do, Joey?
We'd better talk to Verenius.
Hey, you made us all start talking. Here he comes.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Verenius,
Please, call me Julius. You are enjoying the trip. You are comfortable.
Well, a matter of fact, it's...
Splendid. You look marvelous, Joe. You've never looked better.
No? What makes you so sure? You never saw me till 3 days ago.
Ah, that's where you are wrong. I've known you a long time, Joe. Since the night you defeated Jackie Slade at the Polo Grounds in your native New York.
What? That was 10 years ago.
10 years, 5.5 months. When you walked in the ring that night, you were just another preliminary boy. When you walked out, I knew you would be champion. Of all the bouts I have ever seen, that is the one I most enjoy remembering.
Well, it's the fight I'd like most to forget.
When you hit Slade in the 2nd round. A magnificent punch. He was in the hospital 3 weeks.
He almost died. I wanted to give up fighting for good.
But why?
Because I don't like hurting people. I don't like to kill.
You don't like hurting? That is very funny.
Here's something funnier than that. Why aren't we going to Rome?
I hate noise. But I suppose the klaxon is necessary in the fog.
Come on, quit stalling, Verenius.
My dear Joe, I never stall. I certainly wouldn't try to now, when you're obviously so sure of what you're talking about.
Where are we going?
Home. Home. With me. Accuse me of selfishness if you like. But I so much enjoy playing host to you that I thought I'd prolong the pleasure. Perhaps I should have consulted you about it, but you would not have accepted. Would you?
I would not.
You see? But, of course, we cannot turn back now.
Why not?
Because I have this gun. And it is loaded. And as I know very little about firearms, it might go off and hurt you. I would not want that to happen, Joe. It would interfere with my plans.
Oh? What plans are those?
Something I've thought about for 10 years, since the night at the Polo Grounds. I'll tell you all about it sometime soon. But now, if you'll head down that passageway, you'll find a small but comfortable brig ready to receive you. Let's go.
Escape under the direction of Norman McDonald returns in just a moment. Looking for a bookie? Investigators are. Police are, too. But some police are not looking for the bookies that are a major part of organized crime in America. CBS Radio, as the third in its important documentary series, The Nation's Nightmare, uncovers fascinating facts about the bookie business. Hear from police, criminals, victims, in their own voices, under authentic conditions. Hear CBS Radio's The Nation's Nightmare on most of these same stations tomorrow night. And now, back to Escape.
Some pleasure cruise this turns out to be. And all because you fall for a dame with slow gin eyes and a diamond in her hair. Some fair shuffle you got from her Uncle Julius. So, what are you going to do about it?
You're my manager, you tell me.
I'll tell you this much. We got to do something, even if it's wrong.
What can we do? Uncle Julius has got 4 aces and a gun. I got 4 walls and I got bars on the door.
I'll tell you what I got. I got a mad on that dame worse than I got on our Uncle Julius. If I ever lay hands on either of them, I'll...
Laisse-moi!
Hey, what's that?
Laisse-moi!
Well, if it ain't the dame with the slow gin eyes.
Yeah. Berenius must have flipped to lock up his ever-loving niece. Now listen, baby, you better give it to us straight. What's this all about?
I don't know. I saw him pull that gun on you, so I go to him. I say, what kind of business is this? I say, this is not my deal.
What deal?
Likely story.
I swear. Practical jokes are okay, I told him, but not with a gun. So he tossed me and he was just...
So that's what you get for talking back to your Uncle Julius.
He's not my Uncle Julius.
He must have disowned her.
I never saw him till a week ago. He comes in this club in Paris where I'm singing. He offered me 20,000 francs to go to London with him. Just for the weekend, you see. To play a practical joke on 2 friends.
Well, if we're the friends, I wonder how he treats his enemies.
I'm afraid we're going to find out.
Well, let's find out now.
But how?
Boney, get that 10 basin over there.
Basin?
Yeah, get it. All right, Lucretia, take off the shoe.
Shoe?
Yeah, do what I say. Now, when I start rattling the door, you start banging away at the bulkhead.
Oh, I get you.
All right, are you ready? Okay, let's go. All right. Now, what do you want?
We want you should tell us a story.
Where are we going? And why?
You are asking for the story of my life.
Then tell it. Come on in and tell it.
No, thank you. I'll tell it on this side of the bar. Does the name of Berenius mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Once I knew a lightweight called Speedy Berenius. He was a bum, too.
Yes. Berenius, you are a constant loser. But the greatest loser of all, Publius Berenius. He was commander-in-chief of the Roman Imperial Army 2,000 years ago. He was sent to put down the revolt of Spartacus the Gladiator. He was bad looking.
Oh, it's tough.
Poor. Publius returned to Rome in disgrace. He was ostracized. Consigned to a tiny island at the farthest rim of the Roman Empire. That's where he went with his wife and his slaves and his gold. That's where he lived. And so did his sons. And their sons. That's where I live today. That is where we're going.
You expect us to believe that?
If you wish. Tomorrow you will see for yourself.
All right, then, for tonight, we'll let it pass. Now for the second question.
Why are you going there? My dear fellow, you're going there to fight. You're going for the hardest fight of your life.
Oh, so that's it. Well, let me tell you, Buster. Joe will belt the ears off any bum you put in a ring with him.
There won't be any ring, Pony.
He'll cold cock your bum and anywhere on your name.
There won't be any round.
Joe will kill him.
Hostage. Or Joe himself might be killed. You see, Pony, this fight will be to the death. We got there the next night. A little island and a mantle of fog that hung solid as grease over land and sea. The dock gave way to a worn stone path. And suddenly, out of the fog, an enormous structure appeared with towers and battlements plunging so high they were lost in the gloom.
Look, it's like a castle or something.
Not as big as Radio City, but almost.
You like it, Joe? I'd like it better if you'd keep that cannon out of my spine. I apologize, Joe, but I cannot count your escape in the fog. The fog is most difficult. Usually the view from here is magnificent. Yeah. On a clear day, you can see Catalina. Or at least the African mainland. I admire your talent for jokes in so sane a situation. The situation's impossible. You kidnapped me to kill or be killed for your amusement. And now you regret that the view is not up to par. You're shocked, Joe, simply because my values differ from yours. Well, that's a mild way of putting it. You're shocked because you might die for my amusement. Death is not amusing. Where I come from. Where you come from. I assure you I am equally shocked by the values of your words. At least we've gone a couple of thousand years from barbarism. You've gone from barbarism to decadence without touching civilization. We don't kill men for amusement. I often wonder what you kill them for. Yet the killing goes on, year after year. What's war but mass murder? All right, but basically our way of life... Basically you have no way of life. You have a culture of gadgets, to which no one has contributed anything of value since the Romans invented the bathtub.
Oh, don't argue with him, Joe. It is getting us nowhere.
Quite right, my dear. Anyway, this is as far as I go.
What's on the other side of the wall?
You'll find out. As soon as I find the key. Here it is. Inside, if you please. And make yourself at home. I am your slave. Yeah. Or vice versa. The iron door swung shut, and we were in an ancient Roman village. The stone walls surrounding us must have been 8 feet thick and about 4 times as high, and notched along the top with saw teeth. Mud huts crouching in a soupy night formed an irregular circle around the deserted marketplace, just like those pictures in a first-year Latin book. Only Uncle Julius had tricked up the joint with a few of the modern gadgets he so much despised.
Look, Joe. On top of the wall, between the notches.
Yeah. Machine gun. Searchlight.
About every 50 yards. Like a concentration camp.
Joy. What are we going to do?
You keep asking me that.
Would you keep ducking the answer?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to dig up some local talent. Maybe we could talk to them.
What do you suppose they speak?
Maybe Latin. You know any Latin?
Yeah, pig Latin, I know. I could talk it like a native when it was the thing around Jacob's Beach. Hey, what's that? Joey. Look at him.
I looked at the man who came out of the fog. His face was scarred, and his shoulders were like a pair of shovels, and great welts of muscle shifted when the shovels moved under the thin toga. One of his hands was curved like half a watermelon around what seemed to be a lash, a double strip of rawhide studded with iron spikes. He was the biggest man I ever saw.
You are Scarlatti. I am Crixus.
Pleased to meet you.
I come from Caesar.
Caesar?
Caesar Varinius. He talked to me a long time. Explain to Scarlatti, he say. Answer questions, tell him what to expect. I tell you what to expect in one word.
And what is the word, Crixus?
Death.
Anyway, he speaks English.
Death is the same in any tongue.
What makes you so sure I'll die?
Because tomorrow in the combat, I kill you.
Well, you look like the kid who could do it.
Caesar said to show you this.
Now, what is it? A lash?
It is cestus, the gauntlet. You wear it, so. One in each hand with the leather thongs tied to the arm, and the iron studs over the knuckles.
What a weapon.
You fight with me?
Of course.
Hey, but what if Joe don't want to fight?
Those who will not fight are killed by the guns.
And there is no way out? No way to escape?
3 men tried in last few months, and 2 last year.
They were killed by the guns?
They were killed by the gladiators.
But why?
You see, it would be difficult for Caesar if a slave escaped and talked. So Caesar has made it difficult for all of us. He wired the island with enough explosive to blow it off the earth. If a slave escapes, Caesar touches a button, and whoa! It is the end of us all. He is very clever, Caesar.
Crixus, how many gladiators are there here?
Once 120. Now me. And you.
How many men on the guns?
12 guns on the wall. 24 men. Each gun is placed to cover all the others. Clever.
But they're about 50 yards apart. A man might slip between them in the fog.
There are searchlights.
What do you think, Joe? The fog, Pony. The lights are useless in the fog. Yeah, but how can we climb the wall? Crixus, each gladiator had a pair of these gauntlets, right?
Of course.
Where are they now?
In that chest over there.
Yeah, it's locked.
Of course. I have the key.
Well, come on, open it, Crixus.
Why?
Look, we'll tie them together and make a rope with a loop on one end. We'll swing the loop over a notch on top of the wall.
No, Scarlatti. No. Not while I am here.
You would rather fight than be free?
I kill Scarlatti tomorrow, I am free. Caesar has said it.
And if you don't kill me, you'll be dead.
Huh? I kill you like a fly.
It's no use, Joe. This jerk's lined up with Vernius. I hate to think of tomorrow. Yeah. I guess I'll have to tangle with him tonight.
What you say, Scarlatti?
Nothing, Crixus. Just Boy, you sure clobbered. All right, let's find that key. Now, here it is. Come on. Yeah. All right, Pony, now take these gauntlets and tie him up. Tie him up good.
Hey, he'll never get out.
Use one for a gag.
Right.
Tie them tight, Joe. You think they will hold?
I don't know, baby. But in about 10 minutes, we're going to find out. I missed the first try, but the second, caught and held. And I went up, hand over hand. And then the rope tightened below me as Lucretia and Pony began to climb. The machine gun was about 60 feet away, somewhere beyond the fog. But the whistling of the gunner was the guide. Foghorn. All right. Now down the other side. Come on.
Hey, what's that? Great Scott! He must have bit through the leather cake. The alarm!
Come on, run for the boat. There's the boat, Lucretia. Come on. Just a little further. All right, cast off.
Pony. Not just yet. Put up your hand. Not this time, Peronius. Stay back. I kill all of you. Maybe one of us, but one of us will get you. Stay back. Stay back.
Joe, are you hurt?
No, not much. Get aboard.
Does it hurt you much, Joe? Your wound?
No.
Look, Joe. The sun. The fog is gone. There's the African coast.
Yeah? Look over there, you see? The island of Verenius.
Joe, there is smoke coming from it.
Look at it.
Oh, Joe, it blew it up. The whole island. There's two.
Yeah? In a few hours, the water won't even be muddy out there.
Joe,
Yeah?
there's only one thing wrong with this whole lashup.
What is that, Pony?
Nobody's going to believe any part of this now.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Gladiator by Millard Kaufman, starring Bill Conrad. Featured in the cast were Lou Krugman, Ted Osborne, and Lillian Buyeff, with Paul Frees and Byron Kane. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Next week, escape with us to the Yellow Sea and the story of a man who fought the entire Japanese Navy with an ancient submarine and an untrained crew, as Alec Hudson tells it in his exciting story, Up Periscope.
When an actor takes his work so seriously that he begins living the role in real life, a situation supercharged with tension develops. Tomorrow night on most of these same stations, CBS Radio brings you Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the Broadway Playhouse's A Double Life. Hear what happens when a star portrays the tragic role of a fellow off stage as well as on. It's a Broadway Playhouse thriller on CBS Radio tomorrow night. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
When the family's all together, life's the best that it can be. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. 'Cause Fritos goes with fun, and fun makes family memories. And old or young, life's more fun when you're munching Fritos. Munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Fried corn chips.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
And Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I See the Moon at Noon. A very pleasant word in any language is that 8-letter word, vacation. A chance to get away, have a rest, have fun, visit new and beautiful places. A vacation is certainly something to look forward to all year. But how would you housewives like to have a vacation every week? A relief and rest from back-breaking work that is so unnecessary. You can, thanks to Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the easy-to-use floor polish that makes linoleum and other floors sparkle with beauty, that saves work all year long because it needs no rubbing or buffing. And not only that, but Glow Coat saves work by making it so easy to keep floors spotless and clean. How do you use Glow Coat? Simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your kitchen linoleum, for example, will be gleaming, protected against wear and dirt. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And Glow Coat makes linoleum last so much longer. If you're not already a Glow Coat user, just buy a can from your dealer right away. Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Looking through the family photograph album is guaranteed to arouse memories of days which have passed. Thank goodness. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, the family's Rogues Gallery is getting a once-over light from Fibber McGee and Molly.
And here's the baby picture of you, McGee.
Oh, sure.
No, don't turn the page. I want to look at it.
Molly, I haven't got any clothes on.
Don't be silly. Stop blushing. It's just a baby picture.
Any photographer who would take advantage of an innocent baby and take a picture like that is a menace to society, and he should be...
My, you look so bright and interested in the world.
Yeah. If I'd have been a little brighter and knew what I know now, I wouldn't have been so interested. Now, turn the page, Molly. That embarrasses me.
All right.
Uh-oh. Get a load of you in the 1916 bathing suit. You couldn't really swim in that Eskimo ensemble, could you? Where's the oars?
Well, as I remember, dearie, it was considered more ladylike to stick one toe in the water, scream delicately, and then walk up the beach looking for pretty pebbles which weren't very pretty when they dried out.
Oh, well, I liked it. Hey, who's the handsome lifeguard in this picture with you?
Don't you know?
No.
That was Stinky Hinckley that I used to go to school with.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look over here. Snapshot of Uncle Dennis. He always wore those open-collar sports shirts.
He had to. There's a guy who's got to have plenty of elbow room for his Adam's apple.
Now, Uncle Dennis isn't so bad. You're inclined to exaggerate his weakness.
It'd be hard to exaggerate his weakness. That guy's had more swallows than Capistrano.
Ah, well, he isn't so bad. Oh, look. Here's a picture of you in your army uniform.
Oh.
Ah, my soldier boy.
Hey, boy.
A little baggy in the puttees, but still my soldier boy.
I think those uniforms were designed by the same guy who made your 1916 bathing suit.
Still, it was a pretty good army for the shapes they were in it. Say, what was your rank, McGee?
I was a gold brick.
Were you really? Is that better than lieutenant?
It was better for me at the time.
Now here's the picture I really love. Aunt Sarah.
Oh, good old Aunt Sarah. I remember. Oh, remember the time she kicked the horse?
Well, the horse kicked her first. Say, what became of that good picture of me on this page?
I don't know. It sits around someplace.
But I want to know. Heavenly days, if you're that careless with a picture of me, why, I want to be...
All right. If you must know, I'm carrying it in my wallet.
Ah, McGee.
Yeah.
Do you always have it with you?
I better have. It's got my Social Security number on the back of it.
All right. I don't know why men hate to admit they're sentimental.
Protective instinct, I guess. A coconut looks tough, too, but where does it wind up? On top of a cake at a tea party. Hey, what did we start looking at this album for anyway?
Because I promised Aunt Sarah nice pictures.
Oh, yeah.
But there's none of these I'd want to use. Say, let's go downtown right now and get some decent pictures taken.
No sooner said than the monkey grabbed it. Get your hat and let's go. Gee, I'm glad I shaved this morning because... for the... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I'm sorry, I haven't got time to talk to you now. I got to go downtown and have our pictures taken.
Why?
Well, on account of our Aunt Sarah wanted one.
Why?
Well, because she kind of likes us.
Why?
Because... Can't you say anything but why?
Sure.
Well, why don't you?
Why?
Never mind. What do you want, sis? Oh, I suppose you're hungry again.
No, mister, I'm not hungry.
You're not? Well, fan me with a flagstone. What's the matter, sis? Don't you feel good?
Sure I do, I bet you, but I'm just not hungry. Gee, I couldn't even go to the dog scorch this afternoon.
Well, that's to the what?
The dog scorch.
Huh?
Weenie roast to you, mister. You know, the teacher gave a weenie roast for all the kids on account of school letting out for the summer.
Oh, I see. And you just didn't feel up to downing a roasted rover, eh?
No. When I saw my final report card, I was so afraid to show it to my mom and papa, I guess I just kind of lost my appetite, I guess.
Well, that's silly to lose your appetite over a little thing like that. Your parents will see your report card sooner or later anyway.
Oh, no, they won't.
Oh, yes, they will.
Oh, no, they won't.
Oh, well, why won't they?
'Cause I ate it.
Ooh.
The Wistful Vista Photo Studio, dearie.
Corner of 14th and Oak. We'll be there in a minute.
I wonder if we should have called up and made an appointment.
You know what we'd have got if we had, don't you?
What?
Mert.
Well, I just thought...
Well, hello there, kids. Where are you going?
Oh, we're going to the photograph studio, Mr. Oldtimer.
What for? Gonna get your pictures took?
What do you think we're going there for, you old dodo? Take a rumba lesson?
Oh, don't say rumba to me, Johnny. I'm just smack dab wore out from it. Danced till 4 o'clock this morning.
Heavenly days, 4 o'clock. When did you start?
About 2, daughter. And I was tired when I started because I'd been bowling all evening.
Bowling all evening? Well, that's a pretty strenuous schedule for a guy your age, old-timer.
Oh, it wouldn't have been so bad, Johnny, but on top of the 36 holes of golf yesterday afternoon.
What? Dear, oh, dear. 2 rounds of golf, then bowling till 2 a.m. and dancing till 4? Why, aren't you overdoing it a little?
Might be at that, daughter. I guess I'm slipping. I'd even have to give up running 5 miles before breakfast.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You mean to tell us, old-timer, that you run 5 miles every day before breakfast?
Rainy days, Johnny.
Oh.
Nice days, I go 10.
Oh.
Kind of tones me up. But I don't know. Last few days I've been getting kind of droopy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't seem to have any pep. Just sort of, oh, sweet Jiminy.
What's the matter?
Just remembered. Sorry, kids, you'll have to excuse me.
Huh?
I'm in a handball tournament down the athletic club. I'll see you later.
Well, he's certainly got a lot of pep for his age, hasn't he, McGee?
For his age, he's got a lot of pep for my age.
Yeah, but he can't keep up that pace. Why, he'll burn himself out before he's 110. Come on, dearie. Here's the studio.
Yeah.
How do you do? Did you wish to make an appointment?
No, we don't, sis. We come in to get some pictures taken.
But you didn't have an appointment?
No, we didn't.
Have we got to have an appointment?
Yes, you do.
Can we make one right now?
For what time?
Right now.
Certainly. Just sit down and we'll take care of you in just a few moments. May I ask your name, please?
Fibber McGee, sis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I suppose you brought your daughter in for a graduation photo?
Thank you, dearie. Just for that, I'll take an extra dozen.
They usually do.
Well, what we came in here for, sis?
May, what an ordeal. Please send me proofs as soon as possible, my dear. These pictures are for the society section.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Uppington. Which one do you think you'll like?
I think I prefer the one showing me cantering through the park on my favorite horse. And oh, May, how do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
So you've been mugged for the society section, have you, dearie? And what's this about your favorite horse?
Oh, just background, my dear. Once public demands a certain stage setting for we society folk, you know.
I'd like to take a gander at you cantering through the park, Uppy, with or without a horse. I'll bet you're the cream of the riding crop.
Say, didn't I see your picture in a magazine giving a testimonial for Kurtelmeyer's ketchup, Abigail?
Possibly you did, my dear. I do a great deal of that sort of thing in my position, you know. The proceeds go to charity.
Oh, that's very sweet, Uppy. You ever go in for billboards?
Yes. Yes, but I gave that up, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
The passers-by were quite disrespectful, and I don't look well in a mustache. Oh, are you here to sit for a portrait?
Yes, we are, Abigail, and I hope we get some good ones.
Oh, I think you'll find this firm does excellent work, my dear. They've taken some very glamorous portraits of me.
Well, Mrs. Uppington, if they could take glamorous...
McGee! Don't say it.
Don't say what?
What we were both thinking.
Okay, I won't, but I'm telling you, it was a nifty. You want one of our pictures when we get them, Uppy?
Oh, I would dearly love to have another one of you. Thank you. I still have one of Mrs. McGee.
Oh, didn't you have one of McGee, too?
Oh, yes, a life-size head. Oh. But last fall, my little nephew saw it on the piano and insisted on having it.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, hero worship, you know, Uppy. There's something about an older, dignified man that kids instinct.
Oh, no. It wasn't that, Mr. McGee.
It wasn't?
No, he cut the eyes out of it and was using it as a Halloween mask.
Hero worship, is it?
Oh, well, shucks. I remember her, nephew. A born gangster, if I ever saw one. Why, personally, I think that...
Okay, Ernie. I'll come back and try it again next week.
Hi, Harlow.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks.
What's the matter with you, Harlow?
I'm unhappy. I came in here to have my picture taken, and what happens? I can't get rid of this smile.
Well, can't you even sober up for a minute?
No, I can't. I'm so darn happy about the popularity of Johnson's Wax and how it's saving hours of housework and making homes beautiful and charming that I just can't help smiling.
Well, I'll wipe that smile off your face, my friend. Just think of the years of monthly payments you'll have on that new house of yours.
Yeah. How about all that new furniture?
Got to pay for it, yeah.
That's one thing that makes me so happy. Think of the fun I'll have Johnson waxing it. Oh, boy. Well, I'll see you later, folks. Maybe next week I won't be so happy.
Poor Mr. Wilcox. He takes his work so to heart.
Well, he's got to. His heart's in his job, and his job's in Racine, so how long we got to wait to have our pictures taken, sis?
It won't be long now, Mr. McGee. But this is our busy season, you know.
Oh.
Graduation time, weddings, vacation. You better comb your hair. It's a mess.
Here, McGee, take this comb and brush up a bit.
Well, let's see if I... Oh, hi, Throckmorton, old man. What are you
Well,
doing
hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. I'll be with you in a moment. I say, Miss Jones, are my movie films ready yet?
I'll take a look, Mr. Gildersleeve. They should be.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what are you doing here, folks?
We're going to have our pictures taken, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My goodness, why didn't you tell me? I'd have done it for nothing. I'm quite a photographer, you know. I've had some of my work in the best exhibitions all over the state.
Yeah. I've seen some of your work, and I know all about it.
Yep.
If one of your pictures turns out so dark it don't make sense, you develop it kind of fuzzy and call it Nocturne or Moonlight over Lake Winnemucca or something.
Now, I've seen some of your work, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
McGee is just jealous.
Jealous my left hind foot. Gildersleeve's the kind of a photographer who takes pictures of a girl and a bulldog and calls it Beauty and the Beast. He ain't had an original thought since he was 3 years old and crawled behind the Victrola looking for Mary Garden.
No, look here, you little prevaricator. I won't...
Hold it, Gildersleeve, hold it. Well, what did you call me?
A prevaricator.
Oh, you did. Well, you call... Hey, Molly, what's a prevaricator?
A liar.
Oh, that. Okay, what were you about to say, Gildersleeve?
I was about to say that if you don't stop this eternal disparaging, these derogatory comments of yours, by George, one of these days, I'm going to wade into you.
Go on, you wouldn't wade into the kitchen sink without a lifeguard sitting on the soap dish.
Why, you repulsive little reprobate. One more insult from you, and I'll pin your ears back with a couple of your own teeth.
Why, you overgrown puffball, you. You lay a hangnail on me, and I'll whip you unconscious with a shoestring.
That did it. Put up your hands, McGee, and we'll have this out right here now.
Oh, now, just a minute, boys. This is no place.
Let him start something, Molly. Meantime, call the hospital and reserve him twin beds, because I'm going to tear him in two.
You're going to tear two in who? I mean you're going to tear who in two, you little...
Here are your films, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? Oh, thank you very much. My goodness, I hope these come out good. Drop in tonight, folks, and I'll run them off for you.
Oh, okay, Gildy. What time?
How's 8 o'clock?
Fine, we'll be there.
Splendid. Good day, Mrs. McGee. So long, little chum.
So long, Truckee.
The King's Men sing the Chul song, but not from Faust. On a path in a park in old New York, a boy and a girl were taking a walk. They pledged their love in double talk. They were really cooing it. Now they got me doing it. Chul, 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 I rule. Chul, I chagarack, chul, barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. Ooh, 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 I rule. Chul, I chagarack, chul, barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. The tune is teasy, so cool and breezy. Just take it easy. Chul, 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 I rule. Chul, I chagarack, chul, barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. I met with a gal and her name was Vasily. Sight of her, sight Vasily, won't you be less chilly? You should have seen the change come over that filly. Pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, chagarack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see Vasily by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. Now slice it thick or slice it thin. It ain't where you're going, it's where you've been. This is just where I came in. Pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, slow reel. No rhyme nor reason, but kind of pleasing. Always in season. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo.
Hookadiddle is a riddle with a fiddle in the middle. Took a diller in a bag of feathery. Sure, sure, sure. How silly it makes you feel. Hookadiddle, all about slow reel. Slow reel. Slow reel. Never get a better with a diller in a bag of feathery.
Hey, sis, how long we got to wait to have our pictures taken? We've been standing.
Yeah, we've been sitting here over a half an hour, dearie.
The photographer will take you next, I think. He's just finishing with his last sitting. Yes, there's the last customer before you. Is everything all right, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, miss. I think everything will be just dandy.
Hi, Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Well, my goodness. Hello there.
You had your picture taken, Wimple?
Yes, I did. And now I can hardly wait to get home. Things are so happy there.
Oh, that's fine. You and your wife must be getting along better these days.
Oh, just peachy, Mr. McGee.
That's fine.
She's out of town.
Oh, is she having a pleasant vacation?
I don't know, but I am.
Look, Wimple, I'm not one to butt into a guy's married life, but if you're so miserable, why don't you threaten to walk out on her?
Oh, I did, Mr. McGee. It was last winter.
Mm-hmm.
I walked right up to her and said, Mrs. Wimple, I said, standing on my tiptoes and looking her right in the eye. Mrs. Wimple, I said, I think I'm going to run away.
Oh. And what happened?
Well, nothing more was said about it for 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh.
Why not?
I couldn't get the adhesive tape off of my mouth.
Poor Mr. Wimple. You know, I sometimes think he enjoys his misery.
Sure he does. He dramatizes himself. And a worse piece of playwriting I never did see.
Mr. McGee, you and Mrs. McGee may go in the studio now.
Oh,
right in there.
Right, thank you, dearie. Come on, dearie.
Oh, boy. Oh, look at the equipment. Huh. This guy's got enough flood lamps to make us look as bright as the sunshine on the wings of the doves flying over the blue lakes of Killarney.
But it isn't complete.
Why not?
Well, there's no papier-mâché automobile to sit in. Or a big crescent moon.
Hey, where's the photographer? Hey, is anybody here?
Oh, you folks looking for somebody?
Yes, we're looking for you.
For me?
Yeah, we've been stalled long enough, Bud. Now get busy and take our pictures. Something pretty nice.
Oh, certainly. Something pretty nice, eh?
Yes.
I suppose you'd like a $20 job?
Heavenly days, $20. I could be painted in oil for $5 more.
I'd let them boil me in oil for $5 less. $20. Is that the cheapest job you got, Bud?
No, we have a $15 special, and that's only $7.50 apiece, you know. Must be paid in advance. Otherwise, there's a slight carrying charge.
Well, all right. The best is none too good for us. Pay him, dearie.
What do you mean, pay him? Since when do we have to pay in advance to get our pictures taken?
Well, of course, if you prefer the $20 portrait, sir.
Here's $15. Now, make it snappy.
Certainly. Now, if you'll just sit on that bench there, face a little more this way, please. Oh, dear. That was clumsy of me.
You don't seem to know your way around your own studio, mister.
That sneering expression won't photograph well, madam. Smile, please. That's better. Now, wait till I arrange these lights a little. I have this...
Hey, quit shining them lights right in my eyes. I can't see a thing.
You're not supposed to see anything, sir. I'm the one who's taking the picture.
Oh.
Now, just relax and smile.
Like this?
Oh, that's marvelous, madam. Now, when I say go, I want you to hold perfectly still. This is a time exposure, you know. Are you ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Go.
Wish you'd hurry up. I want to sneeze.
I'm uncomfortable, too. I'm sitting on my purse.
Must be awful slow filming, Judy.
This is the longest double feature I ever sat through.
Oh, I can't hold it any longer, Molly. Hey, Bud, how much longer are you going to... Hey, you, photographer! Hey!
That's funny. You-hoo, Mr. Photographer.
Hey, well, this is a fine state of how do you do. A fine way to run a studio. Hey, Bud, what's the idea?
Well. So you are Mr. and Mrs. McGee. I'm Mr. Backrack, the photographer.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Well, hi, Bud. You better tell your assistant that it ain't very polite to get a customer all set for a time exposure and then run out to lunch or something.
My assistant? Why, I have no assistant. I do my own work. Now, let me see. I think I'll pose you two against that drapery over there, if you don't mind.
Now, wait a minute. If you don't have any assistant, who just took our picture?
Oh, well, I wouldn't know, madam. Who did?
Hey, what is this, a gag? Look, Bud, when we pay our $15 of our good money to have a picture taken, we expect...
$15?
Yeah.
Why, my fee's only $7.50, Mr. McGee.
Well, then why did your assistant collect $15 in advance?
I tell you, I have no assistant,
What?
and we never collect in advance. I haven't the slightest idea what you...
Oh, Mr. Backrack.
Oh, yes, Miss Jones?
That man who has been pestering us for that $15 electric light bill.
Yes?
He just poked his head in and said to never mind it.
Oh, thank you very much. And now then, about this portrait, Mr. McGee, how would you like to be taken?
You hear that, Molly?
Yes. How would we like to be taken, he says.
How would we like to be taken? I'll show you how we'd like to be taken, Si. That's how we'd like to be taken.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say a few words about that automobile of yours. Most of you have heard me sing the praises many times of good old Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, how it keeps floors so beautiful with so little work. What I'd like to point out to you tonight is that Johnson's Car New will do the same thing for your automobile. Keep it beautiful, greatly increase your pleasure in riding in it, add to its trade-in value. Do all these things besides saving you work. Car New is a labor saver because it both cleans and wax polishes your car in one application. Two jobs at the same time. Car New is a liquid. You massage it lightly over the finish of your car. It dries to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, you'll get one of the surprises of your life. Car New does a miraculous job of reviving the beauty of your car's finish. Car New costs very little. And now that the job is comparatively easy, why not decide to clean and wax polish your car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Ladies and gentlemen, with vacation sneaking up on us in a couple of weeks, we think we ought to have you meet some of the people who have done such a swell job with us all this time.
That's a swell idea, McGee.
First, we want you to meet a young man who's been with us ever since we started. He plays the part of the old-timer, Nick DePoplis, and many others, including his latest character, Wallace Wimple. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Thompson. Bill? And next, a lady with a background of numerous Broadway shows and network broadcasts who plays the part of Mrs. Abigail Uppington, Isabel Randolph. Last but not least, our next-door neighbor and little chum's big chum, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, played by Harold Perry.
Thanks, little chum.
You left me out. I'm really symbolical of this program, I betcha.
What you mean, sis?
We're both from Hungary.
Oh, shut up. Good night.
Good night,
or good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and for industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
With so many things to do these days, you certainly want to save all unnecessary work, especially with summer calling you out of doors. There's no better reason for using Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum and other floors. Glow Coat is a labor saver because it keeps floors beautiful without any rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. It saves linoleum, too, makes it last longer, keeps the colors bright and cheerful. Be sure your next shopping list includes Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Nervous is meeting your boyfriend's family.
All 16 of them?
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Soft and Dry Roll-On. Nothing keeps you drier when you're nervous.
Nervous is taking your driver's test for the 4th time.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Nothing keeps you drier, yet it never stings most girls, even after shaving.
My fellow classmates.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
And here's the Fred Allen Show, presented by the makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese. It's high time to think about your flower garden. And here's the way to get your seeds at a record-smashing bargain. Get 88 different flowers, including 12 brand-new exclusive All-America Award winners. Yes, this collection is exclusive. Can't be bought in the stores. If it could, you'd pay approximately $1.55 for so many seeds of such high quality. But they're yours for only 25 cents in coin and the top from any Tenderleaf Tea package sent to Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. You get low border flowers, medium heights, tall flowers, including award-winning marigolds, zinnia, hollyhock, blooms the first year, and giant hybrids cabiosa. Get carnations, African daisies, asters, snapdragons, amaranthus, foxglove, petunias, poppies. 88, all different. And you get a booklet full of garden tips. Send one top from any Tenderleaf Tea package and only 25 cents in coin. Address Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea and send now. Offer good in USA only.
Calling Portland, calling Portland.
It isn't Dame May Winnie, kiddies.
The makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese present the Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Oscar Hammerstein and Richard Rogers, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and, oh yes, Kenny Delmar.
Last Friday, ladies and gentlemen, was the first day of spring. In the spring, a young man's fancy. Tonight, we bring you a man who isn't.
Don't drag it out. Don't drag it out. Drag me out.
Here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening. We could have put 2 commercials in that announcement and had a 15-minute program. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Portland, as the farmer said to Sears and Roebuck when they delivered his Murphy bed, I'm glad you didn't forget the spring.
Oh, spring is wonderful in New York.
Yeah?
The birds, the trees, the green things.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York City.
The St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Well, you trapped me there, thanks to your writer, didn't you? Yes, the St. Patrick's Day Parade. That was greener than a grasshopper's shin. It was some... I felt sure there was going to be some reaction after that. Came mostly from me, fortunately. Say, it was some parade.
Well, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 6 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did.
Well, how did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, don't let this out. I joined the ancient order of Hibernians. I marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle and stepped out on the other side of the street. Works every year. The joke is getting a little old, but...
Well, Mama can't understand it.
The parade?
Mama says, why is it every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen hold up traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen?
50,000 other Irishmen.
How right you are. But tell me, Portland, what is new this week?
The flower show just finished.
Oh, did you go this year?
Yes. Mama won first prize with her milkweed.
A milkweed won first prize?
It was homogenized.
Oh. Did you see the Tom Brenneman orchid there?
Tom Brenneman orchid?
Yes. I think Mr. Brenneman sent his orchid in a hurry. There was an old lady still pinned to it. Just wanted to make sure there were people in here.
Mama Cymbidium
Cymbidium received an honorable mention.
Cymbidium?
You didn't think I could pronounce it, did you?
Well, I didn't.
You're always sneaking words into the script, trying to stick me.
Well, now, look, I don't know anything. I would have put a rose in there. Would have had a thorn, and the thorn could have stuck. Look, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about flowers, Portland. I wouldn't know a hollyhock if I met one coming out of a pawn shop.
I can tell a dogwood tree a mile away.
Oh, how can you tell a dogwood?
By its bark. I'm full of comedy tonight.
You sure are full of comedy. Well, I guess things are bad all over. Georgia's down to one governor again. And I'm off personally. I'm off for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently, Dr. George Gallup held a poll to check on the public's reaction to modern inventions. Now, the question Dr. Gallup asked was, is there any invention which you wish had never been invented? And that is going to be our question tonight.
Shall we go?
As the razor said to the midget, let me show you a shortcut. It's sure good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I guess the Senator's expecting company. I see there's an alligator barbecuing in the backyard there. Well, let's knock.
Somebody did you know what to my watches.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
What's on your mind, son? Let's have it. I got a hall pelt. I'll have to cut and run any minute. I got to take my singing lessons. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me.
Wait a minute. Singing lessons, you say?
I'm singing with Margaret Truman on the radio.
Oh, really?
Little old Harry asked me.
Harry, huh?
Said he'd like to hear Margaret as a duet.
A duet? Well, Senator, I didn't know that you sang.
Well, son, down Tallahassee way, I'm known as the one-man choir. The Swamp Soprano.
The Swamp?
Yeah. I had to stop singing at revival meetings. My top notes kept tearing holes in the tent.
Really? Moody and Sankey were complaining. Well, tell me, Senator, which invention do you wish had never been invented?
Well, son, there's three inventions the South could do without.
3 inventions?
Well, there's the mule.
Yeah.
Man who invented the mule put thousands of Southern women out of work.
I
see. Then there's money.
Money?
Money is an evil invention, son. Yeah. And I'm proud to say we in the South have very little to do with it.
What is the 3rd invention, Senator?
The alarm clock, son. The South banished that clanging contraption in 1647.
You've had no alarm clock since 1647?
No, son. That's why the South has been asleep for the last 300 years.
Well, I guess in the South, there's good snooze tonight. Now, I wonder if... I'll just skip over them, and we'll come. I'll ask questions later. I wonder if Titus Moody is around.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Say, is that a blackboard you have there?
Yeah, I've been down in the pig pen taking inventory.
You count the hogs and mark them down on the blackboard?
Yeah, I've been a hogging and a chalking.
You have a keen wit, Mr. Moody.
You get me started, I'm a barrel of fun.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, is there any invention you wish had never been invented?
Why, I could do without the radio.
The radio, hey?
Yeah, I don't hold with furniture that talks.
No.
Talking should be left to people.
You had a distressing experience?
Yeah. Fella come through here sharpening sickles by appointment.
I see.
While he was honing my sickle, we fell to talking.
Uh-huh.
He says, Moody, he didn't know me well enough to call me Titus.
I see.
He says, Moody, put a radio in your barn. It'll perk up your fowl and cattle.
And you bought a radio?
Yeah. To my everlasting premeditated consternation.
What happened?
Why, one day all the hens' nests would be empty. Next day every nest would have 2 eggs into it.
You mean?
The hens was listening to Double or Nothing. And again, every Saturday night when that barn dance program come on, the horses and cows would be do-si-doing till all hours.
Well, no wonder you're mad at radio.
Yeah, the final blow come last night.
The final blow. Huh?
I come home. My wife's got the hit parade on. She's going out the front door.
Yeah?
She's wearing a rubber coat and galoshes and carrying an umbrella.
A rubber coat, galoshes, and an umbrella? Where was your wife going?
To see what they do in Rio on a rainy night.
Titus can go back to bed now. Let's try this next door.
Howdy doody.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum, tell me, what about this invention business?
One invention I couldn't stand, but positively it's the telephone.
The telephone? Why?
To me, the telephone is typifying the excruciating.
Excruciating?
This is a word?
Oh, yes. Excruciating is a word.
I thought maybe I am ad-libbing.
Oh, no. No, you're doing fine.
To me, sometimes it seems I'm talking with a dialect.
Oh, no. It's just your imagination. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, why do you wish the telephone had never been invented?
Always at the wrong times. It is ringing.
How do you mean?
When my head is in the oven cooking.
Yes?
When I'm busy making with the vacuum cleaner.
Uh-huh.
When I'm up to my neck in the washing machine.
Yes?
Always is ringing with the telephone.
I see.
Saturday night is coming the last straw.
Well, what happened?
I am in the bathtub singing for joy.
Yes?
Is ringing as usual the telephone.
You had to get out of the tub?
Down 2 flight stairs I'm going dripping.
Uh-huh.
I am getting madder by the stairs.
By the stairs.
Off the hook I'm snatching the receiver.
Yes?
A voice is saying, "You are Pansy Nussbaum?"
Uh-huh.
I am pulling out by the roots the telephone and throwing out the window.
I see.
Suddenly from the yard the telephone is saying, "This is the pot of gold." Yay!
You lost the money?
I'm going crazy. Ever since I'm talking to myself.
You talk to yourself? What do you say to yourself?
Drop dead.
Well, that brings us to Mr. Cassidy, Shanny. Let's try Mr. Cassidy. Let's try here.
Oh, how do you do?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, terrible.
Really?
I'm a mass of frustration. I just come from Phineas Fogarty, the psychiatrist.
Did Fogarty analyze you?
Well, he said as a boy I fell on an axe.
You fell on an axe?
I grew up with a split personality.
Ajax, you are in bad shape.
I'm not long for this world.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy, which invention could you do without?
Oh, the automobile. Sure, it's destroyed the little niceties of life.
The niceties? How?
Oh, for example, take the patrol wagon. The Tippler's town car.
The patrol, hey?
Years ago, my boy, it was a pleasure to be arrested.
A pleasure?
You stood there quietly, leaning against the officer while he rang for the paddy wagon.
Uh-huh.
It was an open wagon. Your friends could see you were being conveyed to the hoosgow.
Yes?
They could immediately arrange a monster testimonial pig's knuckle dinner, climaxed by an all-day cruise up the river to see you.
And you say the automobile has ruined this?
Oh, today you're locked in a closed van. Nobody knows who's inside. You might as well be a law-abiding citizen.
I see your point.
Well, now, last Saturday night, while indulging in a bit of liquid abandon,
yes,
me friend Linty Monaghan was apprehended.
Uh-huh.
Down the street the truck come flying. The gong was clanging. It was a dark night.
Yes.
When the truck drove away, the officer let out a shriek.
It wasn't the patrol?
Rinty was locked in a good humor wagon.
Well, packed in dry ice, didn't he freeze to death?
Fortunately, he had enough alcohol in him.
You mean?
Rinty was stiff, but he wasn't frozen. Goodbye to you.
Now, from Mr. Monahan, we turn to the five DeMarco sisters, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his Sandhog Symphonies. The DeMarco sing If This Isn't Love. Girl?
A secret, I've got a little secret. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I I'll leave my hat if this isn't love. I feel just like the apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, and winter is summer. Doi, if this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. I'm swinging a star. I'm riding on rainbow. Ooh, there's something amiss, and I'll eat my hat if this isn't love.
At this time, we pause for product identification.
One topic that never loses its fascination is good food and how to enjoy it. Maybe this is one of the Sundays when you've gone out for dinner, so you don't have a cold roast or a chicken to nibble on at supper time. Well, even if you have skipped your big weekend food shopping, you needn't be short on Sunday supper ideas if you always have Shepherd Chevelle, Chgevel, Chevelle cheese food on hand. It keeps well, and it's always ready to give you that Sunday night favorite, the toasted cheese sandwich. It doesn't take a minute to slice some Chevelle, put it on toast, and melt the Chevelle under the broiler. And when that sandwich comes out, all melting gold and bubbly brown, just wrap that flavor of Chevelle around your tongue. That fine, honest flavor is something that has made millions of cheese lovers turn to Chevelle, the quality cheese food. To melt, to spread, to slice. Join these Chevelle enthusiasts. Get Chevelle tomorrow in the bright red package. And always say Shepherd. Shefford. Shepherd for fine cheese.
That was just a snack of Oh, But I Do, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Weehawken Ferry Philharmonic. Say, Portland.
Yes?
You think you can carry on for the rest of the program? I have to go down to night court right away.
Night court?
Yes, you know that summons I received last week? Rogers and Hammerstein are suing me. They claim that show Piccadilly I wrote for B. Lilly last Sunday was stolen from their show, Oklahoma.
Are you going on trial?
On trial. Dick Rogers and Oscar Hammerstein are my best friends, Portland. Two of the sweetest guys in the world.
But if they're suing...
Suing, it's a gag. I'll go down to night court. We'll have a good laugh. Portland, I'll see you later. I'll be back.
A dilly in the land of shilling, pence, and pounds, where a cup of bobby something smart is nobby.
Gentlemen, can't go in there. The night court's in session.
My name is Oscar Hammerstein.
I'm Richard Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Hammerstein and Mr. Rogers. Well, your case is next on the docket. You can wait here in this anteroom.
Thank you.
I'll call you, gentlemen. Oscar, every time I think of that guy, Allen.
He'd steal the potato out of a baby's borscht.
Why, if a dunker's head was turned, Allen would steal a wet donut.
The nerve of that guy taking our show Oklahoma and calling it Piccadilly.
Fortunately, we caught him red-handed.
How did you happen to tune in on Allen's program?
I was trying to get Manhattan merry-go-round. I was a little early. Allen was still on.
By the way, Dick, that Manhattan merry-go-round.
I checked, Oscar. It's nothing like our carousel.
It's nerves, I guess.
I'm on edge myself. Since we trapped Allen, I suspect every song I hear on the radio.
Dick, we can't write all the songs.
With Allen around, we can't even keep the songs we've written.
Dick, are you sure we can't lose this suit?
I'm positive, Oscar. I read about a case in Downbeat. Seems the harp player in the Philharmonic at Carnegie Hall reached out to pluck a pizzicato. His E-string was gone.
Stolen?
Yep. An old lady in the front row had cut out the harp string with the cuticle scissors. She was using the harp string for dental floss.
They caught her?
The old lady got 30 years.
30 years for just stealing a harp string. Yes, string.
Allen stole our whole show.
We've got him cold, Dick.
Oscar, how much are we suing for?
$10,000.
Let's make it a round number. 100,000.
It's all right. It's all right with me.
And a year suspended sentence. That'll frighten them.
Good. We ought to frighten them.
Oscar,
Let's really scare Alan.
How?
Let him serve the year.
Only a year. With good behavior, he'll be out in 8 months. In 8 months, our new show, Allegro, will be on Broadway.
Allegro? I wonder what Alan could do with Allegro.
If he's out in 8 months, we'll soon find out.
Oscar, if he gets out at all, our careers are in jeopardy.
You're right, Dick.
At least Freddie Martin waits until the composers are dead.
That's right, Dick. Why take chances? Let's make it 50 years.
Oscar, he's sneaky. He might escape. There's only one way we'll be safe. The electric chair.
The chair? Now, wait, Dick. If we give Alan the chair, how will it look? What will people say?
You're right, Oscar. What'll people say? Oscar.
Yes, Dick?
You really care what people say?
Okay, it's the chair.
Good, Oscar. Now I feel safe.
Your case is next, gentlemen. Follow me.
Look, Oscar. Here comes Alan now.
Oscar, Dick. Say, I got your summons, boys. What a laugh.
Let go of my hand, you pirate.
Get your hand off my lapel, you plagiarist.
Boys, you're not serious. What can I do?
Get your head shaved.
But Oscar, Dick.
Rise, please. His Honor, Judge McKeester.
Order in the court. What's the first case?
And Oscar Hammerstein versus Fred Allen. The charge...
Wait a minute. Hey, are you guys the Rogers and Hammerstein who wrote all them hit shows?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gosh, to think you guys wrote Oklahoma, Carousel, that picture, State Fair. What an honor for the 3rd Precinct Court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Is this gentleman with you, boys?
Oh, no, Your Honor. He's the defendant.
Defendant? What's that?
He's the one we're suing.
All right, what's your name, baggy face?
Fred Allen.
You look guilty to me already. Sit down.
Your Honor, I appeal.
You don't appeal to me. Now, you sit down, Allen. Let's start the trial. Well, Mr. Hammerstein, what are the charges?
Your Honor, my partner, Mr. Rogers, and I charged the defendant, Fred Allen, with presenting on his radio program a musical sketch called Piccadilly, which was a direct steal from our show, Oklahoma.
Your Honor,
Quiet, Allen!
Your Honor.
Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. My production of Piccadilly...
Quiet!
Your Honor.
Quiet! If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a loudmouth! Now, Mr. Rogers, are you ready to present your case?
Yes, Your Honor. First, the title song of Oklahoma.
Oh, you mean that wonderful Oklahoma where the wind comes a-racing?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Allen opened his show with Piccadilly.
Oh, that's good enough for me. It's symphonic turpitude.
Your Honor, I will admit that the melody may be similar.
Quiet, Joseph, quiet. Yes, Mr. Hammerstein?
Your Honor, Allen's plea is incompetent, irrelevant, and my material.
You have further proof, Mr. Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor. You recall our song, Sorry, with the fringe on top?
You mean, ducks and chicks and these careers when they take you
Yes.
out in...
This, Your Honor, is how this ballad burglar sang our song. For the cold I don't give a hoot, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with a hinge on the back.
Stop! This is musical treason.
But, Your Honor, let me...
Allen, shut up! If I had something on under this robe, I'd take it off and come down there and knock you flat.
Well, I couldn't be any flatter than Mr. Hammerstein's singing.
Order in the court. Now, Mr. Rogers, what are you boys suing for?
Well, we're asking for $500,000.
Now, wait a minute. This is a frame-up. They've got to prove damages.
We will prove damages. Your Honor, I have a witness, Mary Snerd.
Mary Snide to the bar.
Okay, come and judge.
Mary, what is your job?
I'm head usher in the balcony at the St. James Theater where Oklahoma's playing. Matinees, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
Mary, how's business been at the St. James Theater?
We've been jammed. It's been like the subway, only with a better class of people.
After Mr. Allen did Piccadilly on his radio program, what happened?
The next night, we were stuck with 80 gallons of orangeade.
In other words, business at Oklahoma fell off.
We caught a guy in the balcony cleaning chickens.
Miss Nerd, how much do you think Mr. Allen's plagiarism has cost us?
Just like you had told me to say back at the office, Mr. Hammerstein. So, $500,000.
I object! I object! I object! I object! I object! And you open your bazoo once more, I'm jabbing this gavel down it head first.
But, Your Honor.
I stood all I can stand. Allen to the bar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Allen, there's crimes worse than homicide, mopery, and arson. A guy who would steal the music of Oklahoma.
But, Your Honor, I'm no criminal. I'm a law-abiding citizen, Your Honor. As a boy in Boston, I was known as Honest Fred.
Honest Fred? You're from Boston?
Yes, Judge McKeester.
Are you the little honest Fred Allen who used to live back of Salt and Soul Saddle Shop?
Yes, Judge McKeester.
Honest Fred, don't you recognize me?
No, Judge.
Wait, I'll take off me toupee. There. You know me now?
Pinhead McKeester.
Hiya, Freddie, old boy.
Gosh, Pinhead, you a judge?
Yeah, what a laugh, huh?
Pinhead McKeester.
Your Honor.
Quiet, you! Hammerhead, or whatever your name is.
Oscar, what did we crawl into this time?
What's happening to us should happen to Irving Berlin.
Oscar, I told you when you suggested suing Allen.
I suggested? It was your idea. I was against it.
But you said...
Quiet, you two bums! Say, Freddie, what was that song you wrote?
Oh, you mean Piccadilly?
Oh, that's terrific!
But, Your Honor, that's our song.
Yes.
Oh,
Oklahoma.
Hammerstein and Rogers, I ain't never seen a more fragrant piece of stealing. Your song, Oklahoma, is a direct steal from Honest Fred's song, Piccadilly. I find you two chiselers guilty.
Wait a minute, Pinhead. I'm not vindictive, Pinhead. Live and let live.
Gosh, Fred, you're a prince.
Oh, forget it, Dick.
Thanks, Fred. The way the trial is going, Dick and I might have got 20 years.
You say the word, Honest Fred, I can send these two monkeys up for life.
No, Pinhead. The world needs Rogers and Hammerstein and their songs. And I need their songs, too.
What do you want the court to do, Freddie? It's up to you.
Well, I've used their Oklahoma score. I wonder how Carousel would sound on my program.
Why don't you try it some night, Freddie?
Well, I haven't seen Carousel yet, Pinhead.
I can fix that. Rogers and Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court sentences you to give the defendant one ticket for your show Carousel, now playing at the Majestic Theater.
Yes, Your Honor.
Say, Pinhead.
Yeah, Freddie?
Now, look, if I'm going to steal the whole show, I'll have to have somebody with me, to help write down the music and the lyrics.
Say, that's right. Rogers and Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court further sentences you to go with Fred Allen and help him write down whatever he wants to steal from your show, Carousel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's adjourned.
Before we remind you to remember Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese in your shopping days, I want to thank Richard Rogers and Oscar Hammerstein for their visit tonight and for their many kindnesses in the past. Next week, our guest will be those pets of the 400, Max Bear and Maxie Rosenblum. Thank you and good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Class, you're my butter lovers, right?
Right.
Now, I know you folks love butter more than anything, except me. So, Julie's got something special for your pancakes. Log Cabin buttered syrup. Why, it's got that good old-fashioned flavor with real butter, too. Rich, thick, and smooth, just the way you like. Take Julie's advice. Fix up your pancakes with Log Cabin's buttered syrup. Butter lovers truly love it.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Huh? Hello, Kitty. I didn't see you.
You'll get shot someday walking around in days like that.
You'll get sunstroke sitting out here in the heat and the dust.
I don't see people in the daylight very often. Wanted to find out if they're any different. Sit down.
Well, are they?
Any different?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I've spotted a few I think might be sober. That's different.
For you, maybe. You know, I was just thinking, Kitty. There's hardly a man comes to Dodge that isn't looking for trouble of some kind.
They call it fun.
Yeah, sure. But part of their fun's beating somebody up or shooting him.
I've heard of places where the men have to check their guns when they come to town.
Ah, that never works. You can always hide a gun. Or a knife.
You ought to go fishing, Matt.
What?
Have some fun yourself. Quit worrying for a while.
I'm not worried, Kitty. You know, if it wasn't for all these men stalking each other, I'd be out of a job.
There are other jobs besides keeping the peace, Matt.
Yeah, I've tried most of them in my time.
Hey, Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Doc sent me to find you. There's an old man up in his office.
Oh, what does he want me for?
The old man's been shot.
Shot?
Yes, sir. Claims somebody tried to kill him.
You mean he was ambushed?
I guess he was. Anyway, it hit him in the neck.
All right, Chester. I'll go back with you.
He's got a friend with him, but they're both strangers around here.
Now, you see what I mean, Kitty? Young or old, they're all looking for trouble.
Maybe it'd help if we burned this place down. I'll sit here and think. See you about it later, Matt.
Where's the doc?
Somebody come for him.
Oh, what do you mean?
Somebody come for him. That's what. Said somebody else was sick.
You're the man that was shot, huh?
We don't need you, Marshal. We'll handle this.
What's your name, mister?
Peavy. John Peavy. My partner's name's Rives.
Milligan Rives, Marshal. You ain't never heard of us.
Where you from?
Up north.
Sodbusters don't usually wear 6 guns. What are you doing in Dodge?
We quit the land, Marshal. We're going to enjoy ourselves for change.
We ain't never going back.
Oh? You're a little old to be making a move like that, aren't you?
I ain't hardly 60. Neither is Rives.
Mm-hmm. Well, it didn't take you long to get into trouble, did it?
We ain't in trouble.
Maybe you're not Rives, but Peavy here's just been shot.
I told you we'd handle this, Marshal. Ain't nobody gonna sneak up on John Peavy and shoot him. I don't care if she is a woman.
A woman? What woman?
Oh, you already did talk too much, Peavy. You might as well tell him now.
I ain't going to tell him. I'll fix her myself.
You'll tell me or I'll throw you in jail till you do. I'm not going to have any women killed around here. Now, do you understand that?
Hey, go on, tell him. You already started.
Well, all right. She come up the alley, Marshal, next to our sleeping room, and she shot right through the window. Rives seen her running around the corner after. I'm going to fix her good.
She's been threatening him, Marshal. I hear to do it.
Who is this woman? What's her name?
She's one of them gals that works at the Texas Trail, Marshal. Name of Kitty.
Matt, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry to bother you, Kitty.
Well, come in. Come in. My room's a mess. I wasn't expecting any callers.
Well, it's important, Kitty.
Of course. What's the trouble, Matt?
You know a man called John Peavy?
Peavy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him, the old fool.
But did you threaten to shoot him?
Don't tell me he's come and complained to you about that.
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, I told him I'd shoot him, and I will, too, if he doesn't leave me alone, the old goat.
He's been shot, Kitty.
What?
He wasn't hurt very bad, but he and his partner claim a woman did it. Now, they say it was you.
Do you think I did it, Matt?
Well, Kitty, if you got mad enough and you had a gun in your hand, I'd be one of the first to hide, but to sneak up on somebody in cold blood no, you didn't do it.
When did it happen?
Oh, an hour or two ago.
I've been right here, alone. I guess I couldn't prove it.
Well, you don't have to, Kitty.
Thanks, Matt.
The reason I came was to tell you about it and see if you had any ideas.
All I know about Peavy and his friend Rives is that there are a couple of old men who've been acting like schoolboys. Like they've run away and are having their last fling. And I don't want anything to do with either one of them.
Well, I don't blame you. But Rives claims he saw a woman down the alley after the shooting. You, any idea who it might have been?
No. He's probably lying, dreaming.
Yeah, maybe. Well, if you hear anything, let me know, Kitty. And if Peavy gives you any more trouble, send for me.
I sure will.
I ain't been up this early in the morning since I can remember, Mr. Dillon.
Oh? How about last Sunday, Chester?
Last Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different. That was still Saturday night, sort of. Hey, look. There comes Miss Kitty. What in the world's she doing up at this hour?
She's in a hurry, whatever she's doing.
Matt? Hello, Chester.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
What's the trouble, Kitty?
Matt, somebody tried to shoot me.
What?
In my room, just a while ago. I had a pillow down by my feet. I guess they thought my head was there. They put a bullet right through it.
What, did you see anybody?
No, it came from outside. I didn't dare look out right away.
It's kind of the same as happened to Peavy, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe it was Peavy. He threatened something like this.
I'm scared, Matt.
Well, you should be. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You stay with Kitty. Don't let her out of your sight. I'm going after Peavy and Rives.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Tuesday, Pam and Jerry North prove that solving a murder is a family affair. And on the same evening, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings us the thrilling details of his latest insurance fraud investigation. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
By noon, I'd searched the whole town, and there was no sign of Peavy or his friend Rives. They'd disappeared. And until I found them, I didn't dare leave Kitty where they could get at her. So I had Chester drive her out to a friend's place a few miles from Dodge, and she was happy to go. Now, we didn't have any luck until the next afternoon. Cowboy happened to mention to Chester that he'd come across a couple of drunks camped about a mile up the Arkansas. So I decided it was worth riding out and taking a look. And it was.
It's them, all right.
Yeah, and they've seen us. Keep your head up now.
You think they'll fight us?
You never know.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
Looking for you.
Well, you found us. Get down and have a drink.
Well, what you got there?
Corn liquor. Only about half a jug left, though.
What's that other jug?
We killed that yesterday. Here, have a swallow.
Well, say now, that's right kind of
Chester.
But of course I don't drink before sundown. Leastwise, not very often.
What'd you come out here for if you don't want to drink?
How long have you men been here?
Day before yesterday. Peavy's neck was bothering him, and I figured a couple of days in camp like this might ease it off some.
I get to feeling better. I'm going back and teach that gal Kitty a lesson, though. I swear I am, Marshal.
Somebody tried that this morning.
Eh? What do you mean?
She got shot at, Peavy, the same way you did.
That don't make no sense.
Why, he's just thinking you done it, Peavy.
How could I do her? I've been laying here drunk for 2 days. Anyway, I wouldn't shoot no woman, Marshal. I beat 'em up a little, that's all. You know, knock 'em around.
Well, what kind of men you think we are?
I don't know. Why did you leave home in the first place?
Yeah, home.
Man don't live forever, Marshal. He's got to enjoy himself while he can.
Rives, you tell him what you told me about them graves.
Well, I was in the graveyard once, long time ago, and I noticed something I never forgot. No, sir. Never.
Yeah, tell him, Rives.
Well, Marshal, I looked around, and I seen that there was as many graves shorter than me as there was graves longer.
And that got him to thinking about dying, Marshal. So, one day we decided to enjoy ourselves and quit working so hard. Hey, hand me that jug, Rives.
Yeah, help yourself.
Hold it a minute, Peavy.
Huh?
I want to tell you something.
What?
I'm going to leave you here, but if I see you around Dodge, either one of you, I'll throw you in jail.
What for? We ain't done nothing.
You have it in mind to beat up Kitty. And if you did that, I might kill you. So stay out of town. Come on, Chester. We left them there, passing the jug back and forth across their fire on the riverbank. Talking of death, probably, and of the hard, empty lives that they'd had. And the prairie often left men a little too hungry and a little too dry. Chester and I were talking about it when we spotted a woman up ahead. She was walking after a saddle horse, which we figured must have thrown her and got loose. She was an old woman, and dressed for Sunday in a long black skirt and a big hat with a fancy pin stuck through it. I sent Chester to catch the horse while I rode up to her and dismounted. My friend will bring your horse back, ma'am. Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Well, how'd he get loose?
Mean critter, he run off.
Oh, I see. You live around here?
No. You been down by the river, ain't you?
I just came from there. Why?
See anybody?
Well, a couple of men lying around a fire, that's all.
Drinking?
Yeah. Yeah, they were drinking. You know them?
I might.
Are you looking for somebody?
I might be.
Well, maybe you'd like us to ride back there with you. And
I don't need nobody to ride nowhere with me, mister.
Oh, what's your name, ma'am?
What's my name? I don't take to scallywag cowboys asking me my name.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
You didn't?
Well, no, ma'am. Of course I didn't.
What's yours?
Matt Dillon, ma'am.
Dillon. I heard that name somewhere.
We won't be introduced proper unless you tell me yours.
My name's Sabina Peavy.
Ms. Peavy?
I've been married 35 years, Dillon.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. Seems gentle enough. I'll hold him while you get back on, ma'am.
I can manage.
Hey, look what she's got tied to her saddle, Mr. Dillon. One of them old cavalry pistols.
Yeah, grab it and put it in your belt, Chester.
What?
You heard me.
Yes, sir.
You put that back, you thief. What are you, anyways? Suppose you'll steal my horse next.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, Ms. Peavy. Everything's going to be all right.
A marshal, eh?
I want you to come back to Dodge with me. Chester will bring your husband in.
Is she Peavy's wife?
You can't stop me, Marshal.
Chester, go back to that camp and shoot a hole in their jug. And when they're sober enough, bring them to town. And don't say anything about Ms. Peavy.
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
You're going to be all right with me, ma'am.
Well, you stole my gun and you're stronger than me. Guess I'll have to go.
Shall I make another pot of coffee for us, ma'am?
No. No, thanks, Dillon.
They ought to be here pretty soon. It's nearly evening.
You'll tell that girl, Kitty, how sorry I am I tried to shoot her, won't you?
I'm sure Kitty will understand.
Imagine me being blind jealous after 35 years.
You, told me you were out to kill your husband. If that's true, why would you be jealous?
You can be jealous, even if you hate a man, Dillon.
You hate Peavy?
I didn't know how much I hated him till the day that old fool Rives come by. The two of them rode off together. He come into the house and took the money and left, just like that. After 35 years.
How'd you know they'd come here?
They was always talking about Dodge. They was always talking about laying on the bank of the Arkansas and drinking corn liquor, too. I knowed where they was.
You're mighty dressed up for a woman riding out to shoot a man.
Well, it seemed fitting somehow. Only good clothes I ever owned, Dillon. Wore 'em when I left home, St. Louis.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I ran into you, Miss Peavy, before it was too late.
I'll talk to him. I told you I would. But I ain't never going back to him.
He's had his fun. Maybe he'll settle down now.
Not with me, he won't. Dillon, I bore that man 13 children.
13?
11 of them died. And he beat me every time we lost one. Every time, Dillon.
Oh, I see. Well, where are the other two?
He ran them off. Don't know where they are.
Oh. Oh, here comes your husband. Looks like Chester's got him pretty sober.
But I don't want to talk to him in here in front of everybody.
Well, you could go out back there in one of their cells, if you don't mind.
Oh, what difference it make? My hat on straight, Dillon?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You look fine, ma'am.
I'll wait out back.
All right, in here. Here they are, Mr. Dillon. Sober as deacons. What's this all about, Marshal? What do you want us for?
We ain't bothered nobody.
Peavy, you go out back through that door. There's somebody wants to see you.
Who?
Get moving. No, you stay here, Rives. Go on, Peavy.
Well, all right.
Who's out there, Marshal?
His wife.
What will I do with their guns, Mr. Dillon?
Throw them in a drawer, Chester.
Okay, sir. Hey, what's that?
He's beating her. Come on.
Look at Peavy. She knocked him out.
I think I killed him, Dillon.
Killed him? He sure looks dead. You stabbed him.
I had been. He beat me for the last time. Said he was going to kill me. I put it right in his heart.
When you old devil, I'll get you.
No, you won't, Rives. Miss Peavy, you come with me. Chester, lock up Rives in another cell.
What for? You can't lock me up.
Oh, you ain't even armed, Rives. Get moving.
How I tell you, I'm an innocent man. All right, President.
Come into the office, man.
Shut up. Your voice itches my ears. I'll have to listen.
He was going to kill me, Dillon. I know he was.
Well, I shouldn't have let him be alone with you.
You didn't know. What are you going to do with me now?
You mentioned St. Louis, Miss Peavy. You have any people there?
My sister. She's all that's left.
Huh. Well, how'd you like to see her?
You ain't holding me?
It was self-defense.
Then I can go.
I'll hold Rives here till you're out of town.
Oh, but I can't get to St. Louis. Took all her money when he run off. It's all spent. I know it.
Miss Peavy, would you think I'm a scallywag cowboy if I offered to stake you to St. Louis?
Thanks, Dillon. Wait till I tell my sister about you.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Ralph Moody, and Helen Cleve. Harley Bear as Chester and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Bill Silver, star of the Broadway and film versions of Top Banana, visits Mike Wallace on Stage Struck tomorrow over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
cereal lover finishes that last piece of fruit, she's finished. That's why Post makes Raisin Bran with so many sweet, chewy raisins. She can get fruit in her first spoonful, her next spoonful, and her next. The way Post makes Raisin Bran, she can get fruit in every spoonful and never have to run out. No wonder Post Raisin Bran is the fruit and cereal lover's cereal.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O Program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Oh Ah. Just around the corner is June and hot summer days that call for crisp, tempting salads. And the best salads I know of call for Jell-O. Try combining fresh vegetables or fruits with Jell-O for an appetizing luncheon or supper salad. If you've never used Jell-O in salads, you've missed a great bet. For shimmering Jell-O makes the most refreshing, zestful salad you ever served. And here's one suggestion. Mold shredded cabbage, diced cucumbers, and celery in lemon Jell-O. Serve on crisp lettuce with real mayonnaise. Or make a fresh fruit salad with orange Jell-O. Why, there are any number of interesting salad combinations you can work out for yourself using any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. And you'll enjoy them all, for Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor. Flavor that comes from the real ripe fruit itself. But whether you serve Jell-O as a salad or as a dessert, always be sure to get the real thing. Genuine Jell-O. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hail the return of the man who last week was flat on his back, but is now standing here flat on his feet, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, remember? The fellow who wasn't here last Sunday? And I want to tell you something, Don. It's a good thing I've got flat feet. Because I'm still pretty shaky, and I'd probably topple right over if they weren't.
Oh, come on now, Jack. You weren't so terribly sick.
I wasn't, eh? That's all you know about it. As it happens, I was critically ill.
Well, I didn't see any headlines in the papers about it.
Well, that's not my fault. I phoned them all. Next time, I'll take out an ad.
Well, Jack, you certainly look rested after a whole week in bed. Did you get much sleep?
Don, how could I sleep with 12 flu germs playing bingo on my chest all night?
Playing bingo, eh?
Yes. I didn't mind that so much, but when they asked me to call out the numbers, I thought that was going too far. You know, I'm still pretty weak.
Well, you certainly don't look it, Jack. You're the picture of health.
Now, that's silly, Don. Take a look at my tongue.
I don't see anything unusual. It's just a common, ordinary tongue.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, then I'm glad I stuck it out at you. You're just jealous because I look like Dracula.
All right, all right. If it'll make you any happier, you look lousy.
Now you're talking. I'm glad you woke up.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. It's time for your pill.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Don. Thank you. Don, I want you to meet Dr. Baldy. I'm still under his care.
How do you do, Doctor?
You could stand dieting, young man.
Oh. You see, Don, his mind is always on his work. My nurse is here, too. She's waiting out in the hall.
Why don't you have her come in?
Oh, no, not with these orchestra boys around. They're wolves in rented clothing.
Hello, Jack. I'm glad to see you back again.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. Gee, I sure had a tough time this past week. Gee, don't I look awful?
I'll say you're as pale as a goat.
Goat? You mean pale as a ghost?
Well, this goat is dead.
Oh, a goat ghost. Well, that was fast thinking.
What?
I say that was fast thinking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the goat.
No, I wasn't. And Mary, I want to thank you for those lovely roses you sent me. They were beautiful.
Were they?
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen a third of a dozen. But, Mary, I did notice that the roses were quite limp and droopy there. What happened?
I knew you were sick, so I boiled them.
Well, it's a good idea. You can't be too careful, you know. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look so laurel and hearty.
That's hale and hearty, but let it go.
Oh, that's all right.
The next time I'm sick, don't wire congratulations.
Well, it worked on Mother's Day.
Well, let's not get involved in that, you know.
Mr. Benny, it's time for your medicine again.
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes.
Now, first you take this red pill, and then you follow it with this white one.
Two of them this time. I say, what's the white pill for?
In case the red one is poisoned.
Well, that's thoughtful. Isn't he an unusual doctor, Mary?
Yeah, what do you take in case of him?
I wish I knew.
Say, Jack, is that girl out in the hall your nurse?
Who do you mean?
That pretty blonde with a white uniform and Phil Harris around her neck.
Oh, where'd you see her?
Oh, out in the hall around Phil Harris's neck.
I thought you said Phil was around her neck.
Oh, they're all mixed up.
Oh, so that's why Phil sneaked out of here. I got a good mind to go out there and put him in his place.
Oh, Jack, you're up on your feet now. Why don't you stay that way?
Yes, maybe I better wait till I'm myself again, you know. Oh, it's you.
Hiya, Jack, old boy. Glad to see you back again.
Thanks. What are you doing out in the hall there, Phil?
Well, I wasn't feeling so good, so I had your nurse take my temperature.
You did, eh? Well, wipe it off your lips. What's that you got in your hand?
She wrote me out a prescription.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Hillside 5027.
Well, get me a bottle of that, too. Anyway, it's time for you to play a number, so get ready.
Okay.
And another thing, this nurse is here to take care of me, so please stay away from her.
I got a temperature, too.
Quiet, Kenny. Play, Phil. Oh, nursey, nursey. Oh, toot. Lulu, played by Phil Harris, and my nurse, or his orchestra. And incidentally, Phil, I listened to you last Sunday when I was home, you know, and your specialty was very good. I didn't know it was in you.
Thanks, my little buckaroo.
Well.
Did you hear me too, Jack?
Of course I did, Kenny. I thought you did a swell job.
Believe me, I was all in. I had to sing 3 songs.
Oh, what a strain. 3 songs in 1 week. I don't see how you did it.
I bet it'll tell on me when I get older.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Say, Mary, that reminds me. Why didn't you work last Sunday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't feeling so good. I had fever and chills and pains and a headache.
Oh.
So we all went to the Trocadero.
have been quite a party. Huh?
Yeah, with some stuff.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, tell us the truth. Did you get a kick sitting home listening to your own show?
Yes, I did, Don, and I'm going to tell you something, but don't let it go to your head. When you read the commercial and told everybody how to make Jell-O, well, it just did something to me. I tell you, Don, I was electrified.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. And Don, listen, Don, when you said, look for the big red letters on the box, as sick as I was, I jumped right out of bed and looked for it.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Ah, Jack, didn't you love the way I said, there is only one Jell-O, and the trademark is your guarantee?
Don, when I heard that, well, there was a lump on my throat.
Don't you mean a lump in your throat?
No, this was an ice bag. But, Don, the biggest thrill I got all evening was when you mentioned the different flavors.
Really, Jack?
Absolutely. Of course, when you started out with strawberry, raspberry, and cherry, that didn't affect me so much. But when you got to orange, I felt myself slipping. And by the time you reached lime...
What happened?
I was in another world.
You were?
And snoring twice as loud as ever before.
I was not.
Mr. Benny, it's time for another pill.
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes.
Here you are, a pretty blue one.
Hey, wait a minute. This is a button.
Oh, goody. I've been looking for that all week.
Oh, answer the phone, Mary. If that's my father, tell him it's in the mail.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Oh, hello, Mama.
Oh, it's her again.
Yes? Yes, Mama, yours is in the mail, too. What? Oh, Jack is feeling much better. No, Mama, I won't get too close to him.
You think I had measles or something?
Yes, Mama, Jack's going to take a vacation in a few weeks. We all are. What? No? No. No, Mama, you can't. That's impossible.
What does she want, Mary?
Mama wants to take over the summer show.
Tell her no. I'll never be able to follow her.
Oh, Mama, he says he'll never be able to follow you. What?
What are you laughing at?
She says you won't even be able to follow this phone call.
Oh, matching wits, huh?
Well, goodbye, Mama. Thanks for calling. I'll write you a letter tomorrow. What? Oh, that's too bad. Well, goodbye. Isn't that awful, Jack? I won't be able to write letters home anymore.
Why not?
Papa's raising pigeons in the mailbox.
Well, send her my dove, or my love. And now, folks, the very... about the worst gag I've ever pulled, I think. And now, folks, that Mary's mother has had her little fling, Kenny Baker will sing, what are you going to sing, Kenny?
Oh, I'll think of something.
Well, think, Kenny. Play, boys.
Whenever I hear thunder, it echoes in my heart, and so I keep on wondering how long we'll be apart. Skies were gray that rainy day we parted in the lane. Was it tears that fell, or was it rain? There we stood as lovers would. Did parting bring you pain? Was it tears that fell, or was it rain? I couldn't tell if your eyes were misty, or if you felt regret. I noticed when you kissed me that both your cheeks were wet. that fell, or was it
Kenny Baker singing Was It Rain from the hit Parade. And Kenny, I must tell you, last Sunday I heard you sing that number you wrote. What's the name of it again?
You Are My Love?
That's it. It was beautiful. I'll have to play it on my violin sometime.
Oh, Jack, it's my first song.
Well?
Let her grow up before you kill it.
You two have a lot of respect for an invalid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, for our dramatic sacco, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama, a thrilling and blood-curdling adventure entitled Death at Midnight, or the Murder Case. Now, I will play the part of Detective O'Benny, who always gets his man. Phil Harris will be my assistant.
Who always gets your girl.
Quiet. Now, as this is a murder mystery, Mary Livingston will be the wife of the murderee. And Kenny Baker will be the victim.
Oh, gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Please. And last but not thinnest is Don Wilson, who will be the butler. However, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what has happened up to now. On the night of May 3rd, A.D., after dinner, Mr. J. Wellington Krotzmere,
Wellington yet.
a social lion, was found murdered in his den. At the time of the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when suddenly he was interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
Was it the French maid?
Ooh la la. Viva la corpse.
Was it Bing Crosby? No, but he mentioned my name last week. And now the wife, Mrs. Krotzmere. Did you kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night I...
Stop! We can't give it away now, folks. But this mystery will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil, and make it snappy. Our listeners must be on the edge of their seats. Don't fall off, folks. Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery play, Murder at Midnight, or When My Dreamboat Comes Home. The opening scene is the office of Detective O'Benny at police headquarters. Curtain. Phone call. Music. Ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hello? Police headquarters.
Let me talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is J. Wellington Krutzmeer.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that. What's on your mind?
I got a hunch I'm going to be murdered.
What makes you think so?
My wife is always pointing a gun at me.
When she pulls the trigger, let me know.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Cap?
Oh, some fella thinks he's going to be murdered.
Is he?
I hope not. The boys are delivering beer in the patrol wagon. Hello? Detective O'Benny speaking.
This is Mrs. Crossmere. Were you just talking to my husband?
Yes, nice chap.
He sure was.
Now, what do you mean?
Come over at once. I think he's been shot.
Your husband shot? What makes you think so?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
Right. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Crotsmere was right.
So was Barnum.
Yes, and they're both dead. Well, we got to do something about that. You take Barnum, and I'll take Crotsmere.
No, you take Barnum, and I'll take Crotsmere. Barnum, Crotsmere, Crotsmere, Barnum. Let's call the whole thing off.
No, we can't do that. We got to get over there at once and investigate. Follow me, Harris.
Righto, Cap.
Take care of the office, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Come on, Sarge. Let's go.
Better take your pill first, Mr. Benny.
Oh, all right, Doc. Come on, Sarge, we're off. Cap O'Benny rides again. Well, here we are, Sarge. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone it, I forgot to release the brake. Well, let's try again. This must be the place, Sarge.
It better be. We're out of gas.
Open up. Come on, open the door. I'll break it down.
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
You're the butler, aren't you?
How do you know?
Your uniform is a dead giveaway. Now, come on, you. Where's the body?
You mean Mr. Crotsmere's?
Yes.
Why, he's right there on the floor.
Thanks. Follow me, Sarge.
Yeah, man.
Musicians are all alike. Who's this? Wait a minute. Are you Mrs. Crotsmere?
No, I am the maid.
Yeah, what's your name?
Fifi.
Your last name?
Poo-poo.
Pee-pee poo-poo.
Wee-wee.
Wee-wee. Make a note of that, Sarge.
Woo-woo.
Sergeant. Now, Fifi, bring Mrs. Crotsmere in here.
Here I am, Cap, fit as a fiddle and ready for a new husband.
Oh, yeah? I want to talk to you, madam.
Go ahead, Blue Coat. Take a load off your feet and sit down.
Thanks. Ouch!
What's the matter, Cap?
I've been looking for that badge all day.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Crotsmere, where were you at the time of the murder?
In back of the gun, minding my own business.
So you did have a gun, eh?
Yes,
Where'd you buy the bullets?
at Bullets, Wilshire.
That's a local gag, folks, but it fits. Now, listen, Mrs. Crotsmere. I want the whole story from you right from the start, and I want the truth. Get it, the truth.
Okay, Bloodhound. My husband and I were sitting in the den. He was behind his desk cleaning his pipe
Yes, yes, go on.
when suddenly a shot rang out. I looked toward the window, and there I saw...
Beg pardon, madam. Are we having Jell-O for dinner?
Yes, Jenkins,
Any particular flavor?
a little of each, and be sure that it's genuine Jell-O with the big red letters on the box.
Make a note of that, Sarge.
Gotcha, pal.
Now, go ahead, Mrs. Crotsmere. What did you see?
Well, I looked out of the window, and there in the moonlight I saw shadows running across the lawn.
Oh, moonlight and shadows, eh? Must have been making a dash for the hit parade. Make a note of that, Sarge.
Ain't worth it.
And then what happened, Mrs. Kratzmere?
I screamed and fired 2 shots.
2 shots, eh? I thought you were lying. Now listen, gal, you're coming with me. And what's more, you're coming without a struggle.
I never struggled yet, big boy.
Then slap the bracelets on her, Sarge. And let's go. Now, wait a minute. Hold everything. No one move. Come in.
It's time for another pill, Mr. Benny.
I haven't got time for that, Doc. Now get out of here. Come on, Sarge, and take Mrs. Kratzmere with you. What was that? Look, Sarge. Someone threw a stone through the window.
Yes, Captain, there's a note tied around it.
A note, eh? What does it say?
Hillside 5027.
That nurse again. She sure gets around. Come on, let's go. Wait a minute, Sarge. Wait a minute, there's the phone. Maybe it's a clue. I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Yes? What? Who? Cactus Face?
Cactus Face?
Doggone it, we got the wrong last page. What'll I do now?
This will be concluded next Sunday night. Will the murder be solved? Will they find the right page? Will Jack's doctor run out of pills? Listen in next Sunday night and find out. Play Pill. Dessert is a great favorite with everybody, and here's a dessert that's everybody's favorite. Ice cream made with Jell-O ice cream powder. The new way to have rich, mellow ice cream more quickly, more easily, more economically. For Jell-O ice cream powder makes delicious, creamy ice cream, the kind with the real old-fashioned homemade flavor. Yet you actually use less cream and get more ice cream. And you make it right in the freezing trays of your refrigerator. Or if you prefer, you'll get the same wonderful results with an ordinary hand freezer. All you do is combine Jell-O ice cream powder with milk, some cream and sugar, and you'll soon have 1.5 quarts of smooth, mellow ice cream. And economical? I'll say it is. Why, one package of Jell-O ice cream powder makes 1.5 quarts of ice cream, twice as much as most other such products on the market. So serve ice cream made with Jell-O ice cream powder soon. There are 5 rich, delicious flavors. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, lemon, and maple, and there is unflavored, too, so that you can make any flavored ice cream you want. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O ice cream powder.
Number of the 35th program in the new Jell-O series. We're with you again next Sunday night when we will finish our thrilling mystery. So be sure and listen in. Come on, Mary, you going home?
Take my handcuffs off first.
Oh, yes, that's right. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
The tune Runaway from Love is from the Singing Marines. The Jell-O program comes to you from Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Once there was an ant and a grasshopper. The ant worked day and night while his friend the grasshopper fiddled away his free time. Then when the ant left on his winter vacation, was the grasshopper left in the cold? 'Cause the grasshopper was on the payroll savings plan. And by now, all those U.S. savings bonds added up to a big surprise to the ant and a big winter vacation for the grasshopper. Moral, buy U.S. savings bonds and you don't need a rich ant.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn.
Lux presents Hollywood. Broadway Bill, the story of a young man and three characters who dominate his life. Two girls and a racehorse. Broadway Bill brings to our microphone Robert Taylor, Francis D., Gail Patrick, and Raymond Walburn, with one of the greatest personalities of the American turf, Alfred G. Vanderbilt, as the evening's special guest. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, before hearing from our producer, some timely news for the ladies. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the thrifty care for your silks, rayons, cottons, linens, and woolens. Just a few flakes make so many suds. A penny's worth of Lux goes a long, long way. For instance, about a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water is hard, will do your underthings 3 times, your stockings 4 times. Just a little more than a penny's worth will do a sweater and a dress. And in hard water, just a bit more Lux softens the water, gives you an abundance of suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And it's safe. Safe for everything, safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box handy, and remember, Lux is safe and it saves. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who plays the title role in tonight's play has never been on Broadway. And what's more, has refused to speak a word over our microphone. It's no breach of confidence to tell you that Broadway Bill is a racehorse. And to star with him, we've chosen 2 of the screen colony's foremost lovers of horseflesh, Robert Taylor and Francis D. Right now, some 30 head of horses are grazing on the 1,000-acre ranch owned by Miss D and her famous husband, Joel McRae, who co-stars for me with Barbara Stanwyck in Union Pacific. While also out in the San Fernando Valley, Robert Taylor devotes many of his off-screen hours to raising and riding some of the finest thoroughbreds this side of Kentucky. When she's not in the saddle, Miss D's favorite means of locomotion about the ranch is an old-fashioned buggy left by a former owner. That buggy is rather typical of the style of living on the D. McRae premises. They have no phone there, and when Paramount wants to get in touch with her, they signal frantically by shortwave radio. Miss D makes her Lux debut tonight as Alice Higgins. Robert Taylor is here through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio, where he started his screen career for $35 a week. He came to Hollywood from Pomona College and his hometown, Beatrice, Nebraska. A small-town boy who played the cello, won prizes for oratory, and wanted to be a psychiatrist. He'll appear shortly with Myrna Loy in MGM's Lucky Night and comes to our stage as Dan Brooks. Welcome is also written on the doormat in great big letters for Gail Patrick, who just completed Man of Conquest for Republic. Gail is the most vociferous rooter for our local baseball club, the Hollywood Stars. And tonight she plays Margaret. Raymond Walburn again shows his superiority in character roles in the part of Colonel Pettigrew. Our stars are at the post. The weather is clear, the track fast, and we're off as the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. The thriving little town of Higginsville, named for its founder and first citizen, Jeremiah L. Higgins, who lived in Higgins Park, if we may believe the bronze plaque on his statue, from 1790 to 1844. While he's long since been laid to rest, another J.L., in the person of his grandson, carries on, still very much Higginsville's public citizen number 1. From his office on Main Street, he controls the destiny of his tiny world.
And I want them at my house tonight. All of them.
Yes, J.L.
And on the dot of 8.
Yes, J.L.
Especially Mr. Dan Brooks. If he can spare the time.
Yes, J.L.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go call him.
Yes, J.L. Sorry, J.L.
Oh, Miss Peterson, I've been waiting to see you.
Not now, Mel. J.L.'s on a rampage. This is the first of the month, and there's the usual board of directors meeting. I have to call all his sons-in-law and remind them. Hand me that list, Mel.
What list?
What do you think? The J.L. Higgins Iron Company, the J.L. Higgins Furniture Company, the J.L. Higgins Department Store, Real Estate Company, Lampshade Corporation, Paper Box Company. You know, I never have understood why J.L. didn't take over old man Sumter's undertaking parlor while he was at it.
Give him time. Give him time. Higgins, that's not a family. It's a disease. Here's them numbers.
No, just watch the little boys jump.
This is Mr. Winslow speaking, Mrs. Peterson. Meeting? Of course I'll be there. Just tell J.L. he can count on me. Mr. Early speaking. Meeting tonight? Thank you. I'll be there right on the dot.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Peterson. I wouldn't miss it. 8 o'clock. Tell Mr. Higgins I'll be delighted.
Yes, this is Mrs. Brooks. No, Mr. Brooks isn't at home, Mrs. Peterson. Well, are you sure he isn't at his office? Oh, I see. Well, don't worry. I'll see that he gets my father's message about the meeting. Mary.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Will you try to reach Mr. Brooks, please? Tell him there's a family meeting tonight. My father wants him to be there.
Yes, ma'am. Where shall I call him, ma'am?
If I'm not mistaken, you can reach Mr. Brooks at the race.
There he goes into the stretch. Come on, Broadway Bill. Give him his head, Whitey.
How's he doing, Dad?
Oh, swell. Come on, Bill. Ride him, Whitey. Come on, boys. That's it. Oh, what time? What time?
What did he make it in?
1:40.
40. Gee, that's marvelous.
Bring him over here, Whitey.
How's that, Mr. Dan? If this horse is going fast, nobody's going to see him with the naked eye.
Nice riding, Whitey. Nice going, Bill.
Hot diggity dog. Look at that there rooster there, Mr. Dan. He's coming right to set right upon Broadway Bill's neck.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Miss Alice here been training that Skeeter to do that.
Skeeter, that's the rooster's name, Dan. I christened him.
Well, mascot and everything, huh? All right, Whitey. Take Bill in and rub him down.
Yes, sir. Come on, Broadway Bill. Get up there.
Incidentally, Alice, I'm beginning to think you know more about this horse than I do. You've been hanging around the stable an awful lot lately.
Want to make something out of it?
No. I was just thinking of Emperor Higgins. You better not let him catch you, Princess.
Emperor J.L. Higgins doesn't know I'm alive. I'm just the young brat of the household.
Well, you will stay single. If you'd get married and give him another son-in-law,
You'd have to be pretty clever to do that.
Huh? Oh. That's right. Funny, but you've always seemed just as much one of J.L.'s daughters as Margaret herself. Somehow I can't get it through my head that you're just a lowly niece.
Lowly's the word. The black lamb daughter of a black sheep brother. Ever hear about my dad?
No, they don't mention him much.
No. He was the one Higgins in history who refused to hig. You know what he did? Threw over his whole share in the family enterprises to get away from this place and do the things he wanted to do.
Swell.
Oh, he never exactly found any pots of gold lying around. But he did find what's more important. I never saw my mother. She died when I was born. And I only had Dad till I was 11.
That was pretty tough.
Yeah. But Dad had a sort of creed, I guess you'd call it. He said, you've got just one life, remember that. And always make the best of it. J.L.'s helped me to do that. All the affection he was too proud to show Dad, well, he's poured it out to me. He's treated me like a daughter, all right. And I love the old tyrant. Hey, listen to me, will you? The biography of Alice Higgins in 6 easy chapters. Well, I've got to go now, Dan. How about tomorrow? Another workout for Broadway Bill?
Sure. But, Alice, if you got other things to do...
No, thanks. I love to watch that horse run. Only thing is, I'd like to see him run against something besides jackrabbits.
Yes, so would I. He ought to be racing right now. He's got everything, that horse. Stamina, breeding, everything.
Dan, the Imperial track opened last week.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Why don't you, Dan?
What?
Take Broadway Bill down there and start him racing.
Crazy? What about my job?
Oh, what about it? You've been wanting to chuck it and Higginsville, too, ever since you got here.
Listen, when I came here, I was just a racetrack mug, a bunch of horses and nothing else.
Now? You happy now, Dan?
Sure, of course I am.
Sure. Of course you are. Well, so long, Dan. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Brooks, I've been looking all over for you. Your wife wants you to come right home. Oh, and says to remind you there's a family meeting tonight.
Get out of here.
Huh?
You heard me. I said... never mind. I'm sorry, kid. Thanks. He made it in 1:40.
140. What do you think of that, Margaret?
Who made what in 140?
Broadway Bill, and with Whitey up, too.
Oh,
and
Dan, you're not dressed yet. Do you want to be late for the meeting?
Late for it? I want to duck it completely.
Don't talk nonsense. Here, fasten my dress.
Okay. But look, darling, there's a swell full moon out. Let's go and sit under it all night. For 2 nights. For a week.
Dan, Father expects us at that meeting, and we're going to be there.
All right, suppose we aren't. What difference does it make? Your father will do all the talking, and we'll just sit there with our heads on a hinge. I'll tell you what, let's just stand in front of the house and throw rocks at the windows.
That'd be cute. Oh, Dan, when are you going to grow up?
Sure, I know. I'm a big businessman now. Crown Prince of the Higgins dynasty, husband of the eldest daughter, and... Say, why don't you put a zipper on this thing?
Someday you'll be calling the meetings. You wouldn't want others to throw rocks.
If they didn't, they'd be saps. There you are, all fastened.
Now, hurry and dress.
Margaret, listen to me.
Well?
Suppose I should tell you that I'm miserable here, that I'm dying a slow death. Would you go away with me?
Where to?
Someplace where I can earn my own living, doing the things I want to do.
Back to the racing business, I suppose, so that I can live in cheap boarding houses, not knowing where my next meal's coming from.
Well, isn't that better than this? Isn't it better than having your husband a parasite who only holds his job because he's married to you?
Oh, Dan. Oh, you're just tired, Dan. I'll speak to Father about a vacation for you.
Vacation. You'll never get it into your head that this isn't just a whim of mine, will you? Look, Margaret, I was around horses since I was a kid. They're in my blood.
Of course. And you were marvelous to give them up. I appreciate it. Now kiss me and finish dressing.
Did I ever tell you the story of Broadway Bill, about his mother? She was blind, you know.
Here's your tie, dear.
Well, when Bill was born, the old mare had a problem on her hands. She wanted to be near her baby, but she couldn't find him. It was pitiful. Well, then I got an idea. I put a bell around Broadway Bill's
Dan,
neck.
will you hold still? How can I tie your tie?
I'm sorry, darling. Well, after a while, an amazing thing began to happen. Broadway Bill realized that something was wrong with his mother. He'd never leave her side. Yes, sir, all the other colts had run lickety-split all over the place, but not him. He stuck by his mother, leading her with that bell of his everywhere she went. Now, what do you think of that?
It's beautiful. Now, where's your coat?
How can I help loving the guy after all that? Look, come here to the window. I want to show you something. Now, listen. Hear that? That's Bill. Isn't that swell?
You're still Huckleberry Finn, aren't you, darling? And now, if you'll hurry up, I'll let you go searching for pirates after the meeting.
Okay, Margaret. I guess you just don't get it.
You have the time, Mr. Early?
Of course, J.L. It's just 5 minutes past 8.
Thank you. And what does your watch say, Mr. Winslow?
Why, 8:05 is right, J.L., and 15 seconds.
15 is right, J.L.
Don't tell me that turnip of yours has stopped, J.L. I thought the sun came up by it.
This is no occasion for humor, Alice. I was merely checking my own time to give Margaret and Mr. Brooks the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, it seems to me when all the rest of the family can manage to get here on time, Mr. Brooks might manage it, too.
Matilda?
Yes, Father, sorry.
Good evening, Father.
Hello, everybody.
You're late, Margaret. Late, Dan.
Yes, we are, J.L. I'll tell you how it was.
If you please, we will start the meeting.
Sure. Hiya, Princess.
Hi. How's it feel to be in the doghouse?
First of all, regarding the Acme Lumber Company. At 10 o'clock this morning, it became the Higgins Lumber Company. I hope you all approve.
Oh, yes.
Naturally, J.L.
Oh, a wise move, J.L.
Dan?
Of course, J.L.
For the time being, the new company has no active head. It will remain so until... Well, I'm sure you all know what I mean.
Sure we do, J.L. You mean until I provide the family with another in-law. Well, you'd better not wait.
What's that, Alice?
The man I marry won't care for the lumber business. If he does, I won't marry him.
Don't you be impudent, Alice.
Sorry, J.L., but it goes.
Now to other matters. I'm happy to say that all the Higgins enterprises are doing excellently. That is all except the Higgins Paper Box Company. There, in fact, the sales have decreased 22%. Mr. Brooks, can you offer any explanation?
Nope.
Then I trust you won't mind if I suggest a cure. Namely, more application on your part. More attention to business and less attention to that ridiculous horse.
What's your point, J.L.?
It's quite obvious. 3 years ago, you came to this town penniless, a man with questionable background, some sort of an association with the racetrack business, I believe. But I overlooked that. You and Margaret were in love, and I gave my approval to your marriage. I even placed you in charge of the Higgins Paper Box Company, largest of the Higgins enterprises. You were the envy of my other sons-in-law, Mr. Early and Mr. Winslow. In fact, you still are.
Oh, now, J.L.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Please. For 2 years, you were successful, Mr. Brooks. This last year, you've not been. Therefore, beginning tomorrow, I shall expect you to devote yourself exclusively to business. And I shall insist that you dispose of that horse. See that it's done. Now,
Wait
regarding
a minute, Mr. Higgins.
Dan.
Well?
I have no intention of selling my horse. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving Higginsville in the morning.
Hooray! Bravo, Dan. Bravo.
Alice.
You're right, J.L. I have neglected the business. And the reason is simple.
I hate it. I stuck it out for 3 years, and I've been miserable every minute of the time. For years, we've been making the Higgins special paper box for 4 cents and selling it for 5. If only once we made it for 5 cents and sold it for 4, even that'd help. I know. I sound crazy to you. Maybe I am. But somehow you strike me the same way. The only thing you're interested in is gobbling up money.
Now, you be careful what you say, Dan.
Look at you, J.L. You haven't had a vacation in 40 years. You're just rotting away in your own little kingdom. Well, I'm getting out. And as for that horse of mine, Mr. J.L. Higgins, I wouldn't give him up for you or anybody else. If it weren't for Broadway Bill, I'd have been out of this town a long time ago. I was broke when I got here, and I'm leaving the same way. There's nothing out of Higginsville that I want. So, if it's all the same to you, you can accept my resignation. I'll wait for you in the car, Margaret.
You needn't bother. I'm staying right here.
Margaret, what's the matter with you? You can't let him go alone. He loves you.
Alice, this is none of your affair.
It is my affair. I won't sit by and see Margaret throw away her life.
What I choose to do is my own business. Dan, you say you don't belong in Higginsville, and you never did. Well, I do. We'll leave it at that.
But, darling, you're my wife, and I've got to go.
You're my husband, and I'm going to stay.
All right. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
We have just heard the first act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis Dee with Gail Patrick. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and all is quiet in the house. Only Great Aunt Cynthia, who is visiting the Brownings, is at home. She's a rather grim, determined old lady who was constantly bewildered by the ways of her up-to-date young nieces. But wait, here comes 16-year-old Dot now, home from a shopping trip.
Mother! Your mother's out, Dorothy. What is it?
Oh, hello, Aunt Cynthia. Look what I just bought.
What is it?
A new slip. Oh, isn't it a honey, Aunt Cynthia?
Looks perishable to me.
Why, Auntie, it's what we always wear.
Silk and lace. In my day, young girls wore more practical things.
But, Auntie, it's so much more fun wearing soft, silky things.
But they don't last.
Oh, but they do. You see, we Lux our things after each wearing. And it's just wonderful the way Lux Flakes keep our things new looking a long, long time. Well, look at my slip. I've had it over a year.
Over a year? Well, it looks new to me.
You can thank Lux Flakes for that. Better try it, Auntie. Think how glamorous it'll keep your things.
Really, Dorothy. Glamorous at my age. Well, I must try Lux.
It looks as if Dot has won Aunt Cynthia over to her side. She's right about Lux Flakes, you know. They do keep underthings new-looking longer. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. Absolutely nothing to spoil any color or fabric that's safe in water alone. It quickly removes perspiration and leaves your things fresh and lovely looking. For daintiness, Lux underthings after every wearing. Your blouses and dresses, often. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now we're ready for the second act of our play. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis Dee, with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. With Broadway Bill and the stable boy Whitey, Dan Brooks left the royal empire of the Higgins family and went to the Imperial Racetrack. Starting on a shoestring, he is determined to make a living by racing his horse. But things haven't been going any too well. Back home in Higginsville, Alice runs into Margaret's room, waving the sports section of the newspaper.
Margaret, did you see this?
Sit down, Alice. What is it?
In the sporting section, it's about Dan.
What about him?
All the rotten luck. Dan, he had Broadway Bill in a race yesterday, just a little one. And, well, listen. Hard luck horse of the day was a newcomer to Imperial named Broadway Bill. He acted badly at the post, delaying the start of the race nearly 10 minutes, and then proceeded to throw his rider and thus lose whatever chance he may have had to crash into the winner's circle. Broadway Bill
you needn't read anymore. I heard about all that from Dan. There was a letter from him this morning.
What did he say?
Oh, how he's sorry, and he hopes I understand, and he still loves me.
No, I mean about the race.
Oh, I don't know. The horse won't run without some rooster or some such ridiculous thing.
Dieter!
Yes, that's it.
Did you send it to him?
Don't be absurd.
But, Margaret, Broadway Bill needs him. He can't win without him. Don't you want him to win?
I want Dan to get this nonsense out of his head and come back.
I don't think he's coming back.
Oh? Well, if that's the way he feels about it, perhaps that's all right, too.
Look, Margaret, I know you've never liked me very much, and I suppose it's pretty fresh of me to give you advice. But don't do it, Margaret.
Do what?
Give him up. Oh, I know you haven't yet, but you're thinking about it. Why don't you go down there with him? Dan is worth hanging on to, Margaret. He's wonderful.
What are you so excited about?
He loves you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
If he loves me, he'll come back. It's the only way I'd be interested.
You deserve to lose him.
Alice.
You're just like all the rest of the Higgins tribe. Hard and cold and practical. I hope you do lose him.
It just ain't no use, boss. Tain't only that race the other day, but it's the way he's been working out mornings. He just won't run without that rooster. Think she'll send it, boss?
I don't know, Whitey. We'll enter Broadway Bill again this week and hope for the best.
You got the $25 entrance fee, boss?
No.
Well, you better hope for that first.
Don't worry, I'll get it if I have to. Hey, look out there. Isn't that Colonel Pettigrew?
Looks sure enough like him.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel Pettigrew. Whitey, this is straight from heaven. Hey, Colonel, over here.
Well, Dan Brooks, as I live and breathe. Glad to see you, my boy. Glad to see you.
How are you, Colonel?
Exceptionally well, thank you.
Come on in.
Happy, come here, Dan. This is an old friend and business associate, Mr. Oscar McGuire, laughingly known as Happy.
How do you do?
All right.
Well, sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, this is like old times, Dan.
Colonel, I'm certainly glad to see you. I need a friend right now.
Well, you know me, Dan. Anything at all. Anything at all.
That's swell. Look, Colonel, I got a horse, Broadway Bill. He's right on top and raring to go. All I got to do is get him up to that starting gate. He'll do the rest.
You fine, fine. We must get him up there at the first possible moment.
Oh, that's great, boy. Am I glad I saw you.
Nothing at all. You'll be glad a little later. Dan, confidentially, I've got a little proposition down here at the track that figures to clean up $160,000, and I'm going to let you in on it.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir, just for old time's sake.
Yeah, that's mighty nice of you, Colonel.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. It's going to need a little financing, though.
I need what?
Oh, nothing substantial, mind you. A mere matter of $50 placed on a horse I have in mind, and the winnings to be placed on a series of sure things. It can't miss, my friend. It can't miss.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you trying to borrow $50 from me?
Oh, vulgarly speaking, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to borrow $25 from you.
Oh, dear. Well, it looks like a deadlock. I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah, so am I.
However, I expect to be rolling in wealth in a few days. You look me up then. Do that, Dan.
Sure, I will.
Come along, Happy, my friend. There are greener pastures just over the hill.
Yeah, that's where the poorhouse is, ain't it?
Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. Easy.
Oh, get down now, Bill. Get down. That's the way he's been all the time, boss. Restless like. He won't be no good at all unless we get
Oh, shut up about that rooster.
Yes, sir. It's just that I kind of figured
Hey, what's that?
What?
What is it?
Boss, I ain't gonna even guess.
Skeeter!
It's Skeeter!
Hello.
Princess!
Well, here we are, me and Skeeter.
Princess, you're a message from the gods. Give him to me. Here you are, Bill. Here's your boyfriend. Get up there on his back, Skeeter.
Yeah, man, look at that. Snapping out of it already.
How about it, Bill, old boy? Happy?
Is he? Oh, Princess, I could kiss you.
Stand in front of your horse. Nice little place you've got here.
Yeah.
Who sleeps on the cot, you or the horse?
None of your cracks, Princess. Come on, sit down. Tell me everything. How's Margaret? When's she coming down?
Well, she's fine, but I don't think she's coming down. Matilda has the grip, and, well, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, give her a kiss for me when you get back, will you?
But I'm not going back. I'm stopping at the hotel in town.
Oh, now, hey, cut it out. You're taking the next train back to Higginsville. Hey, wait a minute. Give me your purse. 10, 20, 25. There, I'm leaving you some.
Thanks.
Big hearted Dan, that's me. Wait a second. This isn't Higgins' money, is it?
No, it's my own.
That's all right, then. This 25 is going to enter Bill in a race tomorrow. He wins it, earns 500, goes into the handicap and wins 25,000. And the little princess gets her original investment back with a swell present from Dan for interest.
I can hardly wait.
Now, you better beat it back to Higginsville. Go on, now.
Sorry, but I'm staying here until the big race is over.
Are you crazy? What'll Emperor Higgins think?
Hang the Emperor.
Another revolutionary, huh? Beautiful heiress scorns empire.
Think I'll have any difficulty down here?
Well, what do you think you're going to do? Find yourself a nice rosy-cheeked peasant and get married?
Swell idea.
Great. Got anybody in mind?
Oh, you...
What about that guy back home? Come on, tell Dan. What's he like?
All right. He's perfect. He's the ideal man. He's 11 feet tall, no ears, and eats little children. You satisfied?
Hey, Princess, don't get so... Hey, what's the matter with her? 137. That's what the time was on him just now. You know what that means?
Yes, sir, boss. It means that horse is just plain greased lightning, only without no grease to hold him back.
Whitey, it's in the bag. We've kissed our last trouble goodbye.
Just one thing worries me, boss.
What's that?
Old Pop, that feed man. He sure is fixing to get that money of his.
Ah, forget it. All we have to do is stall him off until after the race.
Oh, me, I wish that big race was... Boss, is my nose lying or does I smell eatments?
What do you think? You're right. Take care of Bill.
Hi, partner. About time you got here. Hurry and clean up or you'll be late for dinner.
Hey, what is this? I thought you went home.
Get out of my way. How can I cook if you clutter up my kitchen?
Wait a minute. Where'd you get the food?
You let me worry about that. Whitey tells me you haven't been eating.
Oh, he's crazy. We
Can't win races if you don't eat.
I'm not running. What's all this? All these cans of stuff.
Well, I thought while I was buying stuff for dinner, I'd sort of lay in a supply.
Princess, you're pretty swell. Now tell me, what's the idea?
Don't bother me. I'm here and I'm going to stay here.
Okay. Which of these cans do we open tonight?
Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash.
Split pea soup and the succotash, huh? Well, give me the can opener. Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash had a fight once upon a timer. Said the split pea soup to the succotash, without corn you'd be just lime. I took a lesson in my life. Oh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself,
What makes you so happy tonight?
Happy? Well, I'll tell you. I'm happy because at last the old man with the whiskers has his arm around my shoulders. I'm happy because I entered Broadway Bill in a $500 race tomorrow with the money you forced on me. I'm happy because we're going to win it, and that means we can enter the handicap. And that means our troubles are over. Oh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself, what rhymes with sulfur?
You do want to win that race, don't you?
Sure, I got to. Got to have money to do things. Princess, before I get through, I'm going to have the finest string of thoroughbreds in the country.
Starting to rain.
Margaret will be proud of me then. She'll have to be. Doesn't think much of me right now. I got to show her.
Don't be silly.
That's why I got to win that big race. I got to get her out of Higginsville. Think I ever will?
Sure. Sure you will.
Say, boss, rain's coming in here where Broadway Bill's stall is.
Margaret just wants to be shown. That's all. She really isn't.
Boss, the roof's leaking.
What?
The rain is coming in on Bill. One real storm, boss.
Dan.
Come on. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. It's all right. Take it easy. Hey, Whitey, those rags over there. Take them and get up there and stuff that hole in the roof just above Bill. Hurry up.
Yes, sir, boss.
Alice, close that window. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy.
Are you all right, Dan?
I don't know. He just came in from the track. If he gets a chill now, it'll be all off.
Boss, look at his legs. He got a chill sure enough. He's shaking all over right now.
Is he all right, Doctor? How about it?
He's a long way from all right. A mighty sick animal. High fever and needs a lot of care and rest.
But, Doctor, he's supposed to run in a race today.
Race? You want to kill him?
Well, how about Saturday, Doc? He's got to run Saturday. That's the big race.
Saturday, eh? Well, can't tell. Animals are funny. Sometimes they snap out of these things like that. But even so, it's a risk. Bad strain on his heart so soon after a fever like this. But whatever you do, don't run him before then. Give him all the rest you can.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and I'll send that medicine.
Gee, boss, that old man with the whiskers don't appear to me to be working so good. If Bill is still too sick to run on Saturday...
Oh, he won't be. Will you, Bill, old-timer? You're going to be right in there with him, aren't you?
Dan, he looks so pathetic.
I tell you, he's all right. I'm sorry, Princess. It's just that I...
Sure, I know.
Yeah, one thing's a cinch. Bill can't run today. That means we still got to raise the $500 for entry fee.
Yeah, but how, boss?
I don't know yet.
Where are you going?
Find the colonel and Happy. There must be some way in this town to raise $500.
Good luck.
Gosh, Miss Alice.
I know. Things sure look terrible. But moaning about it won't change them. Whitey, haven't you got any ideas?
Ideas? Yes, I got two of them right here.
You mean a crap game? You might win?
Listen, Miss Alice. The way Lady Luck has been frowning at us, I couldn't win a bad nickel.
But you could try. Wait a minute. Whitey, it's possible that you might win, say, $200 today and another $200 or so tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, if you came and told Dan he'd believe you.
Yes, I reckon so.
Whitey, you stay here and nurse Bill. Little Alice has a job of her own to do.
What about it, Colonel? Any luck?
Dan, it's a little unfortunate. To be frank, we had an excellent proposition, Happy and I. Got a stranger, to pay us $25 for the exclusive information that a horse named Doughboy was a cinch in the fourth race.
Yeah, well, where's the 25?
Wait a minute. Hear all, my friend. Hear all.
I am abashed to confess, Dan, my boy, that in some strange way, the rumor that the stranger spread like wildfire. In fact, it even came to my own tender ears.
You mean you bet the 25 on your own phony tip?
Alas, my head is bowed, Danny, my lad. I did.
Yeah, and Doughboy was never heard from again.
I'm sorry, Dan. Sorry. Yes, I am. Yes.
Well, you tried anyway. Looks like a big job ahead of us tomorrow. Here's all I could raise, $56.
Dan!
Yeah, what is it?
It's Whitey. He's got money.
Here you are, boss.
Well, thanks, Whitey, but...
Hey, there's there's $210 here.
Yes, sir.
Don't wake me. I'm dreaming.
But how, Whitey? Where did you...
I still got my bones, boss.
Oh, Whitey, yours...
Dan, listen.
It's Bill.
He's up. He's on his feet again.
Sure he is, and look at his eyes, clear as spring water. You're all right now, aren't you, Bill?
Think you'll be able to run, boss?
You bet he'll run.
Yeah, forgive me for adding a solemn note to this festive moment, but you've still got less than 300 simoleons for that entry fee.
Yeah,
You need 5.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Whitey, those dice of yours, do you think they can perform as well tomorrow as they did today?
I don't know, boss.
Of course they can, Whitey. You know they can.
Well, I guess so, Mr. Boss. If Miss Alice says so, I reckon they can.
Well, back for your watch already, miss? Your luck must have changed.
No, I want to know how much you can give me on this ring.
Let's see. About 150.
I need 200.
I can't. I'm sorry. 160 is the limit.
Yes, but I've got to have... Wait a minute. This coat. It's mink. How much for that?
But I don't take furs, miss.
That's security, isn't it? Give me 220 on both the ring and the coat, and that's all I need. Please.
All right. As long as it's you. 220.
Oh, thanks. Whitey,
Yes, sir, Miss Alice.
this man will give you $220. Now take it to Mr. Dan and tell him he can enter Broadway Bill in the big race.
Yes, ma'am.
Split pea soup and the succotash. We're in love one spring and summer. Till the split pea soup caught the succotash on the vest of a traveling drummer.
Hey, must you do that?
Nope.
That's a relief.
Ah, what an evening. Say, aren't you chilly without a coat?
No, I left it up at the hotel. Well, I'd better say goodnight, Dan.
No, don't go yet. Sit down. It's a swell night. You know, Princess, I'm a very lucky fella.
Your old man with the whiskers has certainly been on the job.
Yeah, you bet I got everything. Great horse inside there, beautiful wife, a nice soft shoulder on which to lay my weary head. Princess,
Huh?
you're all right.
Thank you.
You're not really a Higgins at all. I bet you had some real nice people in your family somewhere. Pirates or something.
Dan,
Hmm.
suppose you lose the race tomorrow. What then?
No, we can't lose.
But if we do,
Back to Higginsville. Promised Margaret. Told her if Bill loses that race tomorrow, I don't know anything about horses. Might just well make paper boxes. But we won't lose, Princess. You can't if you wish hard enough. You know what I believe?
What?
That you can wish for something so hard you wish it into existence. You try that sometime.
I have tried it. Lots of times.
I should worry. I got a great horse. Even answers when I call to him. You know that? Listen. Must be asleep. Yeah, he'll get it this time. Hey, that's funny. He always answers when I whistle to him. Hey, Bill, what's...
Dan, he's gone.
Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, I've been looking for you. They took him. They done took him.
Who, Whitey? Who took him?
Mr. Jones, the feed man. He come with the sheriff. Had an attachment or something.
Attachment?
Yes, sir. Just walk in with the papers and took him. It was terrible, boss, the way they was jerking him and had his neck tied to a rope, and they was pulling him along over the cobblestone behind a car.
They'll kill him, Whitey.
I tried to stop him, boss. I chased him as far as I could.
Where'd they take him?
I don't know,
Well,
boss.
I'll find him.
Dan! Be careful, Dan.
All right, Nick, get in that stall. That's it, Joe. Jug his head around. I said, get in there, you.
Let go of that horse. Give me that bridle. That's my horse.
What is this? I'll handle this truck horse, and I'll handle him the way I want.
Yeah?
Cut it, smart guy. What do you think you are, Madison Square Garden? You're under arrest.
That's your room now, mister.
But, officer, don't you see? I can't stay in here.
Sorry, can't do a thing for you. Socking a deputy sheriff is a serious offense. You'll have to talk to the judge.
But when? What time in the morning do they hold court?
In the morning. There's no court tomorrow on account of the big race. Sorry, brother, but it looks like you're stuck till Monday.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. During this short intermission, we introduce our guest of the evening. But first, a word about our product. Lux Flakes gives you double help in your dishpan. They're speedy and they're gentle. Lux dissolves quickly and works fast, and Lux is kind to your hands. It has no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing to dry or irritate your skin. Isn't it foolish to use harsh soaps? They're hard on your hands. Or cake soap, it's so slow. Remember, Lux helps you in two ways. It's speedy and it's gentle. It's thrifty, too. So buy the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes and keep it in your kitchen. And now, here is Mr. DeMille with our guest.
Since the cradle days of the Republic, the breeding and racing of thoroughbred horses has endowed the field of sports with America's finest ideals in ethics, fair play, and tradition. It's men like our guest, Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt, who are keeping that hallowed heritage gloriously alive today. Racing authorities say that this young man is fast becoming one of the greatest personalities on the American turf. He's president of the Maryland Jockey Club, which runs the Pimlico Race Course in Maryland, and owner of Sagamore Farms, where his string of horses include the famous Discovery, Identify, Galley Slave, and Impound. Let's join Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt in New York City.
In your play tonight, Mr. DeMille, Dan Brooks surrenders his home and career for the love of a racehorse. While I don't recommend that other men follow his example, it's very easy to understand Dan's feeling for Broadway Bill. Some people have the idea that men run horses just to collect handsome purses. Believe me, that's not the case. Of all the rewards a racehorse brings its owner, the prize money is not the greatest. The real joy and thrill come by watching a spindly little foal grow into a fine game animal, showing his worth and breeding on the racetrack. Don't think this modern mechanized age is marking the doom of fine horses, racing or otherwise. For in our country, there are still more than 11 million horses. But, of course, all these 11 million aren't bluegrass animals. And incidentally, bluegrass is quite green. It's called blue because it has a blue flower, and it's important to breeders because it contains certain chemicals. Many people think Kentucky and Maryland have a monopoly on all bluegrass, but the plain truth is that it grows all over the country. When it comes to monopoly on champions, though, it's a different story. For actually 90% of all the stake winners are raised in 3 states, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky. A common misconception in the public mind is that any horse of good lineage is a thoroughbred. The thoroughbred is just one particular breed of horse, which goes back 400 years to the time of Henry VIII for its origin. At that time, 3 Arabian stallions were brought to England to be bred to English mares. From then on, the race was kept pure, and every thoroughbred in the world today is related to those 3 Arabian stallions. Thoroughbred ancestry can be traced further back than that of any other living animal. The history of horseflesh shows that horses originated on this continent and then disappeared completely from it at some time in the several million years that have passed since their origin. At first, the horse was only the size of a police dog, with 3 toes on each foot and no means of defending itself in a fight, so it had to develop speed and size in order to survive. In those days, Alaska and Asia were united by land, and some of the hardier specimens of the American horse migrated to Europe that way, keeping the race going in Europe, though it disappeared in America. Explorers like the Spaniard Cortez, who 400 years ago conquered the vast Mexican Empire with 18 horses and a handful of men, were responsible for reintroducing a bigger, stronger horse into America. We have lots to learn from horses, especially in the application of that valuable asset known as horse sense. If I've absorbed any through association with horses, it prompts me now to pull in the reins and let you, Mr. DeMille, get on with your excellent play. Thank you.
Thank you for the horse sense, Mr. Vanderbilt. And now back in Hollywood, we hear Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Act 3 of Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walborn. It's the following morning, the day of the long-awaited handicap. Dan, in his cell in the Imperial City Jail, has an early morning visitor.
Hello, Princess.
Dan, I tried all night to see you. They wouldn't let me in. What can we do?
Nothing, Princess. We're sunk. I guess we didn't wish hard enough. The old man with the whiskers didn't hear us.
So now it's back to Higginsville?
Yeah, back to Higginsville. I guess Margaret will get a kick out of this, she and J.L.
Dan, don't talk like that. It isn't too late yet. Something might happen.
Nah, it's just not the day for miracles. Might as well scratch Broadway Bill. Get him out of the race and take it over. Get it over with. Need a 1, too. Did you see the morning paper? They got him listed as a 100-to-1 shot. Well, 100-to-1 or 1,000,000-to-1, I still say he'd have won.
He's in here.
Thanks.
We've got a visitor, Brooks. 10 minutes, mister.
That's enough. Hi, Mr. Brooks.
How are you?
My name's Eddie North. I hear you've got a horse in the handicap this afternoon.
I did have. He was scratched.
Yeah, that was too bad. It ain't too late to re-enter him.
How?
All you got to do is to pay off that feed bill. They'll release your horse and you can stick him back in the race.
Yeah, sure. The feed bill's only $150.
I know. I'll pay it if you want.
Say, what is this?
Now, here's the idea, Mr. Brooks. Broadway Bill was quoted this morning at 100-to-1. For some reason or other, the odds started to go down. Some slap-happy guy named Pettigrew started a rumor that the horse was a sure thing. And just before you scratched the race, the nag was down to 9-2.
9-2?
Yeah, that's it. So I think he ought to run.
Wait a minute. Are you going to put a bet on him?
Me? No. I'm betting on Gallant Lady.
Oh, I get it. You want my horse back in the race so the odds will go up on Gallant Lady?
That's it. Just a business proposition. Strictly on the up and up. Well, what do you say?
What do I say? Why, this floors me.
Ah, forget it. One old racing man is always glad to help another. Here you are. $150 for the feed bill, huh? And here's another $100 to pay a bail or fine or whatever you need to get out of here.
Look, I'll pay this back just as soon as I get...
Don't worry about it. I'll be paid plenty when Gallant Lady breezes in.
You better switch that bet, mister. Bill's a cinch.
Sure. Hey, by the way, how you fixed for a jockey?
Well...
How'd you like to have Ted Williams ride your horse?
Williams? Do you think I could get him?
It's in the bag. I'll have him at your stable in an hour.
Brother, you better get out of here. I'm about to break down and cry on your shoulder.
So long, Mr. Brooks. I've got a fellow waiting for me. See you out at the track.
Yeah, so long, and thanks.
Hey, Eddie, did you see him?
Yeah. He's putting the nag back in the race.
Swell. We'll get 5-to-1 on the lady now, easy.
Maybe better.
Sure. Yeah, but say, what about that Broadway Bill nag? They say he's pretty hot.
Listen, Cluck, that horse is a plug.
Yeah?
And even if he wasn't, I've got Ted Williams riding him. And Mr. Williams takes his orders from me.
Easy, Bill. Easy. Quiet, boy. You're sure, Williams, that you know how to handle him?
Oh, sure, Mr. Brooks, sure. Mr. North said for me to ride a good race for you, and what he says goes.
Bill isn't just an ordinary horse.
He sure ain't.
Now, remember, son, don't use the whip. He doesn't like it.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that.
He'll probably take the lead right at first. We'll let him have it. Don't hold him back. Whatever happens, don't hold him back.
I get it. It's in the bag.
There's the post call.
Listen, son, I gotta win this race. It means more to me than... Well, my whole future depends on it. So go ahead and good luck. Oh, wait a minute. So long, Bill. The old man's counting on you.
Me too, Bill.
And Skeeter, he's counting on you plenty, Bill.
All right, Williams. I'll see you later in the winner's circle.
Oh, Dan. Do you suppose Bill's all right?
All right.
Well, it's crazy, I guess, but I'm scared. He didn't have any too good care last night, and you remember what the veterinary said.
Hey, quit it, will you?
I'm sorry. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm just excited. Well, good luck, darling.
Thanks, Princess.
And you're going to win. You've got to. For my sake.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, please. It's crazy, I tell you. Come on, let's get up in the stand.
The horses are at the starting gate. As I've already told you, Contender is in the number 1 position. Gallant Lady number 2. Galspar number 3. Sun Up number 4. Broadway Bill number 5. And Broadway Bill just backed out of his stall. They're bringing him up again. Constantine is number 6, Buster Boy 7, and now they're all lined up down there. It looks like a started, and there they go. It's Galspar going to the front. Buster Boy is second, Miss Ann is third, Gallant Lady is fourth, Sun Up is fifth, and Raja B. They're going into the first turn with Galspar in front by a length and a half. Miss Ann is second by 1 length, Sun Up is third by half a length, Gallant Lady is fourth by a nose, Raja B is fifth, and Buster Boy is sixth. At the quarter, it's Galspar in front by 1 length. Miss Ann is second. Gallant Lady is third by 2 lengths. Sun Up is fourth, a length in front of Raja B. And there goes Gallant Lady. Gallant Lady is coming up fast on the inside and is now first by 1 length. Galspar is second. Miss Ann is third by...
What's the matter with Broadway Bill? Where is he?
He's 7th. If that jockey's holding him back, let him go. Give him his head. Let him go.
Come on, Bill. Come on,
boy.
Now they're stealing the race. They're pulling him back. Give him his head. Let him go, will you?
Come on, Bill. Get up there, boy.
No use. They framed him. They took the race right out from under...
No, listen. Look, he's moving up. He's coming up. That jockey can't hold him. He'll never hold him. Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill. Get up there, Bill. Keep moving, boy.
They're rounding the far turn. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Del Spar is second. Miss Anne is third. Roger B is fourth. And here comes Broadway Bill, moving very fast. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Miss Anne is second. And Broadway Bill is third on the outside. And moving up. They're heading for home. It's Gallant Lady in front by 2 lengths. Broadway Bill is second, and Miss Anne is third. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady by 1 length. Broadway Bill is second. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. They're running neck and neck. It's going to be a driving finish. Broadway Bill is pulling away, and they're coming down to the line of finish with Broadway Bill, the winner. Broadway Bill moved up fast to nose out Gallant Lady at the finish. It's Broadway Bill by a nose. Just a moment. There's something wrong up there at the turn. There's been an accident. One of the horses is down. I can't see it yet, but it looks like... Yes, it's Broadway Bill. Broadway Bill is down. Clear the track, please. Clear the track, please. Clear the track.
Great race, will you please let me get to him? Bill, what's the matter?
Tough luck, Mr. Brooks. He was a great animal.
Dan, no.
What are you talking about? Get a vet here.
It's no use. Your horse is dead. He won your race for you, but he broke his heart doing it. Sorry, Brooks. And I know that every one of you who stand here on this field today while we pay last honors to a great horse were here yesterday to see his triumph. A triumph that no racing man worth the name will soon forget. I can only say on behalf of the Imperial Track that we're proud that Broadway Bill's grave is going to be right here where it is, at the track itself. I never heard of a horse getting just this kind of tribute before, but then I never heard of a horse that so thoroughly deserved it. There's nothing more I can say. The only man who can say anything is Bill's owner, Dan Brooks.
You're wrong, Mr. Collins. If there's anybody who can say anything, it's me. Thanks. Thanks to the track for doing this for Bill. Thanks to so many of you for coming out, for coming here now. As for Broadway Bill, well, what could you say about a horse who'd run his heart out to win for you? All I can say is, thanks, Bill. And so long. Who is it?
It's I, Dan. Margaret.
Margaret. Oh, Margaret. Oh, darling, you did come. I knew you would. Gee, I'm sorry if I didn't see you at the track just now, but...
Track? But the race was yesterday.
But I mean for the... Oh. Then you didn't come for...
I came to take you home, Dan. Father's held your job open, and I've told everyone that you were just on a vacation.
Oh. Well, look, Margaret, let's talk about all this some other time. Right now...
We'll talk about it now, Dan. I know how you must feel about your horse, and I'm sorry for your sake, even though... Well, we'll have to admit that things working out as they have made it easier for us.
Easier?
Well, let's be sensible, darling. The one real barrier between us was Broadway Bill. And while I'm sorry he's gone...
I see what you mean.
I'm glad, Dan. Now...
Yeah, you shouldn't be. Because seeing what you mean, I also see for the first time things I should have seen a long time ago.
Dan.
So it was just Bill that stood between us, huh? Well, you're right, he did. But it wasn't just Bill himself. It was what he stood for, Margaret. And he stood for my kind of life. And that's just the opposite of yours. We don't speak the same language, Margaret.
Dan, you either leave here and come home with me now, or I start divorce proceedings in the morning.
All right, start them. Now that I think of it, there have been just two things that ever mattered to you. Yourself and those comical family traditions of yours. Well, you can keep them.
Thank you, I will.
Dan, what happened? Margaret just...
Margaret's gone, Princess. Seems your cousin wants my life run her way, and I want it mine. That's all there is to it. She's starting divorce proceedings in the morning. Why don't you say something?
Can't I?
I know. You're naturally fond of Margaret, and you probably...
Oh, will you shut up?
What is this?
Oh, let me alone.
Princess!
Mr. Bowles.
Why, did you see that? What's the matter with her?
You mean you don't know?
Should I know? What are you talking about?
Listen, Mr. Bowles. Where do you think most of that $500 come from to enter Bill in that race?
Well, you won it.
I won nothing. Miss Alice done hock all her things and give me that money to give to you. Whitey. Mr. Dan, about some things, you're the brightest man I ever see. But about other things, I don't know, boss.
No, neither do I.
You all going back to Higginsville, boss?
Yeah, but not for a while and for a different reason.
Yes, J.L., you're right, J.L.
Yes, J.L., yes, J.L. Don't yes, J.L. me. Say no once in a while, can't you? Here's a little news for all of you who are still directors of the Higgins Enterprises, particularly my beloved sons-in-law. This is the last of our meetings.
What does it mean?
And another thing. The Higgins Paper Box Company was sold this afternoon.
But, Father, just because Dan and I are divorced was no reason to sell the company.
I'm selling all the companies. The only thing I'm keeping is the bank.
Bravo, J.L. Father, what is this all about?
I don't even know myself. When I went up to the track the other day and I saw something that made me sit up a little, I'm wondering now if there isn't more to living than just making money. Like you, Mr. Early, and you, Mr. Morrow, and you, Mr. Winslow.
But what about us, J.L.? What will become of us? What can we do?
Do what you want. The meeting's adjourned.
Hey!
It's Dan. Look, he's got a... J.L., it's a horse trailer.
With a horse in it. What does it say on the door there?
Broadway Bill II.
Hey, Princess, come on. I can't wait all night.
J.L.
Go on. Don't you be an idiot like Margaret.
Oh, J.L. Goodbye, darling.
Hey, come on. Well, it's about time, Slowpoke.
Oh, Dan, darling.
Come on. Get in. We're heading for the Latonia track. There's one thing to do first.
What's that?
Make a queen out of the princess.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, why the tears?
Oh, Dan, it worked.
What?
What you said about wishing. Your old man with the whiskers has finally got his arm around my shoulder.
He has, huh? Well, you tell that old guy I'll stand for no nonsense with my wife. Is that right, young Bill? Hey. The split pea soup and the succotash were in love one spring and summer.
The curtain falls on the last act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis Dee with Gail Patrick. Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. But first, a word to the ladies. Do you realize that about 1/3 of your silhouette today is stockings? Certainly no time for runs. They're ugly, embarrassing, spoiling your whole costume. You know, you can do a lot to cut down on runs by the proper buying and care of stockings. Here are 3 helpful rules for stocking beauty. 1.
Buy the correct size and the right leg length.
2.
Buy the right weight for the occasion. 1 and 2 thread stockings for evening. 3 thread for daytime. 4 thread or heavier for sports.
3.
Give your stockings Lux Care. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs.
Yes, with gentle Lux Flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to weaken elasticity. Remember that. Lux helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. So keep the generous large size box in the bathroom and Lux your stockings after every wearing. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars are in the home stretch, but we have a few minutes more with them before they cross the finish line. Incidentally, Mr. Taylor, in spite of your confidence tonight in Broadway Bill's speed, did you know that the chances are that in a long race, you could probably beat Broadway Bill yourself?
You mean if I could run with a jockey on my back?
No, I'm perfectly serious.
You mean to say, Mr. DeMille, that if it were Taylor versus Seabiscuit, you'd put your $2 on Mr. Taylor's nose in preference to Seabiscuit?
Yes, because generally speaking, a man can outrun a horse over a long distance. As far as I know, the last time that was demonstrated was in England. 15 years ago, when George Hall, a marathon runner, raced a racehorse named Blackjack in a 6-day endurance contest. The horse was withdrawn on the 5th day, with Hall 15 miles in the lead and still going strong.
But switching from race horses to iron horses, Mr. DeMille, I understand you're leaving us tonight for the world premiere of Union Pacific next Friday night in Omaha.
I can tell you all about that, Bob. For months, I've waited patiently for Mr. DeMille to finish that picture so I might see something of my husband again. But now that it's finished, what's he going to do but take Joel East for the premiere?
Yes, and Barbara Stanwyck and about 20 other celebrities. In fact, to mark the departure, they're opening up the brand new $11 million Union Station in Los Angeles. Mr. DeMille's going to be aboard the first train to leave. A train exactly like the kind they used in the 1860s, with a wood-burning engine, red plush seats in the cars, hanging kerosene lamps.
And signs reading, "Don't shoot buffalo from the train." We'll be stopping at several cities along the way. Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Denver, and then after Omaha, where the Union Pacific old-timers have arranged a celebration for us, I'm taking the picture further east to open it in Chicago, New York, and Washington.
Well, that sort of complicates things, doesn't it? Now, even if you could run as fast as a racehorse, I think you're going to be just slightly out of breath if you plan to make this broadcast here next Monday night.
I won't even try. Instead, I'll be heard on the program next Monday night from New York City, while one of the most capable gentlemen in motion pictures will be here pinch-hitting for me. The guest producer will be Mr. Leslie Howard.
We'll be rooting for him, Mr. DeMille, and for you, too.
And I hope you have as good a time on your trip, CB, as I did here doing Broadway Bill. Good night.
And just you see that Joel Albert McCrae takes care of himself, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
That's a promise, Francis. Good night, Gail. So long, Bob.
We know you want to hear about the stars and play in store for you a week from tonight. Well, Mr. DeMille supplies that information presently. In our cast this evening, you heard Ernest Whitman as Whitey, Lou Merrill as J.L. Higgins, Elvia Allman as Mrs. Peterson, Victor Rodman as Mr. Winslow, Eddie Kane as Mr. Early, Willis Clare as Eddie North, Hal K. Dawson as Roberts, Niall Andrus as Mel, Frank Nelson as announcer, Frederick Shields as Mr. Morrow, Myra Marsh as Matilda, Joe Duvall as veterinary, and James Eagles as Ted Williams. Broadway Bill was adapted from the Columbia Pictures photoplay of the same name. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film, The Story of Alexander Graham Bell. Just a reminder, as you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. Here's our producer.
Damon Runyon wrote the original story on which our play next Monday night is based. Frank Capra directed it, and starred were May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. And these same four celebrities will repeat their performances for us next week in Lady for a Day. It's a story of Apple Annie, a street peddler, a story of laughter and tears, of sacrifice and romance. And in addition to the stars of our cast, Leslie Howard will be with us as guest producer. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe in Lady for a Day, with Leslie Howard as guest producer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After you take away the bread, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise, what have you got? Well, with Oscar Mayer Bologna, you've got meat, and lots of it. Cuts from the beef brisket, chuck, round, and flank. Cuts of pork side and shoulder, never cereal or filler. Oscar Mayer Bologna. The beginning of a beautiful sandwich.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, boys and girls. Have you ever wondered how we came to know our good friend Henry and how he came to live with us and work with us? I'll bet you have. Well, today we're going to take you back a few years and tell you all about Henry. It's a story you won't easily forget. Let's call it Henry's Miracle. So you're Clyde Bevins, huh?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson. I'm a reporter from the Tri-City Globe-Gazette. Here are my credentials.
Mm-hmm.
The main purpose of my coming is to do a story on your young friend here, Henry Scott.
Me? A story on me? Why?
Well, it's rather simple, Henry. You've been named by the Globe-Gazette as the outstanding high school senior in the state.
Say, congratulations, pal. I didn't know anything about this. But I'll tell you, Clyde, they couldn't have made a better choice.
I'm sure you're right, Bill. You don't mind if I call you Bill?
Oh, not at all, since that's my name.
But why me, Mr. Bevins?
Well, because of your outstanding record in sports, leadership, scholarship, and religious activities.
Well, I don't know what to say, really. I don't think I deserve such a high honor. I'm just an ordinary fellow.
Now, that isn't what I hear, Henry. I understand you had a very unusual beginning in life, with some very tough problems to overcome.
Well,
for instance, the time the doctor said you'd never walk until you were 30 or 35 years old.
Oh, that. I guess Bill can tell you more about that than I can.
Okay. What do you say, Bill? Can you supply me with some of these details? His heroic effort to overcome an early injury, and so on.
Well, sure, Clyde. I think the credit for Henry's final recovery goes to his father, Henry Scott Sr. Hank was the nickname he went by. He was 30 years old at the time the series of tragedies began to strike his family. Henry was 10 at the time, and I was exactly in between, 20 years old. Henry's dad was my fourth cousin. One afternoon, Henry was playing with some of his young friends when...
Duck on a rock! I beat you, though, Henry. I tagged you before you said it and slammed the tin can 3 times.
Okay, you did. So I'm it. Go on, scatter, you guys.
All right.
I'm going to count to 25. You better be hit by that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 45. Duck on a rock! Here I come, ready or not. Boy, those guys sure can hide. I wonder where they are. I gotta make sure I can race them back to the rock, or I'll be hit all afternoon.
Here I go. Hey, too late. I beat you to the rock, Henry. Duck on a rock.
Okay, Stevie, you beat me. Hey, Paul, I see you. You're behind the car.
Okay, you'll have to beat me back to the rock. I have a head start.
Okay. I can run faster than you.
That's what you think. You have to take me first.
How you think I can't?
Run, Paul. He's almost up to you. You have to take me, Henry.
I'll take you, all right.
You haven't taken me yet.
I take you, Paul.
Okay. Henry, look out for the rock. Henry? Paul, Henry's hurt. He ain't moving. You go get his mother, Steve. I'll stay here and watch him. I think he's hurt bad.
Don't move, Henry, Mrs. Scott. Just leave him be until the doctor looks at him.
Oh, Stumpy, he's so still, like he was dead. Oh, my boy.
He ain't dead, ma'am. He's just had a bad fall and he got knocked unconscious.
Let me take a look at the boy, ma'am. Is he your son?
Yes. Doctor, tell me how badly he's hurt.
Oh, his injuries, if any, are internal. We'll have to lift him onto the stretcher and take him to the hospital.
Oh, he must be hurt terribly.
Oh, now, don't worry, ma'am. There's no way of telling now. We'll just hope for the best. You can ride in the ambulance with him if you want. X-ray examination will soon tell if he's seriously injured or not.
Mac,
Where's Hank?
Back there, setting up the 1-ton press, Whitey.
Thanks. I've got some bad news for him.
Huh? What do you mean?
Yeah, his boy's in the hospital. Had an accident.
Oh, boy, that'll be tough to take.
Yo, Hank! You got a minute?
Sure. Can you wait a minute?
Better snap it up. It's important.
Yeah, what's up, Whitey?
Bad news, I'm afraid. Your wife called from the hospital. Said to tell you Henry's been hurt.
Henry hurt? Did she say what happened?
No, Hank, she didn't. Only she wants you to come right away. I arranged for a company car to take you to the hospital.
Oh, that's all right, Whitey. I'll drive my own car.
That's what you think. You take the company car. Phil Barnum will drive you. Now get going.
Yeah, sure, Whitey. Thanks a million.
Hank?
Yeah?
I'm awfully sorry about this. Be sure to let us know how the kid is, won't you?
Sure, only...
Only what?
I was going to say, I wish it was me instead of him.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you'd never get here, Hank.
How badly is he hurt, Martha?
The doctor says it's a spine injury, and it's possible he may never walk again.
Oh, no. The poor kid.
Oh, here's Dr. Johnson now.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes? Oh, why, hello, Mr. Scott. I'm sorry about Henry.
What's the verdict, Doctor?
Well, it's not as bad as you might think. He could have suffered an irreparable injury. But as it is, I'm confident he'll be able to walk again someday.
Walk?
What do you mean, someday, Doctor?
Well, let me explain. Your boy suffered a severe spinal injury when he struck the rock in falling. The x-rays give us a very clear picture, and I'll show them to you in a little while. Right now, the only thing I can say is that by careful physical therapy after the nerves are repaired, your boy could regain normal use of his legs. However, it will take a long time repairing those nerves.
A long time? How long?
Oh, I should say he may be able to walk by the time he's 35.
35?
Of course, I'm giving you the most pessimistic view.
Oh, at least that's better than being crippled for life.
That's right. We can thank the Lord for that. You tell us what to do, Doctor, and how it's done. We'll try to do the rest.
Yes. Tell us how we can help our boy. We'll do anything you say. Henry's got to walk again if it takes every last ounce of strength that's in us.
Well, that was a pretty rough situation, wasn't it, Bill?
Surely was, Clyde. I'm not giving you too much detail for your article, am I?
Oh, on the contrary, this will be a full-page spread. How do you feel about the crippling accident, Henry?
Well, for a while I was so sick I didn't pay much attention to my legs.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't remember all the details. It's been so long ago. I guess I sort of got used to the idea of not being able to walk or run.
What's your slant on this part of it, Bill?
Well, I'd say he was pretty good-natured about the whole thing. As it was, a whole year went by before he was even allowed to sit up. And then it was only for 10 minutes a day, 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. But he kept progressing. After a few months, the time was increased to 10 minutes twice a day, then 20. Eventually, he was allowed to sit up until he got tired. Then I remember one evening, Henry got a new viewpoint on the whole thing. I'd been invited over for dinner, and Hank came in the front door.
It's only me from over the sea, said Barnacle Bill the sailor.
Don't give me that, Dad. You never sailed the sea. You haven't got any barnacles on you.
Oh, how are you, son?
Oh, fine, Dad. Aren't you going to say hello to Bill?
Why, of course. How are you, Bill? Glad you could come over tonight.
Thanks, Hank. It's a pleasure.
You'd think you two hadn't seen each other for years, the way you talk.
Well, it's been all of 10 days since I was here last.
Hank, better wash up. Supper's just about ready.
Okay, Martha. Boy, I could eat a side of calf. Be back in a minute, Bill.
Oh, Bill, would you help Henry to sit up? Just push the table next to the bed. I'll bring the food in.
I'll be glad to, Martha. Yeah, come on, pal.
Okay.
I'll help you sit up and then push the pillows around in back of you.
When you push the table over, a piece slides out. I eat on that.
I see.
Mom and Dad sure try to keep me from getting lonesome. We eat together all the time.
Well, that's mighty fine of them, pal.
Bill, I want to ask you a question before you help me sit up.
Sure. What is it?
Mom and Dad read to me when I'm tired lots of times. Helps me go to sleep. And they've been reading to me from the Bible. Bill, do you think Jesus could heal me like he did the sick and crippled people in the Bible?
Yes, pal. The Lord is the same yesterday and today and forever, and has the power to heal you, just as he did in the days when he walked on earth.
Oh, I know he could heal me, but would he?
Henry, somehow I believe that when the time comes that he wants you to walk again, he'll make you just like new.
Well, that must have been a tremendous life to him, eh, Bill?
Yes, it was, Clyde. Henry grew stronger as the months rolled by. He was able to sit up all day and move around. But he had to drag his legs after him. Hank would carry him to the car, and they went for rides together. His mother helped him slide off the bed and into a straight-back chair, and he amused himself with games and drawing and so forth at the small table his mother set in front of him. He was beginning to show a remarkable improvement. And one day, he got a big surprise. Hank picked him up and carried him into the living room.
Oh, Dad, Mother, you got me a wheelchair. Oh, boy, now I can get around by myself.
Yes, son, your dad got you a wheelchair.
But you've got to remember, son, the speed limit is 25 miles an hour in the living room.
Oh, boy, this is neat. Boy, look how easy it goes.
Then you like it, dear?
Oh, Mom, I sure do. And you know something?
What's that, Henry?
Oh, I've got the best mom and dad in the whole world. Even though I'm crippled, I'm happy.
Henry progressed toward recovery rapidly. Daily massages and baths stimulated the unused muscles into activity. Of course, the big dose of love and understanding he was getting from his parents helped the most. It looked as though Henry was going to recover the use of his legs way ahead of schedule. Then, one day, Martha, Henry's mother, went to see the doctor.
Come in, Martha. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
You've come to find out how Henry's doing?
No, Doctor, I haven't.
Oh, well, what is it?
I've come to have a checkup myself, Doctor. I haven't been feeling well lately.
Well, a complete physical examination should tell the story. I'm sure we can help you.
I hope so, Doctor. I can't afford to be ill. Henry needs all the strength and help I can give him.
Hank, your wife came to see me several days ago.
Yes, I know, Doctor. We've been waiting for the results of the examination. Did you find out what's making her feel so poorly?
Yes, Hank, I did. We found out she's a very sick woman.
Sick?
And she must go to the hospital at once.
What? I mean, yes, of course. If you say so. But what's wrong, Doctor?
This is bad news, Hank. Do you think you're ready for it?
Yes, Doctor. What is it?
Martha has cancer, Hank. Cancer of the lungs.
Martha? Cancer of the lungs? How? Why? I mean, for how long? Can you help her?
I don't know the answers yet, Hank, but I must tell you my first examinations were very discouraging.
You mean she's going to...
Well, let me be very candid, Hank. Just now, I would say that Martha has only from 6 weeks to 3 months to live.
Dr. Johnson's original diagnosis was substantiated by the finding of the hospital lab. Martha died just 9 weeks later, was laid to rest in the family plot at the cemetery.
I suppose Hank began to feel about this time that everything was against him.
But he didn't give up, Clyde. He had to carry on, be father and mother to his son.
How did he manage that, Bill?
Well, he worked during the day and kept house in his spare hours.
And who stayed with you, Henry, while your dad was away at work?
Oh, many friends and neighbors. I was getting along pretty well then, so I could stay alone some of the time. But Bill's the one who helped most. Seems like he was with me every minute he could spare.
Well, just trying to help, of course, like a good many other folks.
But you entered the picture much more along about this time, eh, Bill?
Well,
yes, he did.
Hmm?
And he stayed ever since. Well, let me tell the rest of the story from here on, Clyde.
All right.
Bill's liable to talk down his own part in my recovery.
Now, listen, pal, don't you go giving me
Now, wait a minute, Bill. I want to hear this.
Don't let him wiggle out of it, Clyde. Bill was and still is the big factor in my life. Clyde, my father worked almost to skin and bones trying to carry on. I could tell that trying to earn a living and keep up as well as watch over me was beginning to tell on him. One night, Dad went for a walk. He said he wouldn't be back for an hour or so. I figured he had something on his mind and he wanted to talk to somebody. I found out later that he went to Bill's house.
Hank, sit down here on the porch. Man, you're all in, I can tell that. You've got to find some other way, or first thing you know, you'll drop dead from overwork.
Yes, Bill. But what can I do? I've racked my brains for an answer, but nothing seems to come. I know I can't make this grind anymore. I feel my health slipping. If anything happens to me, well, it just can't, that's all.
Have you ever thought about putting Henry in a nursing home?
Yes, I have, Bill, but I can't make myself do it. It just doesn't seem right.
But be reasonable, Hank. You're not an iron man. You can't work 18 to 20 hours a day. Now, look, there's an excellent nursing home over on the south side of town. Why don't you go over and talk to them about Henry?
Bill, will you pray with me about it? I mean now.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead. Tell the Lord whatever's in your heart.
Father, I'm not complaining about my lot in life. I know these things are all for a purpose. All I ask, Lord, is that you give me an answer. Should I put Henry in the home or keep him with me? Or what?
So Dad decided to take the step. He talked to me about it, of course, and, well, I thought it was a good idea because it would give him some relief from caring for me. Things went along at the home okay for a few weeks. Oh, I was lonesome, but, well, I understood what Dad was trying to do. Bill helped me. He'd come almost every day and take me for walks in my wheelchair. He even got me interested in making model airplanes and ships and cars. And then I got worse. I fell out of bed one day, and they called Dad and the doctor, and Bill came too.
Well, Doctor, did the fall set him back any?
No, Hank. The boy's all right. Fortunately, there's no physical damage outside of a bruise.
Ooh, thank the Lord. Son, how come you fell?
Well, you see, I reached out, and all of a sudden, well, there was nobody around, and I fell.
Son, I want the truth. Are they giving you the right treatment here?
Well, I don't like to complain, Dad.
You know, Hank, I think he'd get just as good care at home.
I'm going to pack your things. You're coming home right now.
Hank, you're not being hasty, are you? I mean, hadn't you better think it over first?
No, Bill, I don't need to think it over. I've got a little money yet, and I feel a lot better now anyway. Come on, son. We're going home.
Well, Hank, how's Henry feeling today?
Fine, Bill. He's gained back the weight he lost, and he's right back in the groove, as he would say.
That's wonderful. I'll be over to see him this afternoon. Hank, I don't want to butt into your affairs, but how are you making out, just working part-time?
Bill, I just came from the bank. My account is closed out as of now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to get a full-time job.
But what about Henry?
I guess he'll have to go back to a home. I've heard a lot of other home around here. Sounds like a good place. I'm going to try Henry there.
Well, I sure hope it works out this time, Hank. And you can count on me to spend all the time I can with Henry.
Well, thanks, Bill. I'll need all the help you can give.
Hank, there's nothing wrong, is there?
No, only I'm tired, Bill. Awful tired these days.
Well, Henry didn't do well at this new nursing home at all. It seemed that being away from his dad's love and care was more than he could take. As a result, Henry was doing so poorly that Hank asked Dr. Johnson to come out with us the next Saturday when we went to see Henry. We found the boy in low spirits.
Well, Henry, here's the Knotty Pine delegation to see you. What's the matter, son? Things aren't as bad as all that, are they?
Well, I'm sorry, Dad. I guess I was down a bit. Hi, Bill. Doc.
Hi, pal.
Hello, Henry. Say, you haven't been losing weight, have you?
Well, I don't know. Do I look skinny?
Yes, you do, son. What's the trouble? Sort of miss your old pappy?
Yeah, I guess that's it, Dad. I don't know. When you leave here, it's just like the sun goes out.
There's your answer in a few words, Hank. I'm afraid he's going to need your constant care and attention until he's able to walk again. I know it's pretty rough, but you've got to be both father and mother to the boy.
Yes, I know, Dr. Johnson. I guess I've known all along that Henry and I couldn't be apart. I'll take him home today.
Hank, are you sure you can take the grueling grind of working all day and keeping house and taking care of Henry, too?
Well, what do you want me to do, Bill? Let my boy stay here and waste away? I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to snap at you.
I didn't even hear you.
Dad, I've caused you enough trouble already. I don't mind staying here. I don't want to be any bother to you.
Son, where did you ever get the idea you were a bother? Now, you listen to me. I'm going to see to it that you get a fair chance in life. I've lived my life. You're just beginning, and upon my word of honor, you'll walk again if it takes every last ounce of strength I've got.
And that's exactly what it did take. I'll never forget the night it happened. I'd been staying with Henry when Hank came in the door.
Dad, what's wrong? Your face is white as a sheet.
Hank! Here, let me help you to the chair. I'll call the doctor right away.
Bill,
easy.
Help me. I can't breathe.
Take it easy now. There, now sit down in this chair. That's it. I'll get the doctor right away.
Bill, my heart.
How's my dad, Doctor? Is he going to be all right? Well, is he?
Henry, I'd do anything not to have to tell you this, but I'm afraid your dad isn't going to be all right.
What? What do you mean?
Henry, your dad is a pretty sick man.
You mean...
He doesn't have long to live. He may live 6 hours or 6 days.
Dad!
Take it easy now, pal.
He worked too hard for me.
Yes, but he did it because he loved you. Now listen. Wouldn't you do the same thing for him?
Sure, Bill. Sure I would. I never thought about it that way. If I could only talk to him. Just to tell him how much I appreciate what he's done for me.
You may get that chance, Henry. All we can do is wait. Now, Henry, Bill, you must be quick. And don't interrupt him. Let him say what he wants to say.
Dad, can you hear me? Dad.
Yes, son. No crying. Must buck up.
I'll try, Dad.
Listen careful. Haven't much time, Henry. You must promise you'll walk again soon as you can. Must promise?
I promise, Dad. I'll walk again as soon as I can. I promise, Dad. Honest.
I know you will, son. Bill? Bill? Are you here?
Yes, Hank.
Bill, promise you'll take care of Henry. Look after him until he's 21. Will you do that?
On my solemn word of honor, Hank, I will. I'll do everything I can for Henry.
Thanks. Will someone read 1 Corinthians 15, please?
Yes, Hank, I'll read it to you. Your Bible's on the dresser. Just a second, I'll get it.
I'll get Dad's Bible, Bill.
Bill, Hank, look. Henry's walking to the dresser.
Great Scott! The boy's walking. Hank, can you see him?
Yes.
Can you see him?
Yes, I can.
Here, let me hold you up a little bit, Hank. There. See? Here he comes. Hank, do you see him?
Yes. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. I've seen my son walk again.
Here's your Bible, Dad. Will you read to him, Bill, please? Bill!
Your dad couldn't hear me now, pal. He's gone to be with the Lord.
Now, don't mind me, fellas. I'm just a little choked up. What a story. What was the doctor's explanation of Henry's walking over to the dresser and getting the Bible for his dad, Bill?
Well, Doc Johnson said that, speaking from a purely human point of view, it grew out of Henry's strong desire to make his father happy before he died. And at the same time, he could walk. These factors together made up the tremendous forces that caused the boy to walk.
And yet beyond that?
Beyond that, of course, was the omnipotent power of Christ.
And you did keep walking after that, Henry?
Yes, sir, I did.
How?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just never thought of not walking. You see, I promised Dad I would.
And there you are, boys and girls, the story of Henry Scott, of his wonderful dad and mother, and of how he came to live with us. But more than these, it's the story of a God who still works in the lives of those who trust in him. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
How many bacon packages do you look at before you find one you like? Well, Oscar Mayer knows just what you're looking for. Bacon that cooks up like this, with nice, even slices, and the best balance of fat to lean. At Oscar Mayer, that's the way we select our bacon, too. Before you ever see it, you get consistently high-quality bacon every time, because we do what you do before you do it. Oscar Mayer, America's best-selling bacon.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Taste the difference. Campbell's Tomato Juice presents George Burns Allen. With Tony Martin and Ken Niles. And Henry King and his music. With The Ice Wing. In just a minute, George Burns and Gracie Allen will be with us. Meanwhile, this is Ken Niles with a message for everybody who hasn't yet tasted that refreshing, thirst-quenching, soothing, satisfying, grand and glorious drink, Campbell's Tomato Juice. Now, until you drink Campbell's, you don't know how downright good tomato juice can be. Or in between, you can enjoy a tomato juice that has the true, fresh, biting deep into a fresh-picked tomato in August. That's the thrill you get in your first glass of Campbell's Tomato Juice. Drink tomato juice or whether you don't. Tomorrow I want you to try Campbell's Tomato Juice at its very best. Do it, will you? Fine. And now, here are George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Hello, boys. Hello. Well, Gracie, say hello to everybody.
Yeah, hello. Oh, am I excited? I'm getting married. Whee!
Married? Is that so?
Yeah. He called me up on the telephone and he said to me, he said, he said, honey, will you marry me?
Yes.
And I said, will I marry you? I've been waiting for this for years. I should say I will marry you. Isn't that wonderful? I've never been so excited.
Gracie, who is he? I say, who is he?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
No, he hung up.
He hung up?
Yeah, well, maybe he wanted to be the first one to tell us about the good news, huh?
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Whimsical, jealous, huh, Jimsy?
Gracie, I was just saying to that Jimmy Newell isn't with us anymore.
What?
Yes, he's making a picture and was called away on location, so we had to leave the schedule.
Jimmy Newell isn't on this program anymore.
No.
Why, that's like taking the cream out of your coffee.
I know.
It's like taking the spark plug out of your automobile.
Yeah, but...
Well, that's like taking my uncle out of jail.
Yes.
That's like...
Quiet. I'd like to introduce our new singer.
Why, that's
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a young fellow that everybody is talking about. He's been a big success in his first few pictures with 20th Century Fox. And I'm young, he's handsome. Just a minute. And he has a grand voice. I want you to meet Tony Martin.
Thank you very much. Certainly a thrill getting on the Burns and Allen show and meeting everybody. I'd like to be one of the crowd, so I'd appreciate it if you just call me Tony.
Tony? Oh, are you any relation to Tom McCoy?
Don't mind her, Tony. She's upset because she thinks Jimmy Newell walked out on her.
Well, I don't blame you, Gracie. I bet you missed you, Jimsicle Whimsicle.
Jimsicle Whimsicle? Jimsicle Whimsicle. Nicely
Yes. We used to be on this program as far back as last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Whatever became of this program?
There you are, Tony. She's forgotten Jimmy Newell in 1 week.
Gracie,
Yes, Tony.
I hope you don't forget me a week after I'm gone.
Why, Tony, a week after you're gone, I'll be with you, if you know what I mean.
I think he knows what you mean. Ken Niles. Yes? This is Tony Martin.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Tony. And this is Henry King.
Oh, I know Henry.
Well.
I heard him play the piano before I ever came on this program.
Oh, good. Then he won't be such a shock to you as he was to us.
Yes, it's one happy little family.
Hello, Tony. I saw you in your last picture, and you were swell.
You mean Pigskin Parade?
Pigskin Parade? Well, I didn't know Pigskin Parade. They can hardly walk. How can they parade?
No, Gracie. I mean, pigskins means football.
Yeah, you see, a football is made of pigskin.
What's that?
Hide. Hide the pigs outside.
Oh, well, if the pig's outside, bring him in, George. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
Gracie.
That was very clever, George.
Clever? I didn't say anything.
Oh, that's when you're clever.
Tony, I saw you in your last picture, and that sure was a funny scene between you, Jack Haley, and Alice Faye.
Oh, do you mean that Tony acts in pictures?
Yeah, he plays romantic parts.
Romantic parts?
Well, I guess you call them romantic parts.
You mean you make love to movie stars, you hug them, and you kiss them?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, tell me, Tony, is it a thrill to kiss Clark Gable?
Gracie, Tony Martin is a man.
Well, so is Clark Gable.
Did you ever hear of two men kissing?
My daddy and my uncle?
Your daddy and your uncle kissed?
They kissed my mother and aunt.
Tony Martin never kissed Clark Gable. Did you ever kiss Greta Garbo?
Kiss her? I can't even get her autograph.
I can't either. I've tried myself.
Say, George, why is it? You're in pictures, Tony Martin's in pictures, Clark Gable's in pictures. Nothing happens to me.
Well, maybe you're not the type. Tripe.
Yeah.
I mean tripe.
That's better, yes. Tripe, yes. That clears that up.
I don't know. I'm tall and not hard to look at.
Yeah, and I love your hair, Henry. It's so black and slick.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you like my hair.
Oh, don't mention it. How often do you change your oil?
How often does he change his oil? About every 20 miles.
Oh, please, George. Tony, as long as you're the romantic type, the radio audience won't judge you by your singing, you know. They'll judge you by your kisses.
It's coming.
And, Tony, I can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Well, Gracie, this is my first show, and I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, all right, Tony. Then I'll start with the other boys. But I'm going to save the best thing for last. So, Henry King, you're first.
That's an idea, yeah.
First, eh? Well, okay, Gracie. So you can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Yes.
Well, here goes.
Yes. You belong in the hit parade.
Thanks.
10 miles next.
All right.
You belong on the Campbell's Tomato Juice program on a kind of I Can Taste the Difference. And now, George Porgy.
Okie dokie.
You belong on Major Bo's amateur program.
I never cared to share my devotion. Love never touched my heart. I knew nothing of the thrill in store. I never dared to show my emotion. Now I'm about to start. Honey, I have never felt this way before. There's something in the air that warns me to beware tonight. There's something in the air. There's music music in the breeze. I never saw the stars so bright. There's something in the air. Though I find there's danger in your eyes, the thrill is new. I've been blind, but now I realize what love can do. I feel it everywhere. So whisper you'll be mine tonight. There's something in the air. Yes, it's Henry King in the air. Come on, play some of those right ones, Henry. Oh, there's something in the air. Have a little light swing there, Henry. Just a little bit. Oh, there's something in the air. Oh, I find there's danger in your eyes. The thrill is new. I've been blind, but now I realize what love can do. I feel it everywhere. So whisper behind tonight. There's something in the
Well, that was very nice. Yes, sir, that was Tony Martin singing There's Something in the Air from Banjo on My Knee.
Yeah, Tony, and you were simply grand.
What did I tell you, Tony? Didn't I tell you there was nothing to be nervous about?
Well, Tony, we're glad to have you on this program, and it's all right with me if you haven't kissed Clark Gable.
Oh, sure. George isn't jealous.
Thanks.
Now, Tony, if you wanted to kiss me, I guess there'd be nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could holler for help.
But Tony doesn't look like that kind of a man.
You mean I'm not the kind of a man who would try to kiss you?
Well, no, I mean you're not the kind of a man who would need any help.
Well, Tony Martin has no idea of trying to kiss you.
Now, please, George. Tony Martin knows what his ideas are, I hope.
I don't know what his ideas are, but I want to set you right on one thing. If you ever kiss me, I'll be dead.
That's what I'm afraid of.
That's a nice compliment.
No, Gracie, you don't have to worry about Tony Martin forcing his attentions on you.
Yeah, that's right. Jimmy Newell was on this program for 6 months, and he never bothered you.
No, Jimmy Newell never grabbed you in his arms, or never hugged you, or kissed you.
I know he didn't. And why do you think he isn't on this program anymore, Tony?
Well, anything is liable to happen.
Said it. Now comes the surprise.
You mean I'm fired?
No. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Well, that's no surprise. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but I know it, too. That's the surprise.
That's not only a surprise, that's amazing.
So, in honor of Tony Martin and in honor of Thanksgiving, I'm going to dramatize one of my great events in history. I've written a special play about the Pilgrims called The Landing of the Indians.
You mean the landing of the Pilgrims?
No, the landing of the Indians, on account of when the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, the Indians landed on the Pilgrims.
And this is in honor of Tony Martin and Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they're my very favorite holidays.
Mine, too.
Now, George, you play the part of Captain Burns, skipper of the Mayflower. And I'm your good wife, Olive Oil.
I see. I'm Captain Burns, and you're my good wife, Olive Oil.
Yeah, on account of because olive oil is good for burns.
I get it, Oliver. Well, that's pretty hot stuff.
Tony,
Yes?
you're playing the part of the mate.
You mean I'm the captain's mate?
No, you're the captain's wife's mate.
Oh.
Remember what happened to Jimmy Newell?
I'll remember that.
Henry,
Yep.
you're playing the part of an early settler.
What's an early settler?
Anybody who pays his bills before the end of the month.
I see, and I suppose Ken Isles is an Indian.
Oh, don't be silly. Does he look like a foreigner?
A foreigner?
Ken?
Yes.
Mr. Niles. You can't come in here. There's a broadcast going on.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mr.
Well, wait a
Niles.
minute. What's going on here?
Well, I'm Ned Shaw, the butcher. Mr. Niles told me to bring some turkeys up here. He says he'd like to pick one out. Mr. Niles.
Wait a minute. I told you to come after the broadcast.
Well, certainly. This is no time to try to sell people turkeys right in the middle of a radio show.
Certainly.
There's no time to sell people ducks or fish.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even buy a button from you. Take your buttons and get out.
Yeah, well...
Miss, I'm not selling buttons.
Well, what are you selling?
Turkeys.
How much are they?
How much are they?
Yeah.
Well, you know how high turkeys run.
Certainly, they run as high as their hips, and from their hips up, they fly.
Wait a minute. Gracie, are we going to buy turkeys, or are we going to do a play?
Well, let's flip the butcher and see.
Flip the butcher. Well, Tony, this whole thing is in your honor.
And don't think that I appreciate it.
What did you say?
I said, don't think that I appreciate it.
That's what I thought you said.
Mr. Butcher, there's one thing that always puzzled me. After you cut off a turkey's head, how does he know which end to gobble with?
Ken, this is your butcher, so why don't you play with it?
Oh, and another thing. Does a turkey gobble or does it cluck? Gobble, cluck.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Butcher, is it a thrill to kiss a fellow like Cluck Gobble?
Cluck Gobble?
Yes.
Cluck Gobble. You people don't want a turkey. What you want is a padded cell. Good night.
Well, he certainly got rid of us easy, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, anywho, getting back to my play at Plymouth Rock, George, you play Captain Burns.
I know. We all know our part. But what are you going to use for Plymouth Rock?
Oh, don't be silly. Use your head.
Henry King will play a medley of Born to Dance.
A medley?
You know what a medley is?
You mean like Tony Martin is madly in love with me?
That's what I mean. All right, Henry.
and gentlemen. You know, lots of folks whom I've persuaded to try Campbell's tomato juice are amazed when they first taste it. They say this is no ordinary tomato juice. This is real. Why, it tastes like biting into a big, juicy tomato in the good old summertime. They ask me how on earth Campbell's can keep in it that real, fresh tomato flavor. Well, I wish I could show all of you the tomatoes Campbell's use for their tomato juice. They are beauties, more luscious to look at and to taste than you'd ever dream a tomato could be. They grow from special seeds and ripen under the warm August sun. And I wish you could see the canning of Campbell's tomato juice, how the fresh, natural flavor and the vitamins are scientifically protected for you to enjoy. But you try Campbell's tomato juice because, honestly, one glass will tell you how good it is. You'll be delighted with the lively flavor of the very first swallow. Keep several cans always in the refrigerator. You'll find you'll be going for it often. So be sure the tomato juice you buy is Campbell's. Remember, there really is a big difference in tomato juice. Campbell's is the one with the true, fresh tomato flavor. Taste the difference. And now for Gracie's hysterical dramatization, The Landing of the Indians. Cast, Captain of the Mayflower, George Burns. His good wife, Olive Oyl, Gracie Allen. An early settler who comes across, Henry King. The captain's mate, Tony Martin. And an Indian, a foreigner, a gentleman, and a scholar, Ken Niles. And now for the play.
Captain Burns, act. Your ship's in.
Well, here goes for some acting.
Say, that's very good.
Wait a minute, I didn't start yet.
Oh.
The Mayflower has landed safely. Men, tie her up to the warp.
Tie her up to the what?
Warp! Warp! Warp!
Somebody throw George a piece of liver.
Ahoy there! Make the boat fast. We'd like to disembark.
Disembark?
Bark! Bark!
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Silence! Silence!
Captain, behold yon Indians. I cannot leave thy ship without taking my life in my hands.
Oh, Captain, if he's going to take his life in his hands, you'll have to carry the suitcases.
Hast thou gone nuts? The captain of the Mayflower carrying suitcases?
Well, then, call a redskin.
A redskin? You mean a redcap?
Well, shiver my timbers if it isn't New England. Come, Captain, let's bustle ashore and see what yon two Indians want.
Come, pilgrims, follow thy captain. And when we parley with yon savages, let me do the talking. Do you follow me?
No.
You don't understand me?
Oh, we understand you, Captain. Well, we're not going to follow you. We Puritans can't go into saloons.
Silence, my followers. Here are the Indians. Hello, Chief.
How? We Indian Chief Customs Officers. My name, Sitting Dawn. My partner name, Standing Hop.
Sitting down and Standing Hop? Say, you must be a couple of Indians from the Bronx.
Take him easy, white man. What you got in that valise?
'Tis none of thy business. Who dost thou think thou art?
White man better keep mouth closed and let me see in suitcase.
Oh, Tony, shut your mouth and open the suitcase.
You better be careful, mate.
Yes, or we will take your scalp, police, and murder you.
Scalp, police, murder!
Scalp, police, murder!
What trouble here? Meet my Indian friend, Chief Riding Bull.
Hello, How.
How? Me, Indian ship reporter.
Oh. I see. How Riding Bull, eh? Say, weren't you the butcher that was here a while ago with the turkey?
Well, yeah, but business was bad and I had a couple of feathers left over, so I stuck a feather in my hat and made myself like an Indian.
There. Well, partner, you don't look like an Indian. Well, aside from that, how are you boys doing?
Me very happy. Me got no squawk.
You got no squawk. Oh, him a bachelor.
Yeah, him a bachelor.
Me married, but me got no papoose.
Oh, yes, you have. You got the silliest looking papoose I ever.
Olive oil, have a care. These Indians might be cannibals.
You mean our sponsors?
Oh, yeah, cannibals, tomato juice.
I do commercials.
I see.
Here comes Trunk.
Oh, that's not a trunk. That's our early settler, Henry King. He's only half trunk.
Half trunk.
Henry King, huh? You cannot bring cantaloupe into this country.
Cantaloupe, that's my face.
Henry, don't argue. Take it back and bring them cantaloupe.
Well, Henry. Well, say something, Henry.
Throw him a line. Will somebody throw him a line? Throw him a line.
That's fine. The sound man threw a line on the stage.
Oh, yeah, my line.
Yes.
I will pay duty. Dost thou think my face is a luxury?
Well, it certainly doesn't look like a necessity.
Gracie, instead of your name being olive oil, it should be maple syrup.
Why? On account of I'm so sweet?
No, because you're a refined fat.
I don't get it.
You don't, Tom.
Lady got 'em statement to make for Injun newspaper.
Well, yes. Mother Goose rhyme.
Double up.
Rhyme. Sing a song of 6 pints. I'm here to introduce
Yes.
you Indian bucks and pretty squaws to Campbell's tomato juice.
That's nice.
It's a swell drink for Thanksgiving. You Redmen are in luck. A squaw can buy a can for her dime or 10 cans for her buck.
10 gans for her buck. Yes, well, that's the finish.
Yeah.
Me can't print that for readers.
No,
Readers
but you-
think me nuts. Me cultured. Me proper.
You what?
Me proper.
Congratulations, boy or girl.
Boy or girl?
Gracie, I thought this play was supposed to be in my honor. I didn't have anything to do.
Oh, yes, you have, Tony. You've got something very important to say right now.
What is it?
Well, you're supposed to ask me what I'm going to do after the broadcast.
Gracie, what's that got to do with the landing of the Pilgrim?
Well, nothing, but if he asks me, it's going to have a lot to do with the landing of Tony Martin, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. All right, Henry. Now, Gracie will sing with plenty of money in you. Sing it, Gracie.
I have never envied folks with money. Millionaires don't get along so well. You have me, but not a bit of money. Still a combination would be swell. Oh, baby, what I couldn't do with plenty of money and you. In spite of my worries that money brings, just a little Sophie Luca buys a lot of things, and you could take me to places I'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But give me that money and you know, dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper.
That's the gold digger's lullaby.
Oh, I'd like a fur coat that was made of mink. I'd like to have vintage champagne to drink. I'd like a square-cut emerald diamond ring. And you can't imagine how much joy a yacht can bring. And I'd play all the Rivieras in winter time and climb the Sierras in summertime. So's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that life could be sunny. Oh, George, you look funny. Oh, la, 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 la. I don't know the finish. A happy Thanksgiving. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, pass me the white meat.
Wait a minute.
3 cheers for the Americans. 3 vitamins for Campbell's tomato
Wait a
juice.
minute.
Oh, la, 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 la. Good night, everybody. I'll see you next Wednesday. Oh, la, 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 la.
Oh, I know the finish. Come on.
La, 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 la.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
AJ, the Don Lee Station, Los Angeles. Time signal, courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company.
The Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. The Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. The Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company.
Bacon.
In some ways, I'm old-fashioned and sentimental. I save love letters, and I press flowers in books. But I do like the modern way to have prettier hair. That's why I like Nice and Easy. It's got built-in conditioners, and the color looks so honest. It lets me be me. I guess that's why Nice and Easy is the world's best-selling hair color.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Murder Gas. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed sat in his office. Lenore Case stood at the side of his desk.
If something isn't done about him, he's going to think he really is a reporter, Mr. Reed. He's traveling with Lowry today.
Miss Case, I told Axford to locate Dr. Lockhart.
I know you did. And that's something he might be able to do if he'd put his mind to it. His experience as a cop should help him on locating a missing person, but no, not Axford. He came in with a negative report and then rushed out to go on something with Lowry.
What did Axford report on Dr. Lockhart?
Well, the doctor's closed his laboratory and left the city.
Well, whom did Axford speak to? Lockhart's secretary?
Yes, he reported that Lockhart's secretary wouldn't tell where he was, and then he went out in a rush.
A rush, huh?
Yes. Lowry had a call on a suicide. Axford went to help him cover it.
Oh, I see. Well, did Axford express any curiosity about Dr. Lockhart?
No.
He didn't even wonder why I wanted him located?
No, Axford's curiosity is slipping.
So it seems.
Mine, however, is not.
No?
Well, I thought you'd want whatever we had on the doctor, so I took his file from the morgue. Well, there's even an obit written for him.
A doctor is an old man.
Mr. Reed, he's been working on a gas. You knew that.
Yes.
And several years ago, he was interviewed, and he announced at that time that he was working on a new gas. He felt that it was a variation of the gas that's used by the Green Hornet.
I remember. That was when my father got steamed up and kept the long-distance phone humming. He was insisting that we keep in close touch with the doctor and enlist his help in combating the Hornet.
Well, following your instructions at that time, someone kept in close contact with the doctor. And he was interviewed about every 2 weeks. He reported progress, but slow progress. We used only a few of the interviews. The rest never saw daylight, but, well, they're all here in this sheaf of papers.
Fine, I'll read these old articles.
Mr. Reed, shortly before the United States entered the war, we felt that Lockhart was close to the discovery of a new gas. Do you remember?
Clearly.
Then he turned clam. No more interviews, no more pictures, no more visitors in his lab.
Pictures? I see we have quite a few of them.
Mostly taken in his lab. Well, several of them show the people who worked with him there.
Mm-hmm, so I see.
Mr. Reed, is it terribly important that you locate Dr. Lockhart?
Why?
Well, his secretary knows where he is.
Oh, will she talk?
Not under ordinary circumstances, but...
But what?
Well, all that time your father wanted you on the phone, he had the long-distance operator follow you on a tour of 7 nightclubs before you were located.
Miss Case, got my father on the phone.
But I thought you wanted Dr. Lockhart. Your
father is at this moment in Washington. He can call the secretary. What's her name?
Nora Benham.
Nora Benham. Now, he can call her by long distance. Here, I'll not need these pictures of Lockhart.
All right, Mr. Reed. I'll get him on the phone right away. Hello, operator. Mr. Reed wants to speak to his father. Try the Mayflower Hotel in Washington.
Casey,
Axford, don't slam that door.
Oh.
Someday you're going to splinter it.
By golly, Casey, me and Lowry bumped into a sad suicide today. I thought I had to tell Reed about it. He might want... Oh, I see you got a picture already. Who got this?
Axford, I wish you'd learn not to paw things on my desk.
I'm not pawing. I'm only looking. Why, this picture is...
That picture is 5 years old. It's Dr. Lockhart.
Like fun it is. It's Jason Filbert, the guy that's dead.
Huh?
Right here.
But is this coincidence?
This, Casey, is Filbert. Jason Filbert. Wouldn't I know after seeing the cadaver? I got a photographic eye.
Hey, wait, let me look at this. Yes, you're right, Axford. Filbert was an assistant to Dr. Lockhart. He's dead, you say?
As dead as they come, and it's suicide that done it. The poor guy couldn't take the duration, I guess. He left a sort of a note.
Look, big fellow, give me the facts on that suicide. Mr. Reed might be especially interested. You write them down while I take this. Yes. Oh, all right. Just a moment, please. Mr. Reed, ready with your father in Washington. Go ahead.
Oh, everything's all right, Dad. Well, here's the point. I'm trying to locate a Dr. Lockhart. Yeah, that's the man. And I don't want to use the authorities to find him. He's left the city. His secretary knows where he can be reached, I think, but she won't tell ordinary mortals. If you put in a long-distance call for him, tell the operator he can be reached through his secretary, and long distance will do the rest. In case we may get a call from Dr. Lockhart in a few minutes. I just heard from Dad again.
Yes? Do you mean he's been located?
Yeah, Dad talked to him.
Where?
Half a mile from a camp in the Adirondacks. The phone girls got their man.
Oh, good. Axford's still pacing in my office. Will you see him now?
Well, I'll send him in. But as soon as Lockhart calls, you take him away again.
Very well. I'll get him out. Axford?
No.
Now.
Suffering Snake Street, I've been waiting to tell you the news. It's about the suicide. You were wanting to get in touch with Doc Lockhart this morning.
Yes, Axford.
Well, whilst I was with Lowry on a suicide story, we found it was one of the guys that used to work for Lockhart that had done away with himself. And with the gas that Lockhart invented, too.
Well, what makes you think it was a suicide?
Why, golly, Reed, it was easy to see. The cops had it all worked out. In the first place, there wasn't any way that anyone else could have done it. And there was a note, too.
A suicide note?
Sure thing. The guy was despondent or something.
Axford, take a look at this picture.
Yeah, I saw one like it on Casey's desk. It's Lockhart and his helpers when they were working on the secret gas.
Well, isn't this the dead man?
But that's the guy. Filbert is his name.
Well, do you know this other man or this woman?
No. Oh, yeah, that dame is Nora Benham with her hair done different. I talked with her whilst I was trying to find Lockhart for you.
That's right. This is an old picture.
I don't know the other guy, though.
Asher Varden.
Asher? Oh, there's an odd name.
Axford, I'm going to tell you something confidentially.
Sure. You can count on me to keep it secret.
Lockhart did invent a new gas. A deadly gas.
Yeah?
He was aided in the discovery by Asher Varden, Nora Benham, and this man who just died, Filbert.
But what did he do after he discovered the gas?
Closed his laboratory, swore those who shared this formula with him to secrecy, and went away.
What about the gas?
Well, it's been turned over to the government. Whether or not it'll be used depends on the performance of Hitler and Tojo.
If they want to start something, Doc Lockhart's gas will finish it, huh?
Oh, just a minute. Yes. All right, Miss Case, I'll take it on the private line. Axford, Miss Case wants to say something to you.
Huh? Oh, outside, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back, Reed.
Hello? Hello, Dr. Lockhart. I'm glad you phoned. Well, I think you remember me. We met several times. You do? Well, that simplifies matters. Well, I have a letter here signed with the mark of the Green Hornet. It's of particular interest to you, and I want you to see it. Dr. Lockhart, I'd sooner show it to you direct. No, it isn't that I don't trust your secretary. Well, yes, Dr. Lockhart. Very well, I'll send it to her. Axford, Dr. Dr. Lockhart will telephone Nora Benham and tell her what to do with this letter when she receives it.
Okay, Reed. But what am I supposed to do with it?
Simply deliver it to Miss Benham, that's all. Cato will have the car at the curb. He'll take you to her home.
Yeah, that's where she could be found. She won't go to Lockhart's lab no more since he closed it up. But, Reed, I don't need Cato to take me. I got my own car.
It's possible that I might want someone to swear that the letter was delivered, in which case Cato would be very handy.
Oh, all right. What's in the letter?
It's, sealed.
Oh. Well, all right. I'm on my way. I'd sure like to know why this letter's so important, wouldn't you, Cato?
Importance is a thing of relative value. What might be of great importance to the doctor would be of no importance to us.
That's where she lives, Cato. That little cottage over there.
Yes, Mr. Ashford.
Pull up to the curb and I'll go in.
You tried the bell?
Yeah, before you came up the stairs and there was no answer. Well, maybe it don't work, so I'm rapping. No answer. All right, telephone Reed and see what he says to do now.
I came as quickly as I could, Ashford. I had to call the police.
The cops? Holy crow.
Are they on the way?
Yes.
Well, why'd you call the cops in just because Nora Benham don't answer her door? Maybe she ain't, she isn't at home.
I checked back with Dr. Lockhart. He was still at a camp in the mountains. He said he'd talked to Miss Benham by phone. He told her the letter was on the way and gave her instructions about it.
Oh.
So it isn't likely she'd leave the house, knowing the importance of the letter.
She did know that?
Yes.
Golly, there's a police car.
Good. I will get inside.
Reed, you suspect foul play, don't you?
Frankly, I do.
Why?
Because, Axford, I happen to know the contents of that letter.
Oh. What, maybe if you were to tell me what they were, I could deduce something.
The letter had the signature of the Green Hornet.
Suffering snakes, that does it.
Does what?
That gets me in it. I'm going to get that Hornet if it's the last thing I do. Oh, hiya, Doyle. How are you?
Hello, Axford. What's that?
Doyle, it's the Green Hornet.
What? It's a letter from the Hornet, Doyle. But before we go into that, see if you can find a key to open this door.
Why so? It's not according to
I found it,
regulations.
Doyle. Open the door. I have reason to think Miss Benham's in trouble. She was waiting for this letter. She'd answer the bell if she could.
Well, this skeleton key might do the work. First, I'll have to get rid of the key that's in the lock on the inside. Maybe I can poke it out. There, that does it. Now I'll have the door open in no time. The windows all closed and locked. Better open a few. It's stuffy in here.
All right, sir. Well, maybe if we called again. Miss Benham!
Try the next room.
Well, maybe she's... Holy crow!
Stand back. Let me examine her.
Sprawled on the floor like Filbert was.
How about it, Doyle?
Reed, she's dead. No mark of injury so far.
Just like Filbert. Holy crow, Reed. Look, another note.
Let me see that.
A suicide note, just like Filbert left. And here's another one of the same kind of containers that held gas.
This is no suicide.
But Reed, the way the house was locked...
This is murder. Here's a letter from the Green Hornet to prove it.
Before we continue with our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Friends of the Green Hornet Roundtable. In barbershops, on buses, in stores, and around dinner tables, you've heard arguments sizing up situations from politics to baseball. But the other night, I heard a newsboy telling another newsboy his ideas. And what he said struck me so forcibly that I want to pass it on to you. He said, the best thing in the world is to be free. But the trouble is, that word's been tossed around so much, people don't stop to think what it means. In a few short sentences, the newsboy voiced what has become a real danger to us. We're used to slogans. Americans talk in superlatives because that's the way we do things, on a big scale. But we must not ever forget that the four-letter word F-R-E-E has no bigger, broader synonym. It says everything. As long as freedom is more important to us than luxury, our government will be good. Free men will elect public officials who think as they do, not men bound to crooked politicians who drag government down to their own rotten level. You boys and girls coming of age must remember that your ballot is the expression of your freedom. Its value doesn't change. Use it wisely, and you'll find hokum politics will never be able to dim the challenge of that one word, free. And now, back to our story.
Britt Reed was in his office the day after the tragic deaths of Filbert and Nora Benham. His visitor was the famous scientist, Dr. Lockhart.
I knew, Mr. Reed, that foreign agents were after the formula for that gas. That is why I called my 3 associates together and told them we would turn one copy of the formula over to the government and destroy all other written data.
Yes, Dr. Lockhart. Did you do that?
We did. There were several small containers of the gas which we made up for test purposes. These were locked in a vault in my lab. I find that they have been taken.
One container, empty, was found in Filbert's home.
Yes, and another in Nora Benham's.
What's the nature of the gas?
Colorless and odorless. Deadly for a short time, but quickly dissipated. The containers are harmless in a fair-sized room unless someone took a direct breath of the gas when the container was opened.
Well, here, Dr. Lockhart, is a copy of the letter I turned over to the police. As you see, it's signed with an insignia of the Green Hornet.
This is the letter you wanted to deliver to me?
Yes.
Where did you get it?
Well, you can see by the envelope that it was addressed to the Daily Sentinel. Read it.
Yes. To the Daily Sentinel. It might be of interest to you to know that I overheard a conversation that might imply trouble. The subject of discussion was a gas perfected by Dr. Lockhart. Enemy agents secured samples of this gas, but found it impossible to analyze. They planned, therefore, to compel those who knew the formula to reveal it to them. I don't know who the people are. Perhaps if you warn the doctor, it will be in time to prevent the loss of an important secret. I am, after all, an American, even though I am the Green Hornet.
Now you have it.
But Reed, why doesn't the Hornet name the people he overheard?
He says he doesn't know who they were.
But
Perhaps he was in a position where it would have been disastrous to him to show himself. He might have been without his mask or weapon.
Yes?
Yet in such a position that he would be known as the Hornet if he were seen. Now, there are many possibilities, you see.
To think that I, who started out trying to determine the gas the Hornet used in the hope of trapping him, would be helped by the Hornet.
Well, he's been of little help so
I
far.
know, but his intentions were good. But, Reed, I've talked to the police.
Yes, they favor the suicide angle.
Yes, and they do it in spite of the letter you showed them, this letter.
Well, Axford is outside. He may have some late word from the police.
Yes?
Send Axford in, please.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it is possible that Filbert and Nora preferred death to torture. They may have been contacted by these enemy agents and threatened.
Yeah, Reed?
Axford, this is Dr. Lockhart.
Oh, it's glad I am to know you, Doc. I heard about you.
Mr. Axford, Doctor.
How do you do?
What's the latest report, Axford?
Reed, the cops went over the Benham place with a fine-tooth comb. Then they went back and went over the Filbert place again. The 2 deaths were as much alike as peas in a pod. The cops think the inquest will come to call it suicide.
But in view of
there aren't the suicide notes, you see. And the doors and windows were all locked.
A clever criminal can leave a place and make it look as though it had been left locked on the inside.
But the keys were in all the doors on the inside. Remember how Doyle had to fiddle around before he could get his skeleton key in?
Axford, a key can be turned from the wrong side with fine, powerful pliers designed for the purpose.
But the writing on the notes was done by the victims, and there weren't any other fingerprints around.
Lockhart, these killers are clever.
You still say murder?
I do.
Because you believe the Hornet's note?
No, there are other reasons. You talked to Nora Benham on the phone. Even if she were contemplating suicide, is it likely that she would do so knowing that an important letter would arrive any moment?
No.
And you knew these people. Was either one a suicide type?
No.
But read the handwriting on those suicide notes.
A clever forgery.
It took brilliant execution to enter my laboratory and take those vials of gas from the vault. Yet that was done by someone.
The next attempt might be on your life, Lockhart.
Yes, I know.
How about Asher Varden? He's the only one, excepting yourself, who knows the method of making that gas, isn't he?
Yes, he is the only one. Now?
Then the cops had better have you and Varden guarded night and day. I'll have a talk with Doyle. I'll make him see that even if the cops do think of the deaths as suicides, there'll be nothing lost by having guards on the job.
People who are as clever as these crooks won't be stopped by guards. They'll find a way.
It'd simplify matters if you and Varden stayed together for the next few days.
Do you think so?
Yes. Your home is closed, Lockhart. Why don't you call Varden? Tell him you'll stay with him.
It might not be a bad idea, that. He has a nice little home.
Family?
No, he lives alone. The housekeeper comes in daily.
You seem to have made it a point to associate with people without family.
Well, when I started my experiments, I didn't want to take any risks. So I secured people like Philbert and Varden, whose whole life was wrapped up in their work. And you see, there was no likelihood they'd divulge what they learned to a wife.
I see.
I'll call Varden at once and tell him to expect me.
Do so. You may use this phone.
That evening, in the privacy of his bedroom, Britt Reed made careful preparations with his trusted valet, Cato.
I made sure Axford would be at police headquarters for the next few hours. That'll keep him out of our way.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
If we only hadn't been in such a position when we heard that enemy agent speaking on the phone, Cato.
I know.
Just a voice, that's all. By the time we got where we could see the phone, he was gone. If we'd shown ourselves, he would have known the identity of the Green Hornet.
But you learned one thing of importance, though.
Yes, I learned that there was a deadline. The unknown Mr. X has to produce the formula before the end of this week, or he'll be discredited. The weapon's loaded.
Yes.
Now, give me those nose plugs, Cato. We may need them as a protection against this gas.
Here they are.
Yeah, good.
It is to be hoped that Mr. X will make appearance tonight at Varden House.
Cato, he has to. If he doesn't get the formula tonight, he'll lose his last chance.
Here's Mask of Green Hornet.
Right. Now we're ready.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
I don't see how anyone could get into the house, Varden, with those guards outside.
But as you said, Dr. Lockhart, this foreign agent must be devilishly clever.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir?
Let us suppose he did come to you, demanding that you write the formula for him.
Yes. I doubt if I could remember it.
You're evading the answer. You could remember enough of it to give him a pretty accurate idea of the process.
Well, I think I might give him a fake formula. That would satisfy him for the time.
You are scientist enough to know that a fake formula would never get by a man who understood chemistry. He would know, or at least have a fairly good idea, whether or not the reactions would work.
Probably you're right, Dr. Lockhart. I would hate to be placed in a position where my life had to be given to protect a formula.
What is it?
I heard something.
That's the guards outside.
No, it was here in the house. I'm sure of it. I heard it again. A creaking floorboard.
Oh, but that can't be
Please keep your voices down.
Masked. The Hornet. The Green Hornet.
I said keep quiet.
How did you get in here?
A simple matter of creeping up when the guards weren't watching and using skeleton keys. My car-driven past attracted the attention of the guards.
Then you are the foreign agent. The Green Hornet.
There's no use trying to convince you that that's not the case. I haven't time. The developments may change your mind.
I wish you'd lower that weapon.
Soon, Lockhart. After I've used it.
No, you...
Stop. You too, Horton. I want both of you sleeping.
Barton and Lockhart slumped unconscious to the floor. Then the Green Hornet acted with deft fingers and lightning-fast movements. He injected a serum into the arm of each man. Then he stripped off his hat, topcoat, and mask. He pulled a wig over his head, fixed a beard to his face, and applied makeup. He then took his seat in the armchair recently vacated by Dr. Lockhart. The minutes reached an hour, and then half of another hour while Varden and Lockhart remained unconscious in a bedroom of the house. From time to time, Britt Reed went to examine them and check their respiration.
Sleeping comfortably enough. Yeah, they'll be good till morning.
He resumed his seat and his vigil, breathing through filtering plugs that fitted his nostrils. Then a dark figure moved through the rooms. A man poked a gun toward the young publisher and spoke in a guttural voice.
Don't move.
Well, at last.
You are covered, Dr. Lockhart. I think you know why I'm here, nicht wahr?
I assume you came for a formula.
Exactly. Already 2 of your stupid hirelings have been stubborn. With you, it's different. You have ones whom you love. If I could have dealt directly with you in the first place, those others need not have died.
I suppose you brought a sample of the gas to use on me in the event that I refused to cooperate, eh?
To be sure.
Yes, the police would hardly accept 3 suicides.
The police.
How did you get by the guards?
My aides made a slight disturbance across the street. It was that simple. I slipped in when their attention was diverted. Now, you will write the formula.
You can go to blazes.
So, you think because there are 2 of you here, will I have enough gas
And so have I. Try mine.
You... I show you!
Go on inside. That shot came from in there.
The door is locked, Doyle. On the inside. The key's in the lock. We'll have to poke it out. And
Smash
then
that
we'll
door. Stand aside. Let me at it.
Look here, on the floor. That's not Varden.
Or Lockhart. Go through the house, Jake. Okay. Parker, you and Steve look to the rear.
Right. Come on, Steve. This guy's not dead.
Turn him over. That's it. Hey, look. It's another one of those gas containers.
Yeah.
Only this one's still sealed. Something happened to this guy before he got the chance to use the gas.
Look here. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Wow. It was the Hornet's car we saw pass.
Must have been.
But where's the Hornet? He couldn't be here. Or could he?
Hey, Doyle. Sergeant Lockhart are unconscious in the bedroom back here.
Dead?
Oh, I said unconscious. Hey, wait.
Confound it all. Get that guy out of here. This ain't open house.
Sergeant Doyle.
Oh. It's Mr. Reed.
I went to passing and saw the door open. Have the 2 scientists been killed?
No, but this bird had a cartridge of gas to kill him if he'd had the chance to use it. Someone got him first.
They seem to be regaining consciousness.
Yeah. And we found the seal of the Green Hornet here. Maybe the Hornet got him. But if that's the case, how did the Hornet get out? We heard a shot. This bird had a gun with him.
How about Lockhart?
He'll be all right. He's drugged, that's all.
This man on the floor?
I don't think so.
Stick around, Reed, while we investigate. This is once you beat Axford to the story. Well, putting it all together, it seems the Hornet gassed Lockhart and Varden.
Yes, he did, Sergeant Doyle.
Then the Hornet must have been here when this man... what'd you say your name was?
Blatton.
Oh, yeah, when Blatton came in.
Yes. Now I know it was the Hornet. But how did he get in?
Probably the same way you did, Blatton. The skeleton key, which was used during a distraction.
The Hornet had someone drive his car by the house. The guards watched the car, wondering if it was the Black Beauty, while the Hornet slipped in.
But he got out again.
Yes, right under your noses.
Yes, it's quite possible that he slipped out a rear door and locked it after him. You've done the same thing, Blatton.
Hang it all, to think I was that close to the Green Hornet and he slipped through my fingers again.
It's too bad, Doyle. Wait till Axford hears that.
Sentinel X3 paper! Coronation captured trust of secret gas formula. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X3 paper!
You have just heard the adventure, The Murder Gas. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.
When did you start baking from scratch?
It's not scratch, Mom. It's new Pillsbury Plus.
A yellow cake this firm could only be from scratch.
It's Pillsbury Plus.
A cake this moist could only be from scratch. A cake this rich could only be from scratch.
It's Pillsbury Plus. The plus is pudding. Pudding right in the mix to add that moistness.
Rich flavor. New Pillsbury Plus, huh? Looks like scratch has met its match.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. Outlaws could expect no quarter from him, but he never believed that one mistake should ruin a man's life. If a man deserved a second chance, he always received it. And that is why Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for North Texas. Donald's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Jack Bates owned a small, well-kept ranch in northern Texas. He lived there with his wife, Mary. And at the time of our story, the young couple are just about ready to sit down for supper. Mary is standing at the stove while Jack washes in a tin basin.
Anything else happen while I was at the county seat?
Nothing, I guess, Jack. Let's see, I mentioned the hens, told you the cows were better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, there was a man come by asking about you.
A man? Well, who was it?
Didn't say. He was a stranger to me, Jack. There's the towel.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want?
Oh, he just said his business was personal. He wouldn't leave a message.
Well, what did he look like, Mary? How old was he?
Offhand, I'd say about middle age.
That might mean anything from 40 to 60.
I didn't like his looks. He had the most frightful scar alongside of his mouth.
What?
Why, Jack, what's the matter? Do you know him?
Tell me more about him. What did he ask about me? What did he say?
Jack, for the love of mercy, you've gone pale.
But...
Let go my arm, honey. You're hurting me.
What'd that man with a scar say?
Why, he just asked if Jack Bates lived here, and I said yes. He said how long has he lived here, and I told him about 2 years.
Then what?
Why, I guess that's about all. I told him where you were, and he asked when you'd be back. I said this evening, and he said thanks and grinned at me and rode away. Who is he, Jack?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just forget about it, Mary.
Forget about it after the way you've acted? Jack, in the name of goodness, what's the matter with you? You acted as if that man was going to kill you or something.
No, forget it. Let's sit down.
Oh, I'm worried, Jack. Did I do or say something I shouldn't have?
Don't say anything more about it. Maybe it's someone else. I won't worry.
But you are worried, I can tell.
Did he say anything about the law?
No. He did ask what you looked like and how long I'd known you, but that's all.
Oh, it's him, all right.
Jack,
Well,
are you hiding from someone?
how'd you get that idea?
Tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
You act as if you were hiding from the law or something. Is that the case?
I said not to say anything more about it, Mary. Now let it drop.
The first time.
Huh?
The first time since we've been married that you've used that tone of speaking to me.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, the door.
stay there. I'll go see who it is.
I wonder if it's the same man.
Well, if it ain't Jack Bates.
You?
I suppose you remember me, don't you?
I guess you must have made a mistake, stranger. You're the second man that's been by here thinking I'm some other Jack Bates.
Huh? Why are you...
What do you want here?
Say, what sort of game you trying to play telling me you ain't the man
My wife. I didn't want her to know.
Oh, I savvy. So you ain't forgot Lem Halstead, then, eh?
I know you all right, Halstead. What do you want here?
How'd you know I wanted something?
You wouldn't come here otherwise.
Did your wife know that you was one time knowed as Morton?
No. Don't mention that name around here.
You ain't shot up anyone since you took your new name, have you?
No. Look here, Halstead.
Suppose you and me walk over past the hen house where we can talk without your wife overhearing.
Well, suits me. But there's nothing to talk about unless...
Unless I got something to say. It just happens I have. You ain't acted glad to see me, Bates. See, I'm willing to use your new name. Maybe I'll turn out to be a blame good friend of yours. Come on.
You never was a friend of anyone. How'd you find me?
It took some time, you can bet on that.
What are you after?
Jack, I suppose you know there's a standing reward for you.
Well?
I could use that reward money. I'd hate to ride to the county seat and tell the sheriff what I know.
If you'd hate to, then you likely won't do it, huh?
That's why I come to you first. I suppose you know they still want you for murder in Kansas.
Well, I suppose so.
Being as I'm broke, I need that reward money. Of course, if we could talk the thing over so's I wouldn't stand to lose nothing by keeping what I know to myself, then I could get away from here. Likely never see you again.
Not till you needed more money. Then you'd come back.
It ain't likely.
Look here, Halstead. I don't have any cash. I couldn't pay you anything if I wanted to.
Got the farm, ain't you?
But it's not
We can
so
make
that
a deal without too much trouble. You went to jail, you'd lose the farm. Now sit down here at the edge of this arroyo, Jack, and I'll outline just what's on my mind.
Lem, you know the situation when I got into that scrape in Kansas. I wasn't more than a kid. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't mean to start trouble.
But you did.
You're the one who planned the whole thing. You roped me in on it, and you know it. I thought ever since then that you framed it so as I'd take the blame. Instead of that, you were caught, and I got away.
I was caught, all right, and I served my term. A good many years. Now I'm a free man, savvy? But you ain't. And Sheriff Masters in Kansas don't forgive or forget. He wants you, Morton.
Stop it.
I should say Jack Bates. You see, I'm reformed now and going straight.
By blackmailing me.
It ain't blackmailing. All I want is a reward of standing for you.
I've gone straight. I've changed my name and settled down.
Masters don't care about that. You see, I should get a sight more in a reward, because of all the time I spent in the calaboose when you should have been there with me.
How much do you want?
How much you got? The reward's $1,000.
I can't raise that much cash.
No? Now ain't that too bad?
And my wife, if she knew...
She'll know, sure enough. The law comes and takes you more... I should say Bates. Funny how I keep forgetting your new name, ain't it? If you was to go back and spend the rest of your life in jail, you'd sure lose your farm. So if I was in your place, I'd sooner give up the farm if need be to keep out of jail.
Well, you ornery
Now you just sit there and think it over. Yeah. I'll get back to my horse and pull on. Be back maybe tomorrow for your answer.
I'll think things over.
Yeah. You think 'em over, Jack.
Think things over. Think things over. Think things over. You can shoot him. You can shoot shoot him and close his mouth. One shot, and that would end it. He's known as a killer. He's done a term in jail. Go on. Draw your gun. Draw your gun, Jack. It means your home, your happiness, your wife. That's it. Now cock it. Hurry and fire. He's mounting his horse. Hurry and fire. Just one shot, that's all. One shot. No, I can't. I won't. I won't do it.
Get up there.
I couldn't do it.
I'm glad you didn't fire.
What? Why, who are you?
Take it easy, Bates.
Masked. Where? You must have been down in the Arroyo.
I was.
You heard.
Enough to understand the situation. I had my gun leveled on you. If you'd drawn back on the trigger, I'd have blasted your gun out of your hand.
Where'd you come from? Who are you? And that Injun?
Me, Tonto. You see, if you tried to silence that man, there'd have been 2 witnesses to another murder.
Well, I couldn't do it,
I understand, Bates.
You called me Bates. That's twice you called me Bates. You heard my real name.
Perhaps I called you Bates because I'm more or less on your side.
My side?
Lem Halstead served time in prison in Kansas.
Yeah.
In Sheriff Masters County.
Yeah.
That's where they're still looking for you. That affair was 10 years or more ago. You must have been pretty young.
Well, I was only 17.
I see.
But who are you? Where'd you come from?
We were watering our horses in the spring down below there. Here, Silver.
Scout.
Well, I suppose you'll try and beat Lem Halstead to that reward now.
Perhaps not.
Well, where are you going?
Right now, we're heading for Kansas. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Heading for Kansas. That means it won't be long before Sheriff Masters will be trying to get me out of this county so he can throw me in jail for murder.
The next day.
I told you yesterday I'd be back for your answer. What about it, Morton?
Not so loud. I don't want Mary to hear.
Well, I don't hanker to stay around these parts very long. Let me know pronto if you aim to pay me or go to jail in Kansas.
I've got to have some time. Let me see what I can do, Lem.
How much time?
Well, a couple of days.
Well, make it for sure, then. I'll be back day after tomorrow. And you better have the cash. Get up there.
I don't know what to do.
Jack,
Oh, yeah, Mary?
come inside, Jack. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mary?
Isn't there something you want to tell me?
Well, I don't know.
I heard that man call you Morton.
Yes, he called me Morton.
You did a little talking in your sleep last night, too.
I suppose the only thing to do is to tell you everything.
But a lot sooner you would.
Mary, a man can't hide his past, especially if there's a big mistake in it. It always catches up to him sooner or later. I thought, being as I had gone straight all these years, I could marry you, settle down here in Texas, and be happy. But it's no use.
You were in on a killing, weren't you?
How'd you know?
You kept saying Killer Morton in your sleep.
Oh, did I?
And you was thinking about a son. Your son growing up and being known as a killer son.
Mary, I'll tell you the whole story. Maybe you can decide what to do. It all started when Lem Halstead put a proposition up to me. I was just past 17. He was around 30 then. I didn't know he was planning a robbery, but that's what he was doing. We were seen, and there was one shot.
Run, we're seen.
You shot him. I got away, and Lem Halstead was caught. Well, that's the whole story, Mary. The law still wants me in Kansas.
I believe you, Jack. Even if you weren't really to blame, you'd have to pay for it.
8 years, Mary. 8 years, during which I tried to square myself with the world. I joined the Army, fought Indians, took all kinds of chances. But I wasn't ever hurt, not even wounded. So I figured that the Lord had forgiven me. He sees things sometimes different than the law does.
Yes, Jack.
Now, do you still have any use for me?
I love you, Jack. What's a wife for if not to stick to her husband through all sorts of trouble?
Oh, Mary.
There's no use paying Lem Halstead. That wouldn't be the honest thing.
Well, if I do sell the place here and pay him, that masked man of the Redskin will likely report me anyhow.
The only thing to do is to ride to the sheriff and surrender yourself.
At least 10 years in jail. Maybe longer.
I'll be waiting, Jack. You know that.
And the little fellow that's coming. Mary, what of him?
He'll be waiting, too. Or she. At least you'll have squared yourself with everyone, and then you can face the world for the fine, honest man you are.
I wouldn't even see him in all that time. He wouldn't see me, his own paw, until
until he was half grown.
But he'd love you, Jack. I'd tell him all about you and how fine and good you were. And he'd be looking forward the same as me for the time when you'd come back home.
Then, if that's what you want,
It is, Jack.
I'll ride to the county seat tomorrow. I'll give myself up. Tell the sheriff to send me to Kansas and Sheriff Masters.
You're brave, Jack.
I haven't been.
I'm proud of you. And somehow I have a feeling you won't have to go to jail.
You don't know Sheriff Masters.
We'll see. Remember, Sheriff Masters doesn't know you.
Before the next act of our Lone Ranger drama, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. When Lem Halstead threatened to turn Jack Bates over to Sheriff Masters, Jack decided to give himself up. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to Kansas and investigated the 10-year-old crime for which Bates was wanted. Then they headed for a railroad station where gleaming wire showed them that there was a telegraph.
Tonto, there's a station right ahead.
That's good.
We can use that telegraph and check on the report we've had of Jack Morton. We'll save a lot of time. Those reports are true. We may be able to help him more than he thinks.
Look out. Maybe feller not send message.
I think he'll send it all right.
we make 'em.
Steady there, Silver, old boy.
Hi, stranger.
I want to speak to you.
You're masked.
Yes.
Get away. This ain't no place for masked men.
Stay there with the horses, Tonto.
No, you don't.
Not so fast. Don't try to slam that door.
Now, see here. There ain't nothing here that's worth robbing.
I don't want to rob you. All I want is for you to send a message.
I can't do it unless it's railroad business.
Yes, you can. It's government business.
Yeah?
Here's the message I want sent.
But, see here, mister, this ain't government business.
Yes, it is the business of the government to give men the right to life and liberty. That message means all of that to the men concerned.
Jack Morton. Say.
Well?
I was talking with the operator down Texas way this morning.
Talking to him?
On the telegraph, I mean. We sort of visit back and forth.
Well?
He told me about Jack Morton. He surrendered himself to the sheriff.
He did?
Yeah. They're sending word to Sheriff Masters up here to go and get him. He's wanted for a murder he done 10 years ago.
I know he is.
Fact is, he's on his way here right now. There's a couple of deputies bringing him.
Sheriff Masters is south of here, between here and the Texas border.
Just so.
I had to come a long way north to get to this office.
Yeah?
If Sheriff Masters is the kind of man I think, he'll waste no time with Jack Morton, or Bates, as he calls himself now.
Masters don't waste time with no one. He'll have Morton tried first thing in the morning, chances are. Then they'll be set to hang him afore night if they don't lynch him.
They won't hang him, will they?
Sure they will. He's been a fugitive too long to get anything else.
Send that message, and get me an answer as soon as you can.
Well, I'll do it, mister, even if it is against the rules.
My friend will stay around here 2 or more days if necessary. May take that long before the answer comes. Tonto, I'm riding for Sheriff Masters County. You stay here. As soon as the message comes from Washington, bring it to me.
Why, you go.
To try and postpone a hanging. Hail, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger headed south. Meanwhile, Jack Morton had been taken north from Texas to Sheriff Masters, who immediately called for a trial. While the masked rider urged his great horse Silver to its utmost speed, Jack was brought before the judge.
Yes, I did it all right. I came to surrender.
That's all we need to know, Judge. He's confessed to the crime, all right.
You plead guilty?
Yes.
Married, eh?
Well, this is my wife. She came with me, Your Honor.
Well, there's nothing for the jury to decide. Stand up close to the bar and hear your sentence.
Yes, sir.
If you'd been captured at the time, you would have had 10 years. As it is, you've been a fugitive from justice. You've cost the county no end of time, money, and trouble. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
For that, you'll get the maximum. I sentence you to hang by the neck till dead.
No! No, you can't do that!
Come on there, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Taken to prison, stunned by the grim penalty that had been meted out, Jack sat in his cell with his wife on the opposite side of the bars. There were only a few short hours before he was to hang.
Jack, I can't believe it. It can't be true.
Mary, I was willing to pay, but this...
I'm going to talk to the sheriff.
It won't do no good.
But it won't do any harm.
The Lone Ranger drew closer to his goal, but he realized how quickly a sentence of death would be carried out. Silver responded to his urging with even greater speed.
Come on, Silver! A man's life is at stake! A good man's life!
Sheriff, you can save him if you're mind to. He's a good man.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton, but the law's the law.
Can't you understand? There's not just me. There's a little one coming.
It's too bad. But he killed a man.
That was 10 years ago. He wasn't more than a boy.
He should have thought of that before he married you.
Lem Holstead was only given 10 years. He wasn't killed.
Sure, he was weak-kneed, that's why. Now, there's nothing more to talk about. You can stay here in my office if you want till the hanging is over.
Oh, heaven help us.
Jake, you stay here with Mrs. Morton. I'll go with Pete and Lefty and the prisoner.
All right, Sheriff.
Sheriff, this is murder you're doing.
The law is the law.
But, Sheriff...
All set, Sheriff?
Come on, we'll get him out in the cell and take him to where the boys are waiting for him.
The rope's all set.
The sooner we get this done with, the better. I hate like sin to do it, but... Well, we gotta show the rest of the folks that crime don't pay in Kansas.
That's right.
Got the keys?
Yeah. Sheriff?
Yeah?
My wife. Did she talk to you?
Yeah.
You're going to let me out?
Yeah.
Then you've changed your mind?
Changed my mind.
You're going to let me go?
Can't do it, Jack.
Well, then why?
Ain't for me to say. The law spoke, and all I can do is carry out the law.
You mean...
You're going now, Morton. I reckon it'll be best if you don't see your wife again. Come on.
No. No, you can't do it. Sheriff...
Now, don't make trouble. We got 2 men here to rope you if we have to do it. There just ain't no way to get around the law.
No, I reckon they ain't.
That's the way to take it, Morton.
And I thought... what a fool.
You thought what?
That I'd been forgiven.
Well, there's the boys right ahead.
Hey, there's someone coming there.
Come on, Silver!
Why, that's the masked man.
Who? He's riding hard.
Maybe he's got word for you, Sheriff. He's heading right this way.
Likely wants a share of the reward.
Stand aside there!
Hey, what's this mean?
Look out there!
Stop that! Look out for that horse! Make way! Come on, Jack! Sit down with me!
But you...
Stop that man!
Get your gun!
That's it, Jack! Hi-yo,
Snatched him right away from us.
Never got the chance to use a gun.
Knock me clean off my feet!
Where's his wife? I'll hold her, that's what I'll do. You boys round up a posse. Scour the country for them, too. find Morton when we get him.
What did you say?
He got away.
My husband, isn't he going to hang?
He'll hang, but not as planned. We got to get him back first.
I never seen nothing like the way that masked man rid up, lifted him to the White Horse and hightailed.
Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
You're staying here till we get your husband back. Savvy that?
I'm glad to. I'm glad to stay here forever as long as Jack is alive.
Several days went by. The sheriff's posse was unable to find any sign of Jack or the masked man. And finally, the deputies returned to town. Sheriff Masters refused to give up.
What sort of men are you? Them two couldn't disappear into thin air.
We sure hunted high and low for him.
Then get out and hunt some more. I want both them men, dead or alive.
He's still alive.
Do you know where he's hiding?
No, Sheriff.
If I thought you did...
I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Now, look here, Mrs. Morton. You can't stay in this here office from now on.
Then put me in the jail.
I can't do that neither. You ain't committed no crime.
No, and I don't think Jack did either.
Look, suppose I was to let you go back to Texas.
I wouldn't go, Sheriff.
Why not?
Because I wouldn't know whether Jack was alive or dead. I wouldn't know whether or not he'd been found and brought back.
Dad, rat it all, you can't stay here. I can't lock you up. My missus can't go on feeding you and letting you sleep in our place.
Sheriff, we got an Indian here.
Well, what about it?
Me, Tonto.
Tonto. Jack spoke of...
What about it? What are you bringing him here for?
He rid into town, and one of the boys recognized him as a friend of the masked man.
Yeah?
They seen him last night. He was building a fire on Dead Man's Hill. And this morning he was keeping that same fire going and heaping wet stuff on to make a smoke signal.
Oh. And who you signaling to?
Me send message.
To who?
To good friend.
The masked man?
What for?
Me tell him come back.
Come back? You mean he'll come here on account of you sending a smoke signal?
That's right. Maybe him come heap soon.
He can't be close enough to see that signal. If he was, we'd have found him.
Him hide trail plenty good.
They got him. They got him both.
What? What's that?
Here they come. There they got him. The masked man and the other.
He surrendered, Sheriff, but he won't give up his guns or take his mask off.
Rope them both.
You wait. He got gun.
You in on it too, huh?
You keep back. Where's the message, Tonto? Yeah, he got it here.
Give it to the sheriff.
What's this?
Sheriff, while you were arresting Morton, I sent a message to Washington to the War Department. Jack Morton had a fine Army record. Good enough to merit a lot of things.
Army record?
Jack, why don't you stay away? What'd you come back for?
We're trusting the masked man, Mary.
Tonto waited for the replies to come in, Sheriff, and I had to take Morton away so he wouldn't be dead when his pardon arrived.
Pardon?
The War Department sent word to the governor of Kansas. He's sending a pardon by a fast rider. Isn't that what the message says, Tonto?
That's right. That's why me send smoke signal.
This sure says them very things, stranger.
Sheriff, you're a hard man, but I reckon you're honest. You won't hang me till that pardon has a chance to get here, will you?
No, Dad Rabbit. Morton, I'm glad it's coming. I'm glad for the sake of your wife and... well, for the sake of your whole doggone family.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Maggie McGee needs our help! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I'll give you $50 for those sneakers.
$50. Okay? You can have them. They're terrible. It's to prove a point. Now, you wash in detergent alone, right? Yeah.
Okay, let's wash this sneaker in detergent alone and this one in the same detergent plus Clorox bleach. Now, see any cleaning difference?
The one I wash with my detergent is just 30. The one washed with Clorox looks so clean.
Clorox Clean. People can see the difference.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. Squire Fenneman?
Yes, sir.
Who's supposed to try for the $2,000?
Well, we invited some women painters and some prize fighters to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Amy Bordeaux and Mr. Watson Jones, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Prize fighter and a lady, eh? Mrs. Amy Bordeaux, is that right? Kind of a name. Is that a French name?
That is.
I see. Watson Jones, is that right?
Yes,
That's your name? Mr.
yes.
Jones? Mr. Jones,
Yes.
What's your hometown, Watson?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Born
Yes,
here?
Born here.
Where? Wrigley Field?
No, Mission Road, General Hospital.
Oh, Oh, well, that's a handy place to be born, eh? Do you have any titles at all, Watson?
The state, California State Light Heavyweight Champion.
Oh, well, that's quite a distinction, huh? That's a pretty handy title, isn't it? Have you fought East in New York?
A few times.
Did you fight in the garden?
That's what I'm working up to now.
Oh. I fight in my garden every morning, but I can't get rid of the caterpillars, huh? Amy, you're a painter, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What are some of the things you paint?
Well, I paint landscape and flowers, figure studies, and abstractions.
Now, what's an abstraction? I know what a subtraction is. But...
Well, an abstraction is when you represent your subject by catching the essential character of it and expressing it in an aesthetic organization.
Watson, what's your attitude on that speech? You think you ought to take a poke at her now, or just wait a while?
I'll wait until you ask her attitude about prize fighters.
Amy, I've often wondered, do you have to have any special talent to paint?
Well, you would have to have a knowledge of form and distance.
Well, I have a pretty good knowledge of form, all right. And if there's one around, I'll find some way to shorten the distance. Suppose I don't even know how to draw a straight line, then what?
Well, straight lines aren't always desirable in art.
Nor in any place else.
The curve has great beauty, you know.
Oh, Amy, you can say... Amy, I'm just curve happy, that's all. Mina, what are you smiling at, huh? Did that curve get you too? Huh?
I love the way you do your eyes.
Why, Mr. Watson, I didn't know you cared. Well, we have a prize fighter and a lady artist. You have a lot in common. When it's all over, you both wind up on the canvas. Where do you do most of your mayhem?
Oh, in
This
Los
is only
Angeles.
April. Where do you do your fighting? Huh?
At the Olympic, Hollywood Legion, and Ocean Park, San Francisco, Oakland.
How do you get fights? Do you write nasty letters to people?
No, my manager gets them for me.
He gets the fights?
Yes.
Well, he writes the nasty letters. Do you take any match your manager arranges, or do you inspect your opponent first?
No, I don't. I leave that up to him. He knows his business very well.
I'm sure he does. You don't catch him in the ring. No fool he, eh? What fights have you had recently, and how'd you make out?
Well, I've been fighting. This is my 5th comeback, and I've been fighting for about 17 years now.
Really?
And I made my last comeback about 6 months ago, and I've been doing very well. I've had 4 fights, and I've...
Well, I don't understand. What do you mean by comebacks? Did you retire at various
Well,
times?
not exactly. They just give you up...
You just got bored with the whole thing?
They told me, say, you're washed up, you're done for.
Well, you don't look like you're washed up.
I don't feel washed up either.
What do you think of Sugar Ray Robinson? Would you care to tackle with him?
I would love it.
Why?
Money.
Well, you fooled me. I thought you were just a dreamer, that's all. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you'll have a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. But first, I want you to pay close attention to something important.
No matter where you look, no matter how many new cars you ride and drive, you'll never find a value to compare with the beautiful new DeSoto. Remember that if you're thinking of buying a new car. You'll never find a value to compare with the new DeSoto. Here is the greatest car DeSoto ever built. DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you big, safe 12-inch brakes, comfortable chair-high seats. And DeSoto offers you waterproof ignition, safety rim wheels, cradled ride, feather light steering. Yes, and this year, 32 additional new features have been added. Features like the amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers, which turn the roughest road into a boulevard. Features like new, bigger windshield and window area. And, of course, new, long, low body lines. No wonder folks everywhere are saying, here is the greatest car DeSoto ever built. No matter where you look, no matter how many new cars you ride and drive, you'll never find a value to compare with the new DeSoto. See it. Drive it. You'll want it. The beautiful new DeSoto is now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Would you mind explaining the rules, sir?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
Talk slowly, eh?
And the couple that earns the most money
Slower.
gets a chance
Faster.
at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show.
All right, now let's see you make out in the quiz. You selected Rivers of the World, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
About 18.
Whatever you
18. What is the name of the great Egyptian river upon which Cleopatra sailed her barge?
The Nile.
The Nile is right.
Well, for a good start, you have $38.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 38 you going to try?
25.
25.
All right, Paris is on a river. What is the name of it?
On the Seine.
The Seine is right. I went swimming there once. I was insane. How much of the 63 you going to bet?
We could start, you know.
Oh.
No use of being gluttons.
40.
40. Okay.
40.
$40. The largest river in the world is in South America. What is it?
The Amazon.
The Amazon is right. I've been out with many an Amazon in my time.
Now you stand at $103.
They had a mouth pretty near as big as that river. What was that?
Just
How much have they got?
$103. They have $103.
All right, here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 103?
Will you say how much? How much? 100?
$3.
Oh.
Sure.
Let's say 50.
Okay.
50.
How much you betting?
Well, is that all right with you? Whatever you say. I chose you.
$50. Okay, here we go. $53 they're betting.
53?
What is the chief river of China? Nanking and Hanqiao are on its banks.
Yangtze.
Yangtze is right. Put it there.
Thank you.
You wound up with $156.
Thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife and a gentleman with an unusual occupation from among the volunteers in our audience. And here they are, Mrs. Flavia Camerata and Mr. Leo Tex Shaw. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see, Mrs. Flavia Camerata?
That's right.
And Mr. Leo Tex Shaw. Mr. Shaw, you've got three names. Which one shall I use tonight?
Just call me Tex.
Tex, hey, what part of Minnesota are you from, Tex?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
I see. Flavia Camerata, eh? That's an odd name, isn't it? What does it stand for?
Well, Camerata, that's a tie-in name. And
It's a tie-in name?
Yes, it is a tie-in.
What do you mean by a tie-in name? You're not even wearing one. What do you mean by it?
Well, it's a tie-in.
It's a connecting rod? Is that what you mean?
No, he's a tie-in descent. But I'm
Italian. Oh. I thought you pardon me. I thought you said a tie-in, and I didn't know. You had knocked that L out of that word there. And it just wasn't clicking with me, that's all. Where are you from, Flavia?
I'm from Linesville, Pennsylvania. I was born in the swamp.
You were born in a swamp?
Yes.
Don't tell me your mother was an alligator. What were you doing in a swamp, Flav? I'll just call you Flav, huh? That's a tie-in name.
That's where my mother and father lived. They had a little...
Your folks lived in a swamp?
Oh, yes. They had a little farm down there, and the ground was muck. It was good ground, and they raised the onions, and Mom used to pull the weeds, and they got along just fine down there, though.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Have you ever had the urge to go back and visit the old home swamp?
Oh, yes. I was back there last year.
And could you find it?
Oh, yes. It's a great big place now. They call it Pymatuman Dam now.
Well, Flav, that sounds like a very, very interesting place to spend a summer. Now, you look mighty nice in that outfit. Is that a new outfit you've got on?
Oh, no. I've had this dress, about 2 or 3 years.
Is that so? It doesn't look it. It looks brand new.
Well, I've only worn it twice. I got it dry cleaned last year. Special occasion, but I always wore jackets.
You only wore a jacket?
Oh, yes. Because my husband had a motorcycle, and we used to go on the motorcycle.
Flav, you've got me down in that swamp now. You say you had this dress cleaned last year because you wore a jacket and your husband has a motorcycle. Now, that's a nice logical sentence, isn't it? Now, do you mind if I break that down into small pieces?
Go ahead.
Why did you have the dress cleaned last year?
Well, I wanted to go out on a special occasion, but I never got a chance to.
Why not?
Well, there wasn't any place to go. No.
You still have the motorcycle?
Oh, no. I made my husband sell that. He almost killed himself.
Where is he now?
Oh, he's living.
Well, Tex, let's stagger back to you. Now, you were chosen because of your unusual occupation. Just what is it?
I operate Barter Unlimited.
What do you mean, Barter Unlimited? What is that?
It's an association by which all of its affiliates get that which they wish from their fellow affiliates without actual cash outlay. Each Jones gets work from Brown or goods from Smith or something else from Green and pay each other through the medium of checks, which they get from us. In such a way, I repeat, that everyone gets what they wish without money.
Were you born in a swamp, too? As I understand it, Tex, Barter Unlimited is a sort of a swap shop idea. Is that it? Does it really work? Is it practical?
Oh, it does indeed. We have all types of services. Everything from accountants, attorneys, Auto repairmen, right on through the alphabet to XYZ.
Flavia, are you rested now?
Oh, yes.
Well, let's continue, shall we? How long you been married, Flavia?
Going on 20 years.
Well, for a girl that's married 20 years, you cut quite a figure up here, huh? I can't keep calling you Flavia. What does your husband call you?
Grandma.
A young babe like you, he calls Grandma? Why?
Because I'm Grandma.
You are a grandma?
That's right.
Well, you're only a child. How old are you?
34.
Oh, now, how could you be a grandma at 34?
Just like anybody else becomes a grandma.
Not just anyone, Flavia. I doubt if I'll ever become a grandmother. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. Nerve-wracking, but pleasant. Huh? Now, if you want to, you can compliment me, you know. Go ahead. Say something nice about me.
It's been nice talking to you.
What's that?
It's been nice talking to you.
You found it pleasant?
Oh, yes. I enjoyed your pictures when I was a little kid back home.
Well, there's a woman for you. A grandmother who enjoyed my pictures when she was a baby. That is certainly farthest north in compliments, eh? Well, you certainly make an unusual couple, and with the three of us in the same room, there would never be a lull in the conversation. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. Mr. Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The woman painter and the prize fighter won $156.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected creators of style and beauty products. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
$10. What is Lily Daché designed for women?
He said perfume.
No, I'm sorry. It's hats. But, well, you're reduced to $10. Remember, you're going for $2,000. That's the important money. How much of the 10 are you going to bet this time?
8.
8. What does Helena Rubinstein supply the ladies with?
Cosmetics.
Cosmetics is right.
Well, you're on your way back again. You have $18.
And here's your third question. How much of the 18?
15.
15.
What is Rosenblum designed for women?
Sounds like a big department store, doesn't it?
Clothing, apparel.
Well, I think I think we ought to give it to them. It's suits and dresses.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
How much have they got?
They have $33.
Now, here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 33?
25.
25. What does I.J. Fox supply the ladies with?
Furs.
Furs is right. Put it there, Clyde. Put it there, Tex.
And you wind up with $58.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited a secretary and her boss's wife to the program tonight, and here they are. Mrs. Lily Forsythe, the wife, and Miss Marjorie LaRocque, the secretary. Girls, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lily Forsythe? Is that the way you pronounce it? Forsythe or Forsythe? Huh?
Forsythe.
Anyhow, Miss Marjorie LaRocque, is that right?
Yes, I'm the secretary.
You're a secretary. What's your age?
I'm 21.
You're 21?
Mm-hmm.
You're a secretary. Well, that's a pretty fancy job for a 21-year-old girl, isn't it? Who do you work for, Marjorie?
I work for John Forsythe. That's Mrs. Forsythe's husband.
Oh, you're John's secretary, huh? Then, Lily, you must be John's other wife, huh? Well, what do you know about that, huh? What kind of business is Honest John in, Marge?
He's an insurance broker.
And to think I called him Honest John. I'll just call you Marge, eh? What does your boss call you, Margie or Rocky?
He calls me Miss LaRocque.
Even when you're alone?
Yes.
When you're all alone? Margie, how long have you known Johnny Boy?
2 years.
2 years. And how long have you known him, Lily?
18 years.
You probably know him as well as she does, huh? Who do you think knows a man better, his wife or his secretary, Margie?
Why?
What's your opinion, Mrs. Forsythe?
Well,
I think a secretary.
Why do you say that?
Well, I've had experience as both.
Were you his secretary before you got married?
No, I wasn't.
Well, let's see who knows a man better, his wife or his secretary. Lily, does your husband ever take you out to lunch?
No.
Why not?
He's too busy.
Margie, what about you? Do you ever go out to lunch with the boys?
Occasionally.
He's an insurance man, all right. He has 2 policies, one for his wife and one for his secretary. Lily, does John ever work late at night?
Oh, yes, very often.
Why, that gay dog. Huh? What sort of excuses does he use when he calls to tell you he has to work late?
Usually just that he's involved with a good prospect.
Margie, you don't mind working late every night at the office, do you?
I don't work at night.
You mean he's got another girl? Why, this is preposterous. He treats the secretary like he does his wife. Lily, since the secretary's right here, do you have any idea where your husband is tonight?
Yes, he's here in the audience.
He's playing it safe, eh? He can't tell his wife he's at the office because his wife knows where his secretary is. And he can't tell his secretary he's home because his secretary knows where his wife is. So he came with both of them. He's got the courage of a lion. Where is he? Come on, John. Stand up. Audience, wouldn't you like to hear this man defend himself? Come down here, John Forsythe. We've got the goods on you. We're going to get to the bottom of this if it takes all night. My name is Marks, Mr. Forsythe. Glad to meet you, Mr. Forsythe. You know, I admire a man like you. You must have nerves of steel. Now, I want you to explain in detail exactly why you're never at home or at the office at night.
Well, in addition to my business, I have a number of other activities.
The plot's getting thicker, huh?
Member of the board of the Hollywood YMCA, have to attend those meetings. The board of the Hollywood Coordinating Council, the Hollywood Junior Chamber of Commerce. Hold office also in the Hollywood Wilshire District of the Campfire Girls.
You say you're an officer in the Campfire Girls?
I'm the finance chairman.
Gad, what a man. It isn't just one girl that keeps him out at nights, it's a whole troop of them. John, have a cigar. I finally met my master. Well, John, I take it all back what I said about you. You're doing a wonderful job in the civic life of the community. And you certainly make an interesting triangle. I hope all 3 of you are very happy together. And now you're going to play You Bet Your Life, and since it wouldn't be fair to the other couples to have 3 of you answering the questions, John, you can sit down over there and root for both of them. Lily, you and Marge must run your $20 into more than our other couples. Can't tell you how much they won, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The woman painter and the prize fighter are still leading with $156.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected friends and companion. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
18. 1750. 1750.
1750. With a woman, it's always a bargain basement. What was the name of Robinson Crusoe's faithful companion?
Friday.
Friday is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $37.50.
Why, Fenneman, you're outdoing yourself mathematically.
It's at night school.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of your $37.50 are you going to risk?
36.
36, huh? What was the name of Sherlock Holmes' friend and confidant?
Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson is absolutely correct.
You have $73.50 now.
Lily, you must lead a lonely life at home, but you certainly brush up on this trivia. Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
73.
The 3 Musketeers were led by the best swordsman in all France. What was his name?
I knew that Musketeers had come in there.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's dot time, you know. The bell has rung. How much have they got? 50 cents. How much you going to bet?
50 cents, I think.
All right. Tom Sawyer had a pal who spent much of his time adventuring on the Mississippi River. What was his name?
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry Finn is right. I'm sorry.
Well, you'll wind up with $1.
We got to give him another question. Okay, here's one chance to win some money. Get this one right, and we'll give you $10. No help in the audience, please. It's a tough question. Where was the St. Louis woman from? St. Louis is right.
Well, you wound up with $1, and that means that the lady painter and the prize fighter with $156 gets the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just 1 minute, I'll ask the big question, but first, here's something of interest to everyone.
Not far from where you live is a businessman who is very proud to be a part of your community, proud of his reputation for fair and square dealing. He's the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your neighborhood, and he wants you to know that you're always welcome when you walk through his doors. He considers it a pleasure to show you the two great new cars he sells, the beautiful new DeSoto and the handsome new Plymouth. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is proud of the fine line of used cars he sells, too. Really top values in many makes and models. And, of course, he wants you to see his service shop, where master technicians use the most modern equipment there is to keep your car in top running condition. And you'll notice the folks who work in the shops, offices, and showroom of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer not only believe in courtesy, they practice it. Yes, that's the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your neighborhood. Whether you come in for a new car, for a used car, for service on your present car, or just to pass the time of day, you're always welcome wherever you see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the lady painter and the prize fighter all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on the single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help in the audience. Here it is. Near Nashville, Tennessee, there was a beautiful mansion called the Hermitage. It was the home of one of our most colorful presidents. For $2,000, which president?
Roosevelt.
No, I'm sorry. It's Andrew Jackson. Correct answer is Andrew Jackson, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won quite a lot of money in the quiz. How much did they win, George?
$156.
Well, that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Sorry for the
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
found the door yet? No, have you? If I was, would I be here? I'm telling you, I don't like this place one bit. Whoa. Can you think of any time in a movie or anywhere else where creepy singing has been a good thing? Not off the top of my head. Well, my only comfort is they'll probably go for you first. What? Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a movie where the evil spirits killed a seal. Oh, no. Is that, please tell me that that's jam and not blood. You want to taste it and find out? What's it spelling on the wall? Get out. Get out. Hey, Ghost, you want us to get out? Then stop making the doors disappear. Yeah, I don't think they're going to listen to us. They don't seem like the reasonable sort. Oh, no. I've had it for tonight. So have I. See you next time, folks.